Check. Check. Check.
Willing to say anything?
What I think. I'm telling you what I think. I do not
You're
want.
like the perfect example of an old school conservative that just won't say
I'm
nothing.
an old school liberal. But you don't know. You don't even know. That's what I mean.
That's what old.
That's what I mean.
That's what
an old school.
style.
No, an old school conservative is Dick Cheney. It's like a rhino.
You seem pretty pro-war.
Again, I hate to be pedantic, but in what way is Dick Cheney a rhino? Jillian Michaels has been busy. She's really getting out there. Here's Jillian Michaels. She's on Matan Evans' stream. Now, I don't know if I fully get the Matan Evans thing.
You will once you watch this.
No, I've watched him before. I've seen like one or two other clips. And it's sort of like, is he, I don't know where you would place it, but it was, I found it very, very interesting. Is he in L.A.? Do they do this in L.A. or did she fly to somewhere?
I'm not sure where they do that, but his whole brand is like, give him enough rope.
And you know what? She really doesn't know much about much. But here she is. What she does know is when you don't know the answer, the best thing to do is just laugh.
I said, what's your political opinion? You said common sense.
It is my political opinion.
He's absolutely a teller of where somebody
be
stands.
specific. Be specific. What's your political opinion? On which issue?
Israel.
Honestly, I don't think Israel is the root of all evil. I'm sorry.
You don't mind Israel?
I don't mind Israel. Here's my position on Israel. Everything that people take umbrage with Israel, I completely appreciate and understand, but I just wish they would apply those standards unilaterally. So if you're pissed off about money and politics...
Now listen. Nobody mispronounces words more often than I. And, sometimes you use words incorrectly. But she uses it incorrectly like so many times in this. And, I don't want to be pedantic because that's not really the issue because it really is, the gist of what she's saying is really the bullshit. Mm-hmm. But the word she is looking for is not unilaterally. I don't know exactly what the word she's looking for. Equally, maybe?
Yeah. Imbalance?
You
Right.
apply these standards equally across the board, or maybe... But it is not unilaterally. Unilaterally means you're going alone.
Look how Israel behaves. They act unilaterally.
Right.
Although
That's in the back of our mind.
They attacked Iran with the United States, so they weren't unilateral in that.
But the other 6
But
countries.
Israel.
Exactly.
The way she says it too, it's like I don't believe that you don't have an opinion about Israel if you're saying it that way. Seems like
I didn't catch that.
It sounds a little like that, and that's another thing I've noticed right-wing people doing now because no one can defend the genocide, so they'll just be like, I don't like Israel. Or I've never loved Israel. It's like, that's not the question. This is about how we orient our
you
foreign
don't think
policy.
that Israel's the root of all evil? You think evil comes from other places too? Is that possible?
Yes. Thanks for that straw man, Jillian.
Honestly, I don't think Israel is the root of all evil. I'm sorry.
You don't mind Israel?
I don't mind Israel. Here's my position on Israel. Everything that people take umbrage with Israel, I completely appreciate and understand, but I just wish they would apply those standards unilaterally. So if you're pissed off about money and politics, then you should also be pissed off about Saudi and Qatar and China and all those other lobbies. Apply it unilaterally.
Okay.
If you're pissed off about the wall between
I will.
Israel and Palestine, that's totally fine, but you should also be pissed off about
I'm
the
sorry.
wall.
The problem for her is that it's not equivalent. Those countries have to register as foreign lobbying organizations in this country if they are lobbying our government. Israel and AIPAC does not have to do that because it doesn't function as a foreign entity. So it's an incorrect analysis to apply unilaterally to her argument. That's part of why the right-wing critiques of Israel are so shallow. It's because they talk about it as a foreign infiltrating entity as opposed to an outgrowth of the United States. They have it wrong in the sequencing.
I will also say that we have been for a long time against the billions upon billions of dollars in aid that we have provided for China on an annual basis.
Yes.
And so
Right.
therefore, of course, that is why
The China lobby.
The China lobby. We have been so adamant that we should not be providing weapons to China. But let's hear. She goes on.
She's just mad at the hypocrisy of the left.
Yeah.
The problem with Bill Cosby wasn't raping.
Why are you specifically talking about, like, nobody ever talked about the Uyghurs. Nobody ever demonized Russia when they invaded Ukraine. I mean, what are you talking about?
I mean,
This is
she's got
insane.
a full plate of
Yeah.
global affairs on her mind.
Oh, nobody was mad at Saudi Arabia. In fact, Biden, before he turned, Biden had sanctioned Saudi Arabia quite a bit at the beginning of the administration. But continue.
She's just a person trying to heal all the suffering in the
Yes.
world. All the suffering.
Yes, I just want fairness.
Lobbies apply it unilaterally. If you're pissed off about the wall between Israel and Palestine, that's totally fine, but you should also be pissed off about the wall between Palestine and Egypt and
Pause it for 1
drowning
second. Do
Palestine-
you know who controls the wall between Palestine and Egypt? It is a country called Israel.
Yeah, huh? Why is
They
that?
have control of the I mean, was Egypt? Do people think that Egypt had the option of allowing free passage outside of Gaza without Israel signing off?
And we also have propped up the Sisi regime in many ways because of his pliance about this kind of stuff.
But I will also add, like, the idea that Israel was going to push all of the Palestinians out into the Sinai Desert is a little bit problematic. It's not like, you would accept I don't know, indigenous people being pushed out of Alaska and all streaming across the border in Detroit or something, like, no problem. Just, yeah.
Palestinians in tunnels with their own excrement. Just apply it evenly. That's all I ask. Call something that you think is bad.
Sounds like you're just finding a way to justify it. Saying these guys also do bad things.
I think it's all terrible. I don't want to see anyone.
So you think Israel is terrible, but other people are too?
I don't think Israel is
You
terrible.
said it's all terrible.
I think when someone dies, it's terrible.
You see what I mean when I say you're not really willing to say
I
anything?
just told you what I think. I'm telling you what I think. I do not
You're
want.
like the perfect example of an old school conservative that just won't say
I'm
nothing.
an old school liberal. But you don't know. You don't even know. That's what I mean.
That's what old.
That's what I mean.
That's what
an old school.
style.
No, an old school conservative is Dick Cheney. It's like a rhino.
You seem pretty pro-war.
Again, I hate to be pedantic, but in what way is Dick Cheney a rhino? In what way is Dick Cheney
He didn't support Trump.
the
Duh.
former chief of staff for Richard Nixon, the former Republican congressman, I don't think he was a senator, the vice president for 8 years. He was also chosen he also worked in the George Herbert Walker Bush administration as well. I don't know if there's anybody more associated with Republican politics over that time. And in what way is he a rhino? Like, it's really beginning to occur to me that when Jillian Michaels decided to do this, to go from a fat shamer on The Biggest Loser, or a coach, into opining about politics, it never occurred to her to do any prep on what was going on. Here's a
Read a
word.
book.
Yeah, read a book.
Maybe one that was published after I was born.
Exactly, one that's not from 1991. I mean, you should read books from 91 and from the 80s and the 70s. But don't stop there. Read some from the aughts. And maybe in the teens.
Also, I'm not a Republican. I'm not Dick Cheney. He's a rhino.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
You know that thing that old liberals call people all the time is the
Rhinos. Yeah.
Open conversation is the way of humans connecting.
Go ahead.
Out of energy.
But an old school,
style-
no, an old school conservative is Dick Cheney. It's like a rhino. It's
Just
You
throwing
seem
out
pretty
words.
pro-war.
You think?
Yeah, that's how you come off. You just defended Israel for like 5 minutes.
I did not. I said.
Allies base is
Pretty much.
said-
She's laughing now. This is her nervous tick.
And you said that it's all terrible. Even if it's Israel's fault. You see how you're not willing to go there?
Yeah, she's laughing.
It's like
Okay, but
you have like a muzzle on.
Here's what I would say. I think what happened on October 7th was hideous. And when
I didn't ask about it.
they don't go hand in hand.
Well, if I asked
think
about it, then I'd expect an answer there.
All right. Well, my opinion is, I think
She's having so
that
much
was
fun.
horrible.
She can't help
I
but
wish
laugh.
That didn't happen, obviously, and I wish that everything
assimilation
proceeding
aura is now
after that did not happen as well.
That's a real laugh. That's not out of
Oh my God.
like that, right? That's a real one. Something's very
I'm
funny
telling you
happening.
the truth, honey. I don't think that they're
I love him.
vulnerable. I don't. I do think that horrible things happen, and I think both sides have done things to each other throughout history. I'm certainly not an expert on it.
Are they a sponsor of your podcast?
They are, but I'm more than willing to open up the books.
You would let them.
We got them sponsored? No. Open up the books for an audit. How much money are we talking, though, actually?
Would you let
I might,
APAC
actually.
sponsor you?
If it's not $30, I might. How much?
How many views do you get for the show?
It depends. Sometimes it's only like 50,000. But sometimes it's a couple 100,000.
So
Sometimes.
what does it average out?
Hold on. Is that full analytics? Give me 1 second. Tell me you're better at this than me.
It's not the
Give me a
right.
sec. You tell me how much I can get. Where's my studio?
How do I
up?
change
Okay.
how do I change
Here we
this topic? Let's see.
Honestly, she should fake a phone call just to get out of this.
Why would you
I hope
give
he's
him-
going in.
I know.
I'm not going to do it. If it's like $3 million.
It's like 75.
$75?
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to. No.
But you're already doing all the stuff they want. They're basically just throwing you $75.
Still don't think
They say we appreciate all you say about Israel. All we want to do is just give you money. We know you're gonna keep doing it anyways.
Yeah, but then there's a paper trail.
Well, I don't want to even. This is now getting.
She's pondering it kind of sincerely, though.
No, she's just trying to figure out how the hell she gets out of this conversation.
guess.
Try to filibuster.
Yeah.
But the fact that she wouldn't even come out and just be like, I know, these are my actual authentic opinions seems a little bit odd to me.
I think. Look, it's a very uncomfortable place right now to be if you are a right winger.
Yeah.
And
And I don't think that even she's probably even currently bought by Zionist money. I don't know that for sure, but I do think that there are a lot of people that don't want to foreclose that possibility.
I doubt that she's getting paid directly by Israel, but I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, look, there's a lot of production. She has quite a production team, it seems to me. Just based upon
Right.
who went through all our shows and looked at any time that we were critical of
Gotta watch
her
this.
over the course of a year. I mean, it was like 20 minutes worth of footage. And it was all like down to now. Maybe you can search transcripts, whatnot. I mean, but it takes a little bit of time. I would imagine she had sponsors. There's somebody's underwriting her show. Maybe she's doing it herself, but I imagine she has sponsors. And it's not necessarily that those sponsors are like, here, I'm sponsoring you to say stuff pro-Israel. But it's also conceivable that, like, I know my sponsor, they are really more interested in their, their health supplements, but they also really care about Israel.
Well, you also
Genocide coffee.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Your queen listens. I am the swarm.
We've talked about this in the past. And in fact, I voiced an ad, as full disclosure, for Demand Justice. Just because my buddy, former producer emeritus, no, he's not former, he's a producer emeritus of the Majority Report, Josh Horton, is now the executive director of that. And they were trying to get U.S. senators to ask a very simple question on the record. Sometimes they would ask in writing, but now they started to do it in hearings. Simple questions of judges, people who are going to sit on the judiciary for a lifetime appointment.
Like, you want the people sitting on the judiciary with a lifetime appointment to be able to acknowledge, say, the sky is blue and grass is green.
Because it's important to know that they're impartial. Because what if you had a president who said, like, look, we're imposing the sky is green mandate. From now on, we're going to refer to the sky is green. And you want judges to be able to go, well, actually, it's blue.
Right.
But, and here is Senator
researches
Blumenthal
upgrades
asking
so
question
fucking fast,
of
bro.
lifetime appointments to the judiciary. The simple question, who won the 2020 election? Now, you may have heard in the background, and we played a shorter clip of this, but it's important to play the entire thing. You can hear Grassley in the background after they all answer. What's the problem with answering who won the election? Because apparently when you're 99 years old or whatever Grassley is, you don't pay attention to, what's been going on with some of the judicial nominees.
Who won the 2020 election?
I'd say that President Biden was certified the winner of the 2020 election.
He won the election. Is that your response?
Senator, I think my response is he was certified as the winner by counting the election.
So you're unwilling to say he won the election. How about you, Mr. Roberts?
I have the same answer as my colleague, Senator.
Same answer as the previous one.
The previous nominee. The Senate did.
Mr. Coons, how about you?
Thank you, Senator. And I have the same answer as Mr.
Same answer. Unwilling to say that Joe Biden won the election, correct?
As Mr. Hendershot said, it has become a matter of political concern, and Joe Biden...
Well, it's a matter of political concern, but it's also an issue of fact. Is it not?
Joe Biden was, in fact, certified the winner of the 2020 election.
Mr. Mark?
Same answer, Senator.
I am
Go back a little bit. You can
amazed.
hear Grassley is, of course, because he can't hear. So he's screaming at his aide, who's probably sitting like 6 inches away from him. Well, you know, them saying they won the election.
Right, like hot mic may not be exactly right. The mic barely had to be on to pick up Grassley.
I think it's actually being picked up on Blumenthal's mic.
Right.
Same answer, Senator.
I am amazed and really appalled that nominees for a lifetime appointment to the federal bench are unwilling to respond on an issue of fact. And I'm not going to try to get an answer out of you because clearly you've been rehearsed to provide a stock answer, which I think really reflects not only on your honesty, but really on your fitness to be a federal judge, because you are supposed to be independent and to arrive at the truth based on the evidence before you. And I think it's pretty irrefutable that Joe Biden won the election, but you're unwilling to use that word because you are afraid.
100% true. And you know what I would like to Blumenthal to have asked us at that? How do you know the Senate certified the election? How do you know that? Were you there? Or did you see a news report about it? Did you see a news report about it? Why do you believe that news report and not the news report about Joe Biden winning the election? What's the difference?
Make it quick.
I mean, question them about every fact.
Right.
Was Donald Trump found liable in a court of law in a civil proceeding for rape? Let's see if they answer that question. I mean, let's get to where the issue is. What is the dispute about whether Joe Biden won the election? Walk us through that as a question of fact. As a question of fact, why isn't that a fact?
And they'll probably just repeat the same rote answer that they clearly, the three of them, memorized together, but this is actually flying in the face of what these hearings are supposed to extract, which is the notion that there's a semblance of judicial independence. Like, this is obviously
They
not...
extracted it.
Well, I mean, yes. Well,
They extracted its absence.
They figured it out, but it is like, you know, it just shows how silly these hearings have become, and how the Democrats kind of ceding territory on this for this long of a period of time and not seeing this as an instrument of power that the Republicans were going to tilt in their favor regardless of the norms shows how silly this is, because this is what these hearings historically were designed to uncover. Are you an independent? Are you going to make these?
Occurred to them to ask before, but it's good that they're asking now.
But like, they're literally not. Even if you were to take Trump out of it, and they were to have like had that rote answer over and over again, copy pasted from each other, that doesn't demonstrate independence. No. They're not acting like judges that are looking at the facts and making an assessment. They are doing PR talking points, which is the exact opposite of what the judiciary is supposed to be. But you know, like, there was that piece that we read some months ago. We had a guest on about it, just about times of like anti-democracy in this country when the judiciary asserts itself over the legislative branch and how they have more power, and we're seeing it right now. It was under with Dred Scott. It was why FDR had to threaten the Supreme Court and threaten the exact opposite of what the judiciary is supposed to be. Where the courts are out of control in dictating policy, and we have a Congress that is rendered completely impotent.
This should lay a predicate for what Democrats need to do when they get into power. Here's Chris Coons, not my favorite Democrat.
Oh, God.
But on the Judiciary Committee, asking, again, like, to test, you know, how deep into the cult of Donald Trump are you, is the subtext of this question.
Mr. Mark, is President Trump eligible to run for president again in 2028?
Senator, without considering all the facts and looking at everything, depending on what the situation is, this to me strikes as more of a hypothetical.
This shit's crazy
Pause it for a second.
that we're at this point.
Let's consider the facts for a minute. I know I'm not an attorney. I only had 1 year of law school. You are not an attorney.
Nope.
We both have a lot of relatives who are.
Yes.
Maybe we can take the fact. Brian, you're not an attorney at all.
I've hired a few in my life.
Yes.
I've also been assigned some.
Yeah. Let's see if amongst us, and Matt, you can join in on this too, despite your complete
I do have
lack
a master's degree in media studies. So.
There we go. I'm nearly a lawyer.
Let's.
Donald Trump just created an illegal slush fund of nearly $2 billion taxpayer dollars to pay whomever he wants, whatever he wants, whenever he wants. On the list are the Jan 6 rioters who attempted to overturn a Democratic election. But it gets even worse. Central to this deal is that Donald Trump, all of his businesses, and all of his children are now immune from lawsuits for basically everything they've ever done. This is straight out of the authoritarian handbook. If you want your country policed by a private army of zealots ruled by the Medici family but stupid, this is how you get it. And the precedent they're invoking to justify this blatant act of corruption and power consolidation is even more insane. They're running with, but Obama did it first, referencing a case called Keep Siegel versus Vilsack like it's some kind of mic drop. Well, I'm very familiar with that case, and we're going to break down why this comparison is nonsense. But first, we have to begin with their political justification, because it turns the whole legal argument on its head. The DOJ is calling this the, quote, anti-weaponization fund to compensate individuals designated as the victims of lawfare. That means individuals who feel that they were unfairly investigated for or convicted of doing crimes. Here's the thing. I know what real lawfare is, sir. I write for a website called Lawfare. And you and your cronies, sir, you're no victims of lawfare. From his real estate
hate
days
when
in
I
New
play
York to his
Kerrigan.
2 terms in the White House, Trump
When I
has
get
used
matched with
litigation not
Minxed,
as a
it's
last
so
resort, but
unimmersive.
first
I
as a
feel like
weapon.
she's the last
You
person
know,
who would
lawfare.
join with him
That's
over
not just my
anything.
opinion. Courts have repeatedly
She doesn't
called
ever
him
do
out
that
on
in the
this.
campaign,
In
right?
2023, a federal judge fined Trump and his attorney Alina Habba nearly $1 million for filing a quote.
She even do it in
completely frivolous
StarCraft 1?
lawsuit
I'd have to
against
play
Hillary
StarCraft
Clinton.
1 again
The
to
judge
see.
described Trump as a prolific and sophisticated litigant who is repeatedly
Just
using the
destroy
courts
him
to
now.
seek revenge on political adversaries.
Can you deploy bunkers
You
that
know,
early?
During Trump's second term alone, he has sued or kept suing an Iowa newspaper, a television network, Bob Woodward, the Wall Street Journal, the BBC, and the Pulitzer Board, among many others. He strong-armed Twitter, Meta, and YouTube into paying a combined $60 million to settle lawsuits over social media bans. Now, if you watched Devin's video about this, where he called this the most corrupt act in U.S. history, then none of what comes next will surprise you, because this breathtakingly corrupt episode of Trump's second term began, of course, with a lawsuit he filed against the very government he now controls. You know. Now, before we get into it, it's easy to feel hopeless in the midst of egregious corruption, but something you should never feel hopeless about are your student loans. To sponsor this portion of the video, YRefi is an excellent refinancing solution. What makes YRefi stand out to us is how truly student loan borrower friendly they are. Monthly payments are built around what you can actually afford. Rates are fixed from 1.99%, so you never have to guess what your payment will be each month, which is basically unheard of for private student loans. There's no minimum FICO score required, bad credit will never disqualify you, and they even offer a skip 12 program if you ever need to skip payments for any reason. And if you have a parent or a cosigner on your student loans, YRefi can help with that too through the cosigner release program. Plus, you always talk to a real human in the United States whenever you call. Refinancing with YRefi could save you thousands to tens of thousands of dollars over the course of your student loan repayment and give you the invaluable peace of mind of fixed, low monthly payments. So click or scan to talk to YRefi today, or I'll see you in court. Now, here's how we got here. Well,
Why was that weirdly echoey, like they didn't turn on their mic or something?
Charles Littlejohn stole tax return information from thousands of wealthy and high-profile Americans, including the Trump family, and leaked it to the New York Times and ProPublica. Those outlets then published stories about the Trump's taxes and other people's taxes too. Littlejohn was prosecuted, he pleaded guilty, and he was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. Now, did Trump have a viable civil claim against the IRS over all of this? It wouldn't be the worst lawsuit Trump ever brought, but that is a very low bar. I mean, this is the guy who sued Bill Maher to collect $5 million after Maher joked that Trump might be descended from an orangutan.
That there are only two things in nature that have that exact same color hair. Donald Trump and an orange-haired orangutan.
No time like the
You know, taxpayers genuinely can sue when their confidential tax return information is improperly disclosed. So the substance of the claim wasn't exactly crazy. The problem is that everything else about it was. Start with the timing. The complaint asked for $10 billion in damages. And that's a number I'm just gonna let sit there for a second. Yeah, it's bonkers. More importantly, Trump almost certainly filed too late. There's a 2-year statute of limitations, and the clock starts when a plaintiff discovers the unauthorized disclosure. Trump's complaint claimed that he didn't find out until January 29, 2024, when the IRS sent him a formal letter. He filed his suit basically 2 years exactly after that. The problem is that Littlejohn's role in leaking Trump's returns was probably reported well before then. And when Littlejohn pleaded guilty in October of 2023, one of Trump's own attorneys, again, Alina Habba, addressed the court on behalf of Trump, calling the leak a, quote, egregious breach by an agent of the IRS for political gain. It is, to put it very gently, difficult to claim that you didn't know about something your own lawyer publicly condemned in federal court 3 months earlier. And the statute of limitations wasn't the only weakness. In similar cases from other Little John victims, the Justice Department, including during Trump's second term, argued the IRS bore no responsibility because Little John was an independent contractor, not a federal employee. And yeah, when hedge fund billionaire Ken Griffin brought his version of the case, the IRS settled and Griffin got a formal apology. But he didn't get any money, just an apology. So, in any normal administration, the government would walk into court, move to dismiss, and probably win. And that's the end of that. But there is nothing normal about this lawsuit. This case is unlike anything in American legal history because the government Trump was suing is his own government. The IRS and the Treasury Department are executive agencies. They report to Trump, and the Justice Department lawyers assigned to defend those agencies serve at the pleasure of the president. Under an executive order Trump issued last year, those lawyers are flat out prohibited from advancing any legal position that, quote, contravenes the president or the attorney general's opinion on a matter of law. So think about what that means. Trump was suing himself, the lawyers on the other side of the table worked for Trump, and they were forbidden from disagreeing with Trump. It's like a stupid snake eating its own tail. Trump even publicly admitted as much. 2 days after filing his suit, a reporter asked him about the case. His answer?
I'm supposed to work out a settlement with myself.
When the plaintiff and the defendant are the same person, that's not a lawsuit. That's a Spider-Man meme. And you know what? Judge Kathleen Williams of the Southern District of Florida, an Obama appointee, wasn't having it. When both sides of the lawsuit, meaning Trump and his own administration, jointly asked the judge to pause the case for 90 days to negotiate a settlement with themselves, she didn't just sign off on that. She stopped and asked a more basic question. Did she even have the power to hear this case at all? Is this case even a case? These questions go to something fundamental. Article 3 of the Constitution limits federal courts to actual cases or controversies. And a poor piece of that is adverseness, which means you need 2 parties with genuinely opposing interests. If the 2 sides aren't really opposed, there's no case. And a federal court has no business touching it. Judge Williams looked at Trump suing his own government, looked at that executive order muzzling the DOJ lawyers, looked at Trump saying, I'm supposed to work out a settlement with myself, and said, essentially, this might not be a real lawsuit. So she did 2 things. She ordered both sides to brief whether a genuine case or controversy even existed, and set a hearing for May 27th. And because she correctly figured that neither side could be trusted to argue against itself, she appointed a team of outside lawyers as friends of the court. Attorneys from elite firms like Saloni Gay, Debevoise Plimpton, and Munger, Coles, and Olson, including former Solicitor General Donald Correll. All the courts listened and all the courts listened. You get the idea. So on May 14th, those outside lawyers filed their brief. They stopped short of recommending outright dismissal of the case, mostly because this actual record wasn't fully developed, but they laid out in extreme detail every way Trump controlled both the defendant agencies and the lawyers defending them. And they said the court needed more information before letting this go forward. Information like, was the settlement negotiation actually arm's length? And also, had anyone done anything to shield the DOJ lawyers from presidential direction? The parties' own briefs were due May 20th, but they never filed them. Citizen Donald Trump was facing a legal battle against President Donald Trump, and so he used his go-to legal weapon. It was super effective. Trump dropped the lawsuit in exchange for the DOJ creating a roughly $1.7 billion fund to compensate allies who claimed they were wrongfully targeted by Democratic administrations, and only Democratic administrations. On May 18th, the Justice Department announced that Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche had established what they're calling, and I want you to sit with this name, the Anti-Weaponization Fund, as part of a settlement in Trump versus IRS. Guys, imagine robbing a bank and naming the getaway car the Anti-Bank Robbery Mobile. That's how brazen this is. That same day, Trump's attorney filed a notice voluntarily dismissing the case. So was this the plan all along? Or did Trump actually intend to grind out his Fallujah lawsuit and only pivoted to this settlement once the judge started asking real questions? Honestly, I don't know the answer to that. But let's look at what they actually built into the settlement. agreement. The agreement was signed on May 18th by Associate Attorney General Stan Woodward, who you might remember as an attorney who represented a bunch of the Jan 6ers and also represented Walt Nauta, Trump's co-defendant in the classified documents case. In the settlement agreement, Trump first agreed to drop more than just the IRS. He also dropped a set of administrative claims against the Justice Department over grievances tied to the Mar-a-Lago search and the Russia investigation. These are claims in which he was seeking around $230 million. You know, couch change compared to the $10 billion he was seeking in relation to the IRS suit. And in exchange, Trump and his sons get a formal apology from the United States government. The settlement also says that they will not receive any monetary payment or damages of any kind. That sounds restrained until you see what's replacing direct compensation for Trump's. Back when he filed the suit, Trump said any money he personally made off the suit would go to charity. As it turns out, his political allies are the charity, and American taxpayers are the donors. And look, the Justice Department's press release insists that there's no partisan requirements to file a claim from this weaponization fund, or, I guess, anti-weaponization fund. But the settlement document itself is not nearly so clear about all this. According to the document, those terms mean, and I quote, the sustained use of the levers of government power by Democrat-elected officials, political and career federal employees, contractors, and agents to target people for political reasons. That's right, it names one party.
Audio balance real bad.
Officials have not exactly been subtle about the partisan politics at all.
Oh, yeah.
At a recent congressional hearing, Blanche quoted Hunter Biden as someone who could, in theory at least, apply for compensation from the fund.
Any game sound.
Because Hunter Biden was prosecuted by his own
Let me do
father's
it for you.
Democratic administration. Vice President
Fixed.
Vance made the same joke the same day.
I mean, if Hunter Biden wants to apply,
It's
for
fine
this
when I'm
particular
not in a
fund, he
fight.
is welcome to. It's going to go through a normal process where we vet everything, where we try to identify whether people's claims are actually legitimate.
And we've already seen the template. Earlier this year, former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn and former Trump campaign advisor Carter Page each received settlements over $1 million on shaky claims they brought against the government. This anti-weaponization fund is more of that, but on an industrial scale. Now, look at how the fund is run, because this is where it gets even worse. It's overseen by a 5-member board appointed by the Attorney General. Right now, that's Todd Blanche, Trump's former criminal defense attorney, and a man who recently said that if Trump fired him, his message to the president would be, I love you, sir.
If he chooses to nominate somebody else and asks me to go do something else, I will say, thank you very much, I love you, sir.
And all 5 board members
Cool.
serve at the pleasure of the president. Trump can remove any of them without cause, so the same president who sued the government, then settled with the government, then created this fund, also controls the people who hand out its money. And that board decides who gets paid. It decides its own procedures for, quote, submitting, receiving, processing, and granting or denying claims, and it can choose to make those procedures public in its own discretion, meaning it doesn't have to tell you the rules. And yeah, the board does have to file quarterly reports with Blanche listing every claimant and what they received, but those reports are designated confidential. So the public may never learn who got handed taxpayer money and how much they got. Only Blanche and his 5 hand-picked board members would know. That said, when asked about the secrecy at a Senate hearing, Blanche did say that he'd make the report public except where privacy laws or privileges require otherwise.
This is Section 4, Part E of the settlement agreement.
The reason why I want to be careful in my answer is because there's obviously laws that exist around privacy that may prevent some of the information that the commission takes in from being fully public. Beyond that, there will be full transparency, and I commit to you that beyond the applicable laws that exist around privacy and privileges and whatnot. But as far as being transparent and having those quarterly reports released, yes.
Hey, I just wanted to translate that clip for anybody who doesn't speak DOJ. Blanche
Who
is
are you?
basically saying we don't have to tell anybody
Huh?
where the money ends up unless we want to.
I
And it's
said,
not
who
like
are
the
you?
DOJ is going to suddenly start using Rocket
In the
Money to
game?
track their finances.
No.
Speaking of which, Rocket Money is a fantastic app that keeps track
The
of all
lawyer
your
guy.
personal finances. And
He
it's
said,
fun.
let me
You
translate
can't
that
make
for
good
you.
decisions about your money without good data, and Rocket Money gives you that good data. I've used Rocket Money to securely link all of my accounts and get a bird's eye view of where all my money is going in real time. This is especially helpful because I travel for work all the time, and Rocket Money makes it easy to create custom categories that automatically separate my business and
No.
travel expenses from personal expenses. And with just a few taps, I can have
Ooh,
Rocket Money
get
cancel
outta
old
there.
subscriptions that I forgot
Fucking
about.
fungal.
This has saved me hundreds of dollars a year alone. Loyalty
I am
subscriptions
Tim
are
Pool now.
No joke, let me tell you. So click or scan the code today to start your free premium trial, or I'll see you in court. Now back to Anna.
I know what you guys are thinking. How can it possibly get worse? But it can. On May 19th, right after Blanche finished testifying on Capitol Hill, the Justice Department quietly posted a second Blanche signed document. Let's call it Blanche 2. Blanche 2 isn't really about the fund at all. Instead, it waives any government claims against Trump, his family, and his companies arising out of, and I'm going to read the key parts, any matters currently pending or that could be pending, including tax returns filed before the effective date, before defendants or other agencies or departments. Read that again. Any matters that could be pending before any agency. That is an attempt to hand the Trump family blanket immunity from the federal government for essentially everything they've done. Ever. And that parenthetical, including tax returns filed before the effective date, that's the tell. According to New York Times, there's an ongoing IRS audit that could cost Trump over $100 million. So ask yourself the question a lot of people skip past. Why would a settlement about leaked tax returns include a provision shutting down examinations of previously filed returns? Here's a clean answer. For years, Trump has been fighting an IRS audit with a potential.
Lucky for you, we'll be streaming the whole
By
time.
the way, federal law
Now you don't get to sleep at all.
7217 makes it a crime for the president to directly or indirectly request that the IRS terminate an audit of a particular taxpayer. I mean, a president as a plaintiff
Why you
signing
no
a
sleep?
settlement with his own Justice Department that makes the
Huh?
audit go away sure
I'm
looks
talking to
like
chat.
indirectly requesting exactly that. So the question is Blanche 2 even legal? Is it binding on a future Justice Department?
God.
Almost certainly not. A future
That
DOJ
sounds like
free of
torture.
Trumpian pressure would likely treat it as invalid on its face. If a press head can't pardon himself, it's hard to see how his subordinates can pardon him for him. But for now, it's on the books. Okay, so where does this nearly $2 billion actually come from? On the same day the settlement was reached, Blanche signed a separate order directing the Treasury to deposit $1,776 million into a dedicated account for the fund. That number is allegedly based on, quote, the projected valuation of an unknown number of unfiled claims landed precisely on the year the country was founded. 1776, which was also a rallying cry used by people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. This is all so patriotic.
Look at the leg.
Anyway,
Can't
the money
stop me.
comes out of the Federal Judgment Fund. That's a permanent appropriation conversion.
Isn't that crazy, the slowdown that just happened?
Used to pay court judgments and settlements.
Oh,
in
like the
United States.
frame
The
slowdown.
idea
Yeah.
is that when the government
I missed
loses
it.
or settles a case, there's money
Um,
standing there to pay it.
the Liberal
so-called
Party
anti-weaponization
in
fund will
Australia
process
is trying
claims through
to,
December 2028. So roughly a month
put
before
biological
Trump's second term
essentialism
ends. Anything left
into
over in the fund's
legislation,
account at that point
into the
reverts back to
sex
government agencies.
discrimination
Now you might
act,
be wondering, what's the time limit on all
essentially
this? Can
legalizing
future
discrimination
administrations,
against trans
maybe a
people.
future non-Trump administration
and
also
they-
use the fund? The settlement
what they
agreement
call it?
answers
This-
that question.
this video called it
says
something
that
specific.
the anti-weaponization fund will process
hold on.
claims through December 2028, so roughly a month before Trump's second term ends. In other words, this is Trump's fund and Trump's alone. This is all unprecedented, but the Justice Department wants you to think it's not. Its press release points
That's right.
to a
She
case
says
called
inserting
Siegel
a
versus
binary
Vilsack.
definition of
This
sex,
case was a class
and I'm
action
like,
brought by Native American
we should
farmers
just call
alleging the
this what it
Department
is,
of Agriculture
which is
illegally
biological
discriminated
essentialism,
against them
which
in
is
Indian
literally
laws.
ideological.
The Obama administration settled it for $760
Like they are
million,
using
with a quarter per
ideological
fund to pay out the
justification
claims. When hundreds
to
of
suppress
millions were
trans
unclaimed,
people
the
because they
leftover
think
money was
that
distributed
their
to
existence is an
nonprofits serving
ideology.
Native American
And I basically just
Now,
said,
the Trump
can we
DOJ's argument
just call this what it
basically,
is, which is
see,
biological
the government set up
essentialism?
funds like this before, and ours is even better because our leftovers go back to the
I don't think it's
Treasury
an
instead of
unreasonable
going
request.
to outside nonprofits. It's a comparison that's
I think she's a
technically
politician
accurate,
making a
but it's
political
also
speech,
deeply
but,
misleading for a few reasons. First, in Keep Siegel,
I don't
there
know.
was a real case. In fact, there
Lots
had
of
been
issues.
a
I'm
decade
very worried.
of litigation by an actual injured class. Here, the only case is Trump's collusive suit against the IRS, and the underlying facts of that case have nothing to do with the claims this fund will pay out. Another difference is that in Keep Siegel, that was a class action lawsuit. meaning that a federal judge had to approve the
Yeah,
settlement.
I realized.
But here, the parties settled on their own with no court supervision. That's legal, sure, but when the parties
Maybe
are
it's
Trump and his
just
own
this mission
subordinates,
specifically,
you
but
can
the
see exactly why they didn't
volume
want a judge in the
spikes
room. In Keep Siegel, it was also
between
clear
when
what
the
government
trains are
allegedly
there
did
and
wrong.
when they're
Law
not.
discrimination.
Oh,
And
insane.
that means that there's a legal test for claimants to be eligible to receive
Some more than others.
compensation. Here, the wrong is weaponization, which could mean whatever Trump's own board wants it to mean. And the leftover money point.
I gotta
is
see if that
that
was a
in Keep
fluke
Siegel,
or
the
if Kerry
nonprofits
was
got
the right
money
choice
because
for
of the
this
surprise.
movie.
There were
just
fewer
on
claimants than
Twitch
expected.
or
The
YouTube
third
as well?
parties
No,
were the
refresh.
leftovers. But with Trump's
Or did it not go?
anti-weaponization fund,
No,
the
I'm
third
I'm
parties are
asking
the
because I'm not looking
entire
at the screen.
point. The
Oh.
whole fund is leftover money by design.
I'm assuming that's a yes.
So with all of this stacked up,
have a look
did
at this
Judge
video.
Williams get to
See if you wanna
scrutinize
put
the
this on.
settlement at all? The short answer is no. Under federal rules, a plaintiff can dismiss a case on his own.
Okay, I wanted to show you this. I stopped watching it because it was so crazy. It's old news, but I like to go through old news a lot of times that I didn't look at. And a lot of that stuff is Congress, you know, doing the hearings because they're always doing hearings and nothing ever happens. Right? They're always talking to some corrupt individual from the Trump admin and accomplishing nothing once again.
Okay. Do you want to know the title of this video I'm laughing at? Why are Americans so bloody stupid? That is great. Happy that one there as well. I'll add that to the list. It is long. Did you see SpaceX rocket blew up?
I couldn't hear you.
SpaceX rocket blew up.
What else is new?
No, SpaceX doesn't blow up.
Oh, no. Yeah, they do.
Not that often.
That's what they're known for.
SpaceX one? Yeah, true. True. I'm thinking
was this
more recent
not a
ones.
Starship, though?
It was a Starship, yes. It
They
was a
always
landing
blow
one.
up.
They blow up on takeoff.
Yeah, this one
blew
up
on
landing.
Yeah.
Literally, it's crazy because he talks about how, well, if we can afford failure, then we can just continually push them to their limits to see, what they can handle, right? So he, implies that they basically that they blow them up on purpose because they're trying to see where they fail. Right? But
see the
the
argument?
fact they have so much money that they're literally playing Kerbal Space Program in real life.
Yes. It is a little concerning.
You're
It's just
familiar with that game,
burning.
right?
I can assume what it is.
It's very funny. It's a space simulator.
Okay.
So you have to build the spacecraft, and they don't really, and you can gain science as you go. But first you have to hit orbit and stuff. So you keep trying to build stuff, see what goes wrong, swap out pieces, learn what they do.
Ah, interesting. It's a Mexican studio. Fascinating. Never heard of this game in my entire life.
Really?
Oh, it says something about it. The game has garnered commendation from spaceflight industry figures such as NASA, ESA, science communicator Scott Manley, a couple CEOs, Elon Musk.
Yeah, because it's a fun game, but it does do basic space math, how much thrust you need to escape, and
yeah, okay.
How orbits work and things like that. So I'd
Interesting.
say it's more educational than a game like Minecraft, but Minecraft spends so much money trying to get into schools and present themselves as an educational game. That's
Makes
why
sense.
Roblox was trying to do the Holocaust Museum thing.
Yes, they did do that.
Was that
yeah.
Roblox?
Was it Fortnite?
Fortnite, same thing. In my mind, same
Basically.
thing. Even though it's Roblox is more like Minecraft.
Don't know. Never played it.
What, Roblox?
Or Minecraft, honestly.
What about Fortnite?
I have unfortunately played Fortnite. I haven't played since the Dinosaur Man came out.
I played it for about 2 seconds because my roommate was always playing it.
Yep.
I was like, wow, that was not fun.
This guy. This guy. When this guy came out, that was basically when I stopped playing. It might have been John Wick. And then they started doing a bunch of IP, and I just couldn't be bothered.
We've talked
Also,
about this
the
in
building
past,
aspect is dog
and,
shit.
In fact, I voiced an ad.
It's a shooting
for
game.
Disclosure for Demand Justice.
Yeah, but
Just
kids
because,
like to build,
my buddy,
so that's why it's like
former,
that.
Producer
It's a
emeritus,
game for
no, not
babies.
former, he's a producer emeritus of the
Just like
Majority Report.
Minecraft.
Josh Horton is now the executive director of that, and they were trying to get U.S. senators to ask a very simple question on the record. They would ask, sometimes they would ask in writing, but now they started to do it in the hearings. Simple questions of judges, people who are going to sit on the judiciary for a lifetime appointment.
Like, you want the people sitting on the judiciary with a lifetime appointment to be able to acknowledge, say, the sky is blue and grass is green.
Because it's important to know that they're impartial. Because what if you had a president who said, like, look, we're imposing the sky is green mandate. From now on, we're going to refer to the sky is green. And you want judges to be able to go,
Yeah,
well,
that
actually, it's
makes
blue.
sense. Probably haven't played
And here
since
is Sarah
2020 or
Blumenthal
so.
asking question of lifetime appointments to the judiciary. The simple question: who won the 2020 election? Now, you may have heard in the background, and we played a shorter clip of this, but it's important to play the entire thing. You can hear Grassley in the background after they all answer. What's the problem with answering who won the election? Because apparently when you're 99 years old or whatever Grassley is, you don't pay attention to, what's been going on with some of the judicial nominees.
Who won the 2020 election?
I'd say that President Biden was certified the winner of the 2020 election.
He won the election. Is that your response?
Senator, I think my response is he was certified as
What's
the
up with
winner
this guy's
of the 2020
face?
election.
So you're unwilling to say he won the election. How about you, Mr. Roberts?
I have the same answer as my colleague, Senator. The
Same answer
Senate-
as the previous one?
the previous nominee. The Senate did. in fact-
Mr. Coons, how about you?
Thank you, Senator. And I have the same answer as Mr.
Same answer. Unwilling to say that Joe Biden won the election, correct?
As Mr. Hendershot said, it has become a matter of political concern, and Joe Biden.
Well, it's a matter
certified
of
the
political
winner.
concern, but it's also an issue of fact. Is it not?
Joe Biden was in fact certified the winner of the 2020 election.
Mr. Mark?
Same answer, Senator.
Who are these cunts?
I am
Judiciary nominees. That's why I was like, you have
Not
to
a
see this.
Not a single one of these should ever be confirmed.
Like sitting like 6 inches away from, what would be wrong with them saying that they won the election?
That's why I was like, I gotta show this to Jack when he gets here.
It's fucking insane.
I think it's actually being picked up on Blumenthal's mind.
Right.
Such shit's a metaphor.
I am amazed and really appalled that nominees for a lifetime appointment to the federal bench are unwilling to respond on an issue of fact. And I'm not going to try to get an answer out of you because clearly you've been rehearsed to provide a stock answer, which I
Thank
think
God they are just calling that shit out.
not only on your honesty, honesty, but really on your fitness to be.
Well, of course they are.
federal
They're
judge,
the
because
Democrats.
You are supposed to be independent and to arrive at the truth based on the evidence before you. And I think it's pretty irrefutable that Joe Biden won the election, but you're unwilling to use that word because
And nothing's
you
gonna
are
happen.
afraid.
Absolutely nothing.
100% true. And you know what I would like to...
Are these for SCOTUS?
How do you know?
No, just judiciary.
The
Okay.
Senate certified
I was gonna
the
say I
election.
didn't think a
How do
SCOTUS
you know that? Were you there?
position was available.
Or did you see a news report
Who's the
about it?
oldest? The black guy?
Did you see a news report about it? Why do you believe that news report and not
Clarence Thomas?
the
Is
news
that his
report
name?
about Joe Biden winning the election? What's the
Not sure.
difference? I mean, question
But
them about every
federal
fact.
judges.
Right.
Did Donald Trump
Important.
was Donald
Pretty
Trump
spooky.
found liable in a court of law in a
Clarence.
civil
Oh my
proceeding
god.
for rape?
The youngest is 55 years old.
Let's see if they answer that question.
The oldest is
Let's
80.
get to where the issue is. What is the dispute?
Clarence Thomas was
about
born
whether
3
Joe
years
Biden
after
won the
World War
election?
II
Walk us through that
ended.
as a question of fact.
And he is sitting
As
on
a
the
question of
Supreme
fact,
Court.
why isn't that a fact?
And they'll probably just repeat the same rote answer that they clearly, the three of them, memorized together. But
Everyone
this
over the
is
age of 60 should
actually
be
flying
banned
in
from the
face
Supreme
of what
Court.
these hearings are supposed to extract, which is the notion that there's a semblance of judicial independence. Like
you should have to retire at retirement age
yes.
from every single job that you have. You should not be able to retire and go into
Like,
politics.
it just shows how silly these hearings have become, and how the Democrats.
Yeah, and if you
kind of
come out of
ceding
retirement,
territory on this
some
for
John
this
Wick shit.
long of a
Are
period
you
of
back?
time, and not seeing this as an
I guess I'm
instrument of
back.
power that the Republicans were going to tilt in their favor regardless of the norms, shows how silly this is, because this is
Yeah,
what
I'm
these
thinking
hearings
I'm back.
Historically, were designed to uncover. Are you an independent? Are you going to make these?
Occurred to them to ask before, but it's good that they're asking.
Yes,
now.
youngest is 55, which
Literally,
is
now, even if you
Ketanji
were to-
Brown
Even
Jackson.
if you were to take Trump out of it, and they were to have had that rote answer over and over again, copy pasted from each other, that doesn't demonstrate independence. They're not acting like judges that are looking at the facts and making an
Yeah,
assessment.
see, this
They
is
are
this is
doing
why it
PR
shouldn't be
talking
a
points, which is
lifelong
the
fucking
exact opposite
position.
of what the
I understand why it
judiciary
is.
supposed to be, but
I understand
like, there
having
was
a
that piece
consistency
that,
across the
we read
court, but also
some
it
months
gives
ago
you
with the
eras of
Assad
courts.
just about
And if you
times
have
that,
an era of
anti-democracy
courts
in
like
this
we have
country,
now,
the judiciary asserts itself over the legislative
not gonna go
branch
well.
and how they have more power, and we're seeing it right now.
Like, the
We
judiciary
had Dred
is
Scott.
compromised.
It was why FDR had to threaten the Supreme
Entirely
Court and threaten
compromised.
to pack it, and we're seeing it here, where the courts are out of control in dictating policy.
See?
and
She says
we
it too.
have a Congress that
I'm
is
not just
rendered
talking shit.
completely impotent.
I know what I'm talking about.
Should lay,
It might not seem like it every
Democrats
time.
need to do when they
I
get
kind
into
of know
power.
what I'm talking
Here's
about.
Chris Coons, not my favorite Democrat.
Oh God.
But
What did you
on the
call him?
Judiciary Committee, asking again, like, to test, how deep into the cult of Donald Trump are you? Is the subtext of this question.
Mr. Mark, is President Trump eligible to run for president again in 2028?
Senator, without considering all the facts and looking at everything, depending on
Brother
what
in
the
Christ.
situation is, this to me strikes as more of a hypothetical.
Pause it for a second.
Ban every single one of these cunts from practicing law.
Let's consider the facts for
I know, right?
I'm not
Ban
an attorney.
every single fucking one. Revoke their license. Remove them from the bar. Take their fucking licenses away.
Who are.
Yes.
Maybe we can take the fact. Brian, you're not an attorney at all.
Hired
right?
a few in my life.
Yes,
I've also been assigned some.
Yeah.
I've also been assigned some. It's such a good joke.
Despite your complete.
I do have a master's degree in media studies. So.
There we go.
Ooh, I don't know.
Let's. What would be the relevant facts here in this scenario? There's a constitution.
Mm-hmm.
There's a constitutional amendment.
Like they are openly and blatantly disregarding the Constitution at this point, and people are still crying about the Constitution. It means nothing. Your piece of paper is worth dirt.
We're still in the factual territory.
Fucking burn it now. It's useless.
Has served 1.5
But this is the thing
terms.
about authority. It only matters when you respect it.
He finishes his term.
But the problem is,
And then
if you
runs
stop
again. Now,
respecting
50
this
gets-
kind of
deadlines are
authority,
reached. If
they
gets
kill you.
reached, there are other statutes that say that he can't run.
So the only option is
But I will
fighting.
accept
This is
as
the
an
problem.
answer,
Violence begets violence, and
contingent upon whether
fascism
he gets
is a
impeached.
violent
Is that
ideology.
what the Constitution says, though? Because it says you can only be elected to 2 terms, I would imagine.
That's a good question.
Yes.
There you go.
Right?
That's why you should have gone to law school.
Well, I'm
Maybe that's
doing this instead.
Maybe that's what's all so complicated for this judicial nominee lifetime appointment to answer. Let's give him.
Senator, without considering all the facts and looking at everything, depending on what the situation is, this to me strikes as more of a hypothetical of something that could
It's
be.
not a hypothetical. Has President Trump been elected president twice?
President Trump has been certified the President of the United States 2 times.
Is he eligible to run for
Posit, the
third
reason,
term?
just keep it up. The reason why they say certified is because they no longer will talk about who won an election because they cannot admit that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. Otherwise, Trump will pull their nomination.
Right. So they're trying to create consistency across answers.
Yes.
I would have to review the
All I need to
actual
tell you
wording of
is
it.
the language of the constitutional amendment that makes it clear that no, he is not eligible to run for a third term. Anybody else brave enough to say that the Constitution of the United States prevents President Trump from seeking a third term? Anybody
You know what would be
willing to apply the
funny?
Constitution by its plain
You know what would be
language,
really
the
funny?
22nd Amendment?
If they turned it around on them and they asked them whether Donald Trump won the 2020 election, and then asked them, does that make Trump's term right now a third
and
term?
No person who has held the office of president or
And see
acted
what
as
they
president
say.
for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be
And
elected
then
to the office
if they
of
say
president
yes,
more than
immediately lodge.
It's like it's a full game. If you
What's the process called?
Right.
Impeachment.
I wonder what you say if they'd ask like does-
Ineligible presidency. JD Vance is now the president.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like, this is.
Would that
this
be
is a
better
good
or
first
worse?
step for these Democrats on the Judicial Committee, but I think we can tease this out a little bit more. You can say, did Donald Trump win the presidency in 2024? He was certified. So there is a chance he lost the election. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
See? Even they
Just go
agree with
full
my
blown on.
opinions.
Has anyone ever won an election in this country?
Yeah.
Anybody? It's shocking. Dave from Jamaica. I am friends with Reagan, so I am a lawyer by proxy. Chris Lam. Mr. Cedar, which team won the NBA game on Saturday? You know, listen, I don't. Here's the thing. Here's
The 76ers were certified.
As
76ers
second round
were awarded,
appointees.
moved forward. But honestly, like, here's the thing. I want to have more time to read. And
Yeah.
the
Sports
idea
are unhealthy and
of like,
Sports is junk food for
so
the brain.
I didn't like. I haven't caught up on the articles written about what happened on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm interested in the actual arts. You know, you jocks can watch sports and stuff like that, but I want to go and be cultured.
I don't want to watch people live life. I want to live life myself.
Exactly.
Wow.
Thank you.
Right.
I would much rather get out there and shoot some hoops than
Yeah, you
watch it on TV.
You want to park yourself in front of a TV screen? Yeah. I'm going to educate myself and be out in the world.
Here's the thing. When you get older, you start to appreciate that this isn't going to last forever. And I'm not going to sit idly by in front of some type of boob tube.
I just want to watch the Celtics win it for an 18th time. I've already seen it 17 times.
Exactly. What do I got to do? I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
You know, that's the thing, is you kind of put yourself in a bad situation when you shit talk like that for so long, and you jinx yourself, and that's why
I don't really
some
remember
people
what you're
don't
talking
engage in that, and the slow and steady person wins the race.
Oh, so you're claiming that you're going to win the race?
I just realized that I said the W word, and I'm such a fucking idiot.
It's guaranteed a Cleveland Cavaliers championship.
I just said it on game day too, which is the no-no. You're not. I mean, and by you, I mean this is my.
This is your own voodoo manual reading.
Yep. I'm revealing too much.
You're not supposed to do it, says the voice in my head.
Stupid bitch.
You know what she's doing? You like see that? Do you have any where they have like rituals where they think they're gonna do magic to make their team win?
I just
Take up game 2 though.
I mean, it's esoteric.
Everyone
It's
shut
like
up.
she's saying you can't say win on game
Folks,
day
don't
because
forget to
then
hit the
they'll lose.
subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
A week on from the federal budget, and the government cannot escape the anger.
Talk about the audio balance now.
Over changes
Awful.
to taxes. They're now venting their frustrations in a wave of AI-generated memes.
Hello, I'm Linton Besser. Welcome to Media Watch.
Can you turn it up on the actual browser?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of hitting trains for an objective.
Of course, barely a ripple.
Just give me a second.
Whatsoever, the electorate.
Two major polls out today show there's budget backlash. More than half of you'd expect to be personally worse off because of this year's budget.
Labor MPs not panicking at all. Greeted at the stoop day after day by front pages declaring the reforms an act of electoral rage baiting and a tax ambush that ensnares families in a death tax dilemma. The meme lords of the internet also having a say.
An AI online onslaught depicting Anthony Albanese as an effective partner in small businesses, claiming he'll grab 47% of the capital gains when they sell.
Where did the 47% come from?
6 days earlier, entrepreneurs Frank Grief and Julian Fayad, a former candidate for Clive Palmer's party, turning AI albos into unwanted business partners.
After 5.5 years as a solo founder, blood, sweat and tears, I now have a new co-founder.
Share your favourite picks with your new co-founder, who's gotten 47% equity of your business.
The meme then hot forged and churned through the presses. But is that 47% claim accurate? Yes, but only if you're being taxed at the highest rate when you sell your business, which Grief happily conceded.
Most businesses won't face a 47%
Beautiful comp
tax.
I have right now.
Unfortunately, you know, the more nuance you have, the quicker someone will scroll past and not really care about what you're saying.
That dreaded nuance. So, how bad is the budget? It's so bad, people are fleeing the country.
2 days after the budget dropped, tech startup founder Jana Lanwin was at her local post office applying for an Irish passport. The capital gains tax changes were the final straw.
Tech entrepreneurs Jana and Trent Lanwin told the AFR last week that thanks to the budget, their European backup plan
has become an immediate exit strategy. She says the family will move to an EU country with more favourable conditions.
Except Jana Lanwin, after a call from us to check the Finn story, posted a little clarification on her LinkedIn page.
So I think
the couple
that
weren't fleeing,
it
just
wasn't a fluke. I should have
disembarking
been
in an
Carrie
orderly
from the
fashion
start.
in the medium term. Elsewhere in the coverage, people weren't fleeing to Ireland, but to China.
Chinese Australian residents in one of the country's most marginal seats are considering returning to their homeland amid the federal government's controversial tax policy changes. Bennelong has been held by Labor since 2022.
Yes, after Jim Chalmers' clanger budget, those in Bennelong now prefer Beijing. Evidence of the stampede, one Samson Lee, who runs a vitamins shop in the suburb of Epping.
China provides a better life than Australia right now, so I was thinking of going back.
Must be nice
Only
to live in a
Epping
real country.
isn't in the seat of Bennelong. It's next door in Berowra. And I called Sampson just to triple check it really was that awful budget that has him planning his return to China.
No, it's not just the budget. That's just a small thing. The bigger part is the infrastructure and our cost of living. That's the main thing.
But he is planning to move back, yes?
It's 80% likely. I have to let my daughter finish school first.
And how old is Sampson's daughter?
She's 9 years old.
Incredible.
So, no moving to China until she finishes year 12?
Yes, or until she finishes university.
For the benefit of the Telegraph, 2037. Assuming she doesn't do a master's. Though the Telegraph did have another important voice in its Bennelong bombshell.
Thanks,
Bennelong
Murdoch.
business leader, Philip
You're really
Wang,
giving
said
us the
government's
information
tax
we want.
changes would continue to drive capital and innovation out.
Remember
of the
how I
country.
said in my tweet, I said that it would be targeting people like Murdoch?
The Telegraph
I can't imagine why
I got a
Murdoch
phone
has
call from
done
a
this.
friend in the Liberal Party. They asked around to see who's willing to take that call.
Yes, the Bennelong business leader is a paid-up member of the Liberal Party.
Oh my god, no way.
Business owners for belly aching about Labor's reforms, and who could blame the press for gorging on their outrage. But perhaps we might advise a little portion control, not least to prevent the later heartburn. And now to the gifted surgeon effectively prohibited from operating in Australia.
Do you know about this?
I am not allowed to recommend an operation while I'm in Australia seeing an Australian patient, even if I think that that's going to save their life.
Enjoying some reputation rehab in 2026 is Charlie Teo, the Australian neurosurgeon propelled to celebrity thanks to his skill, his top-shelf contacts in the media, and his impatience with the caution of his colleagues.
A good surgeon not only has manual dexterity, good intellect, he also has courage. Grow some balls.
Teo, who without question has performed some remarkable operations, has also had his operating licence restricted for the past 5 years by a medical establishment he claims is motivated by professional jealousy.
That's got nothing to do with patient care. It's got everything to do with being jealous of someone or wanting to take someone down because they're just, they're bucking the system.
And no one, with the exception perhaps of Teo himself,
Why
has
does
ever
everybody
championed his cause,
who
the
does some
News Corp,
fucked up shit
which just
be
this
like,
year has published 6
they're just jealous.
news.com.au articles, all of which have the flavour of barracking for the surgeon to be allowed to operate in Australia. So why is it that Charlie Teo is stuck practising neurosurgery overseas? Wind the clock back to 2021, when serious complaints prompted the regulator to place the first restrictions on Teo's licence, before the following year, 60 Minutes came out with this.
Dr. Teo's futile and costly operation catastrophically damaged the once happy, playful boy.
He spoiled our last 13 months. After the operation, he was in a bed. He cannot play. He can just blink his eyes and say yes or no to us.
In 2023, a Professional Standards Committee inquiry heard evidence Teo had pressured patients into high-risk surgery.
Dr. Teo said words to the effect,
I'm not going to bullshit anything. If you don't have this operation by Tuesday, you'll be fucking dead by Friday.
One, having viewed videos of him on YouTube and believing Teo a
Yeah,
god,
you see they banned
suffered
Morgue High for
catastrophic
one of the
outcome
dumbest
under his
things.
knife, never regaining consciousness following a
I
procedure
did hear,
few
but
would
what'd
have
she do?
performed, and which one surgeon said was
She just
irresponsible.
green screened her
In a
feet and
second
played
case,
Dark
a
Souls
mother of
on
3 with terminal cancer.
Isn't that the chick
undertook
that who
her
used their
risk
ass as
surgery
a green
the day
screen?
after
Yeah,
her initial
she's like
consultation
an innovator
under pressure.
on
Yeah,
Twitch.
yeah,
Teo
like we
was due to
have
travel to
mentioned her a
India.
couple times. And
But,
being
like,
this is
Witness
she
great.
had like
later
a
pointing
full
out that it
guy
was
in a
wrong
gimp
to ask
suit
patients to make life-threatening
doing like
decisions
a
without
submission
a cooling-off period.
denial thing while she
The
was
patient
gaming on
never
Twitch.
regained
But that,
consciousness
but the
and
feet
died
is a
7.5
no-go.
months
What
later.
the fuck?
Teo
They literally
admitting
had
he'd botched
the
the
pool
surgery.
streams
I went too
forever.
far, and I've damaged this lady.
Like, what
I'm
the
not
fuck is
disputing
Twitch?
that.
What the fuck is
The
wrong with
inquiry
Twitch?
finding he
Well, they
should
tried
never have
to
conducted
cut
the
down on
surgery
that.
in the first place.
You know?
In July 2023, it found the
Just make the
neurosurgeon
fucking
guilty
platform
of unsatisfactory
18 plus.
professional conduct.
Why are
No.
kids on Twitch?
Against him. He lacked
No, 'cause
insight,
then the
empathy,
military
and
can't
judgment,
advertise
and
to
failed
kids.
to properly
Fair
explain the
point.
risks of the operations.
As a result, Teo can no longer perform certain specific brain operations in Australia without the sign-off of a second experienced neurosurgeon. He also has to
What
obtain
mission?
hard proof of patient
I
consent,
don't know.
which
Pick whatever.
still is proving all too much for the star surgeon, as news.com.au revealed.
I can tell you now my record keeping was abysmal. It's improved, but it's still not good.
Also
I've
Murdoch,
tried
by the way.
to maintain videos of consent processes and interviews with patients, but
And which he now claims may see him struck off altogether.
sadly, I think this might be the final nail in the coffin.
This year's flurry of news.com.au articles, which only sometimes explained why Teo's licence is restricted, were written by Chief Reporter Sidonie Marden, who also voiced this video.
Dr. Teo says that stripping him of his licence will have dire implications for Australia's healthcare system.
Sidonie Marden was herself one of Charlie Teo's patients, an important fact sometimes disclosed by her publisher, but sometimes not, and who, since investigations into the surgeon began, has written some 30 articles about Teo, including this enormous 2024 special in the Sunday Telegraph, which are overwhelmingly supportive of the doctor. On Saturday, and prompted by our questions, Sidonie Marden published an impassioned defence of her reporting on Charlie Teo, expressing once more her gratitude to the surgeon.
I am grateful that I'm still here to tell my story, but more importantly relay without favour the stories of others. That's something I will continue to do until they don't need me to.
Also boosting Teo's campaign to have his full operating privileges restored, a Channel 9 anchor with a Plan B podcast.
I don't know that if the punishment fits the crime, though.
I don't mind people calling me a show-off and an arse-on and all that kind of stuff, but let me operate.
Like
This
News
guy's
Corp's
trying
write Carl
so
Stefanovic
hard
also has a
to
conflict
be
of interest.
Tucker
He's an
Carlson.
official ambassador for the Charlie Teo Foundation and
I've been
Australian
friends
media
with
is
you for
just
years.
awesome.
which played no part, I am sure, in why he treated the reasons for the surgeon's unsatisfactory conduct findings like this.
How did you get through?
What? The
dramas. I'm not diving too much into that. It is what it is. It's there for people to, to have a look at.
Such treatment difficult to swallow for some, including the widower of one woman featured in the inquiry.
They're not reporting the bad cases. I think they are falsely representing the risk, putting out information which is going to affect people's decision. It's worrying and may encourage some very vulnerable and desperate people to make an uninformed decision.
The head of news.com.au told us his chief reporter has acknowledged on dozens of occasions that she was once Teo's patient and has repeatedly reported the adverse findings made against the surgeon. He also said,
We unreservedly stand by Sidonie Marden's reporting on Charlie Teo. She has always covered this case with integrity, based solely on its newsworthiness and public interest, and will continue to do so.
And as for Carl?
Charlie Teo is a great fucking Australian. Leave him the fuck alone.
Carl, it's not Teo we're worried about. They only apply to news.com.au and not to Stefanovic's podcast, but the Australian Press Council standards are a useful guide. They state conflicts of interest should be avoided or adequately disclosed and critically should not influence publications. And yet here it seems obvious to us these principles have at different times
Australian
been
media is so
compromised
cool.
by a grateful former patient
What a great
and an openly
media
declared
ecosphere we have.
friend. Of course, Charlie Teo is entitled to fight his corner, his patients too, but that is not the media's job. Not least because among their audience, there'll be a small number who, confronting a terribly difficult medical decision, deserve
It's
only
funny
the
'cause,
most
like,
impartial of information. And now,
these
to the
missions are so
ABC's
early that
mini news for kids.
technically
with the scoop on their most favourite
the
topics,
guns that we
school.
can get from them
More
are still
people
dropping
than
on
ever are
hard.
going
So
to
like,
private schools,
I had
and
multiple
Australian
perfect
parents
things.
are paying more than anyone in the world for their kids to get an education. So why? And where is this leaving our public schools?
This segment last Tuesday from the ABC's youth-focused Behind the News online spin-off called BTN High included a warning that...
We now have one of the most segregated education
What do you mean?
systems.
If you have perfect weapons, they won't drop, right?
I think they still do.
Oh, yeah, like they drop, but you're not going to get any upgrades. Like, it's useless.
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
it. Just give me a minute.
Just start, because this mission is an intro.
In the developed world, and that segregation is based
We're
along
probably still in
social class.
StarCraft.
Jane
So you can
Caro,
look up
a
all
long-standing advocate for public schools and director of the Public Education Foundation, was the only person formally interviewed in the 8-minute item, which had the private schools lobby choking on its Weet-Bix and firing off a letter to Auntie detailing
serious concerns about the story, the framing. It is not impartial journalism.
the letter, which quickly made its way to that great friend of the ABC, The Australian, had the broadcaster taking the extraordinary step of yanking the program. In fact, the Independent Schools Association had relayed these concerns before the segment aired, offering an interview never taken up by the program. The segment dominated instead by Caro's criticisms like this.
Now, private school fees are in the top 5 causes of bankruptcy
Our
in
media
Australia.
Not quite
is literally
right.
for sale.
That graphic doesn't show the causes of bankruptcy, but the
There is
organisations which
zero
instigate bankruptcy
journalism in this
proceedings.
country.
BTN High
And that's
has a
why
higher
Friendly
obligation
Geordies
to ensure
looked like a
contested
journalist when he did
political
his
arguments are not
self-interested
presented to
thing.
young people as settled fact.
Wasn't
Late on Friday,
great or good.
the ABC published
Wasn't
this correction
because he wanted to do it.
confirming the item
He
would
got
not
slighted.
reappear.
And he
The
wasn't happy
story
about it.
lacked contextual information and
Same
inaccurately
thing.
stated that private school fees are in the top 5 causes of bankruptcy in Australia.
A show for schools, about schools, getting schooled by a schools lobby in an ironic and rather terrible error of judgment from a program meant to teach media literacy, instead serving up Exhibit A in what not to do. And that's all from us tonight. Be sure to check us out on ABC iView, as well as YouTube and Facebook. You can find full statements on our website.
Must be nice to live in a
Don't
real
forget
country.
to send us your tips. See you next week.
This is a video about Avi Yemeni and Monica Smith making fake political parties to publicly exploit Victoria's
collapse. 30%.
Put that video back on. I got disconnected? You got disconnected. That's why the video stopped. Guys, exciting news. We have blue in Australia finally. Finally. Unfortunately, it's Mountain Dew. But time to poison my insides.
Escape isn't an option. Hide! Outpost base 26 destroyed by saucer. I repeat, outpost base 26 destroyed by saucer. It's hopeless. Abandon the base.
I'm dying.
The enemies are almost at the gate now. for this if this works out?
If we can shoot down it.
I disconnected, by the way. You alive?
Oh, you know what it is? Fucking shit in the background. Blizzard is back here continually trying to connect to itself.
That'd be what it is. Fucking
The-
Blizzard.
The video was over. I kept dropping out. I couldn't even connect. Now it's just a
Which
monkey
video?
masturbating on screen. The video we were
Oh
watching.
no, this is the video. This is the start of the video.
You wanna watch
He
this
has a
video about the
reason.
monkey?
Yes. He has a reason for putting these videos. I did pre-watch this one. Because I do watch this guy's stuff. But what are they called? Mandrills?
Yeah.
Hey. Go
I'll
back to
come
that
back to
fucking
it.
video. It's about
No, I'll come back to it. I'm leaving
it's
the
about
stuff
vote
spaced out.
harvesting and loopholes in the Victorian democratic system that allows people to essentially register fake parties with no intention of actually winning office, just to have a party name that appeals to something, so that people going to vote because it's mandatory just tick that because it's something, and then giving those votes to One Nation. And this has been something that people have spoken about for years, being a broken fucking part of the system, and continually, it continues to stay in the system, continuing to break the fucking democratic system and rob people of their vote and their right to vote who the fuck they want, because they refuse to close it. That's what that video is about. And talking about that fucking...
We're gonna watch it, bro.
You mini guy.
Stop
There's a lot of
spoiling.
information. I'm just giving you context
I
to the
don't
video.
need context. Don't give me spoilers.
There's a lot of stuff in there that I didn't actually know about, which is interesting.
So, I have this interesting thing, because I was like, oh, it's just gonna, it's mainly gonna be ants. So I grabbed this thing. It's a armored vehicle I have, but it has a fucking rapid fire light gun. So I basically have just like a...
You're gonna have to remake the room entirely.
That's fine. So it's like it's basically a like a cannon on the top of it.
Okay.
Like instead of the howitzer or the smooth bore.
Interesting.
It's just a chunky douche gun. So I was like, it's probably gonna be strong enough for the ants. By myself, they pretty quickly overran me because it's not powerful enough to move the corpses.
That'll do it. Those fucking corpses.
So I couldn't shoot through them. Other than that, it was doing great. Okay.
I have a shtick. I wonder if this is the universal screw. Because if it is, I have this. Guess what I can do?
Alright, I brought a life vendor.
Fuck yeah. Who needs a fucking microphone? What's up?
A lot of people use those as mics.
That's great.
Actually,
but this is the Insta360 stick.
Actually, if I plugged in my mic through my Zoom recorder, it would probably be better.
Maybe.
Like, I could always take this mic. Because I don't know if the Zoom will plug into a computer while it's taking audio, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because this one only has
if I use a
inputs.
mixer, it will. But then why are you using the Zoom in the first place?
Yeah.
But
this is a great
they're
little
great.
jigger.
They're great.
I
And
love
like, which one do you have? The 4N?
H5?
So, I thought okay, they might just call it the H5 because it's a sequel to the H4. How many channels?
Just 2.
No. Look at the front. I think it has 4.
Where?
1, 2, 3, 4. No, right, left, and 1 and 2.
Yeah, so just 2.
So they called it the 5 because it's supposed to be the sequel to the 4N.
Okay.
But like before the 4N is like you can do like 4 channels with it, I believe.
Oh,
That's why it
I was
called
thinking
that.
about getting the one with 4, but
Or
I
maybe
ended up
not.
getting
Maybe
this
I'm just
one.
crazy.
Maybe. I love this thing though. But yeah, I was just I saw the Insta360 stick and I'm like, I wonder if this will work. And it does. It's the universal screw. So if I wanted to go do street interviews now, I'll have to rebuy the sock because I don't know where it is. Or just put a literal sock over it. Yeah, I'm sure other things
Yeah, that's
work.
what this is on my microphone.
An actual sock?
No. It's from the H4N.
Oh, it's the Zoom one? That's great.
Alright, join this mission, cunt. You can talk while it loads.
But if I want to go and do interviews, I can just use the little stick here. And honestly, I think that might be better. There you go.
Okay, so like,
and then just interview them like this.
are you? I want you to be able, when that first ship opens, I want you to be able to take it down on that opening.
The first
and
one.
I'll basically take care of the black ants while you focus
Gotcha.
down the ship, and then we'll line up on the next one. We'll line up on the next one way out in the field, so we'll also be fighting a solo ship.
No worries.
So like it will drop off way off to the right in the field.
Sure, just ping it. Like a homing missile.
No, you'll see. It's way off there. It'll drop them on the other side of the map.
I haven't used this for a minute though. Haven't had a reason to.
This dude says
I did
top-
get a request to be
top
followed
floor of
by.
room.
I got a follow request on Instagram by a pretty prominent indigenous activist. I have no idea why.
Of what's going on with shipping. What does it take to become a shipbuilding country? I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano, and welcome to today's episode.
What did you call me?
Every year, I do a video based on this, the BRS Group's annual report on shipping and shipbuilding markets. We discuss where shipping is in the world and largely how big China is getting with their control of the market. It's getting big. According to the latest BRS report, China now controls over 70% of the global order book. 70%. I mean, it is massive. But what's interesting is in this year's report, there is a introduction that talks about what does it take to become a shipbuilding country. And I thought I'd break this down because the essay is excellent, but more importantly, there is a lot of great charts and data and information, which I just love. I mean, give me good data and information, and I am a happy person. And hopefully you will be too. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. I want to read for you this one paragraph because I think it summarizes literally the entire essay in many ways. Shipping is a fascinating world. It is widely misunderstood and sometimes vilified, whether through its association with acts of piracy and oil spills, or more recently with pollution and CO2 emissions. The industry is a corollary of its own success in connecting nations and transporting about 90% of internationally traded goods, and the above-mentioned criticism is somewhat unfair, as it is by far the mode of transportation that consumes the least fuel and is the least polluting per ton mile. I think this gets forgot all the time. I mean, where would we be without the over 12 billion tons of cargo moved globally more cleanly, more efficiently than by any other mode in the world? And obviously, the U.S. and shipbuilding is a very interesting topic. Today, the largest shipbuilders in the world are China, Japan, and Korea. But the United States, at different times, really excelled at shipbuilding, particularly in the world wars, World War I, World War II. But it's at the end of World War II where U.S. shipbuilding fell off. This essay breaks this down into several key components. There's a historical element first, and then it breaks down what a nation would need to become a shipbuilding powerhouse. Let's go ahead and start with the history element. The other day I did a video on Maritime Day in the United States, and in it I had several books that I recommended that talked about shipbuilding. Well, we're talking about post-World War II shipbuilding in this essay, but if you want to understand World War II shipbuilding, there's a new book out, Doug Most's book, Launching Liberty. Really recommend it. It's a great read, gives you a good background on not just the shipbuilding program, but also on the personalities involved in it, both big names like Henry J. Kaiser, but also people down in the shipyard. During World War II, there were 18 U.S. shipyards that built 2,710 Liberty ships. That is 1.5 ships per day from 1941 to 1945. The U.S. shipbuilding effort was massive, and not just building commercial ships, but building naval vessels. And at the end of World War II, the U.S. basically overbuilt. The U.S. had so many commercial vessels that it did not need to build any new commercial vessels for 20 years. However, the rest of the world was not in that situation. Now, this picks up in 1953, where Europe controls about 80% of the global shipping market. Japan is just over 10%, and the U.S. is sitting roughly right around 6%. You may be asking yourself, why is the United States at 6% in 1953? Well, the U.S. had just completed a massive shipbuilding program, 5,777 ships from 1937 to 1945. That was all part of the Maritime Commission shipbuilding program. Add to it, the U.S. Navy had built a Navy second to none, and the U.S. didn't need to build anything. So the U.S. was running on a fleet of vessels.
See how he's over there dying right now?
C-class freighters, T2, T3 tankers, you name it. It had a merchant marine sufficient for itself. But more importantly, the U.S. was involved in the Cold War. And in that confrontation against the Soviet Union, one of the things that the United States did was try to rebuild its allies, in particularly Europe. Through the Ship Sales Act of 1946, 1,113 ships that the U.S. found to be in excess was sold to repopulate Allied merchant marines, and then through the Marshall Plan, shipyards were rebuilt overseas. So much so that Europe is able to get 80% of the shipbuilding share by 1953. Fast forward to 1969, what you see is Europe falls from its peak at over 80% there in the mid-1950s, down to 42%, with Japan emerging as the new rival, hitting 38%. Now, during the 1970 to 1990 period, what you witnessed was the consolidation of the Japanese shipbuilding industry and its under-pressure European counterpart. While shipbuilding in South Korea was about to kick off, during this time period, the U.S. was a very marginal player. In this respect, it is fair to say that China had no responsibility for the decline of the U.S. shipbuilding industry. And I would argue that the U.S. was really not looking at really being a major commercial shipbuilder. It was very much focused on naval shipbuilding. Plus, Europe, Japan,
I
and even
could
the emergence of
get
South Korea
your
were
fucking
staunch
name
allies
smaller
of
on
the
my
United States,
so I could
and
see where I'm
therefore the
shooting.
U.S. did not see that as a challenge. Now, it's in the period from 1990 to 2010 that China began to emerge as the dominant shipbuilding country. Its market share in terms of ship delivered rose from about 5% to 48%. This was to the detriment of not only Europe, the market share slumped from 38 to 8%, but also Japan, whose market share fell from 40% to 19%. Meanwhile, Korea's market share did inch up from 12 to 19%. The U.S. was no longer on the map. It's important to note that during this period, and particularly the boom years of the early 2000s, many new shipyards were established, although these were mainly in China. You did see some appear in Korea and Turkey, and meanwhile, countries that had previously been absent from the international shipbuilding scene, such as India, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, opened new shipyards to cope with the demand for the lower prices. These attempts were unfortunately largely unsuccessful, and most of the new yards disappeared in the aftermath of the Great Recession.
This is the thing.
Consequently, global shipbuilding capacity was almost halved between 20...
So, like, honestly, like, high-level fencer play, sure, it was, like, broken and needed to be nerfed. I think in 4.1... it was broken as fuck, but it might have been... Was 5 the one? No, 4.1. You could sprint with the fencer. It was by far the fastest class.
That is broken.
Because you could like dash cancel with the butthole spear.
Yeah.
So they like built that mechanic into the fencer and balanced it, you know? That's why he has the dash gear now.
Okay.
And so you could, and so like, it would, so 4.1 you were kind of limited in your builds, right? So you would either have a dashing fencer or like an artillery fencer.
Okay.
So if you look at how the fencer's designed in this game, it's actually doing that. Like, depending on what gear you have, you'll either be slow but heavier artillery or be able to dash around the map and move.
Okay.
So like, the air raider certainly needed to be nerfed, but the thing is, the nerf came with this update where the textures on the destruction is like largely better, and it causes you to get stuck on random bullshit constantly in a way that wasn't in the last ones. Certainly not in 4.1. And like,
I feel like it was in 5.
it's especially bad in the Dark Timeline. There's so much rubble to get stuck on. And while the air raider needed to be nerfed after the fencer was addressed, that type of random bullshit in combination with the air raider nerf sucks. Alright, I'll go up by...
Not to worry. Mother?
What is grenade uners? What is the grenaders?
Grenadier.
Yeah, but are those the... Because it says grenade demolition unit. What unit is the... Is that the frogs? And because the frogs were called colonists, but I'm not sure if they changed that.
Can't remember.
Watch its glorp. Well, if we start and I feel like I don't have stuff, it doesn't
Sure.
take long to just cancel and go back to the menu. But, you know, my opinion is, can never go wrong with them Phobos. She's a fiery gal. 1 second. I have to read.
Finria.
2010 and 2020. That brings us to the last chart here. Since 2010, China has consolidated its place as the world's dominant shipbuilder. And by the end of 2025, it held a 60% share of annual deliveries, compared to 17% for Japan, 14% for Korea, 5% for Europe, and 5% for the rest of the world. Now, one of the things that's really important to note on those percentages, because it's not conveyed in those charts, is the growth of the size of the global fleet. The world fleet increased tremendously, and one of the things that China has capitalized on is the expansion of that global fleet. The percentage that they have grabbed, and more of it from year to year. If you look at the number of ships being built in Japan and South Korea today compared to just a few years ago, their market share is markedly lower. However, the number of ships and size of ships is about the same. The United States has been a really interesting player in this. Back in the 1980s, the U.S. made a conscious decision to offshore its commercial shipbuilding. It ended what were known as operational and construction differentials. This was basically a subsidy.
I went to the wiki, looked at enemies, and clicked G, and nothing was there.
Be involved in
the suicide bombers
overseas, which wasn't a problem because you were building them in Europe, Korea, and Japan. But all of a sudden, with the end of the Cold War and the U.S. involvement in the global war on terror, the focus changed. The U.S. really got its eye off the ball, and I would argue the U.S. eye on the ball on shipping has always been a problem. It never maintains it. In the mid-1960s, when it should have, it was involved in Vietnam.
My frames.
By the time you get into it in the 1980s, its focus was on the Cold War. By the time it needs to do it in the 1990s and the 2000s, it's on the global war on terror. And what this means is China's been able to grab a larger and larger share. These charts show you China's share of global ship new orders and China's share of global ship in the new order book. And what you see is the Chinese able to do a remarkable job. Now in 2008, they peaked there quite a bit, and then they dropped down, and everyone was assuming that things were shifting out because of the global recession. People had gone to China because of the lower costs. But what you see is China has begun its steady and eventual rise. And as I mentioned to you before, right now the new order book for China has them controlling 70.9% of the global share. That's going to be in our second video that'll be coming out in a few days. Now, the second element they look at here is why does a country wish to have a shipbuilding industry? Now, President Trump has deemed shipbuilding to be an essential industry for the United States. Now, the essay here looks largely at heavy industry and manufacturing elements here. I would argue one of the things that BRS does not look at, and I think it's a key one, is how does commercial shipbuilding fit into the overarching narrative of global sea power? And to me, that is a key component. They don't talk about naval shipping here at all in the BRS report. But I think if the U.S. wants to be a true sea power, then it needs to have both naval and commercial. If you look at China, Japan, and Korea, they kind of embrace that. But if we look solely at industry, for example, one of the things we see is how big workforces play a role here. For example, they have this element to just demonstrate the size of workforces. CSSC, which is the China State Shipbuilding Corporation, employs over 300,000 workers in its workforce. If you go over to Imbari, for example, in Japan, 10,000. Hyundai Heavy Industries, 15,000. Fincantieri over in Italy, 21,000. Chantier de l'Antique, 3,500 in France. And then Damon, 12,500 over.
Every time I shoot, it gets worse.
One of the reasons we see China dominating literally this is because of their wages. A chart in here says that the average wage for employed persons in urban manufacturing in China in 2024 is 10,800 yuan. If you translate that over into U.S. dollars, it's about $15,000. Is what they're making. So it's not a great amount of money for surviving in an industrialized area. But they did include this chart, which shows hourly wages and benefits. Now, it is dated. It only goes back to 1997. But one of the things you note here, for example, in German shipyards, probably the highest paid at over $30. If you look at U.S. yards, you're only under $20 an hour in 1997. And if you've had a job like I have, you know that wages haven't really gone up tremendously over the years. And this is one of the big problems, is it's very hard to entice people into workforce yards to do work when you can find other jobs that pay as much, if not a better work environment. Now, the third question they ask is, why does a country wish to have a shipbuilding industry? Now, for countries like Japan and Korea, this occupies a good chunk of their national income. I mean, it's sizable.
I'll have a
especially
guess.
Korea, where it makes almost 4% of the global domestic product. The United States is much smaller, and this has been a problem. However, since the U.S. is the largest trading nation on the planet, you would think that this should resonate across the
You
board.
triggered
I would
them all.
argue that the U.S. does a terrible job in talking about this. For most Americans, they don't realize where their goods come from. If you're like most Americans, you order your stuff on your phone, it shows up on Amazon that it's at some warehouse close to you, and then it's going to be at your house in 24 hours. What you don't realize is how much that good has been traveling for the past 2 to 6 months, largely over the world's oceans, to get to that warehouse close to you for its final delivery. Point number 4 they make, abundant and cheap labor. Is that sufficient to succeed in shipbuilding? And that's where their point number 5 comes in. It's not just abundant and cheap labor. That's not the only conditions for success. And they list out several here for you. Number 1, investment in the shipbuilding industry to meet tougher quality standards. One of the big problems we've seen before is that China was largely identified, especially in the 1990s, as cheap build. I mean, it was just cheap. It's going to fall apart. Chinese ships are not that way anymore in many ways. And matter of fact, Chinese steel is definitely seen as a much better quality, and their shipbuilding is much better. However, Chinese ships are not meant to last 30, 40 years.
Hi, Nat. Yes, this game is amazing. You should buy it.
I got, like, nothing, right? But one of the drops I did get a level up was an air tortoise for the Ranger, and it's a 10-star. But it's still not perfect. That means that there's, like, an 11-star air tortoise? Anyway, I was going to say also, like, did you get any good drops there?
Not one.
Okay. So, on the lower level missions, if we play the off classes, that will, like, fill out more of our gear for those under classes. So, like, I was going to say that depending on you, if you play either Air Raider or Ranger, like, they can use each other's vehicles.
I don't want to. I am.
Well, I'm saying if you do play Ranger or Air Raider, like if you play Air Raider and I play Ranger, it gives us more of a variety of what vehicles we want to bring, because it just, or if you play Ranger and I play Air Raider, but I would like Ranger drops as well.
I want to buy a Winged Over.
Yeah, I'm saying for early missions. Later missions, you still should have drops.
But hold on, a stupid full screen game. It's EDF 6 specifically. You should buy it.
Should we do Red Menace?
Are they the flying red ships?
Yeah, the one that was like impossible.
Might as well. I'll use my Geist. You should buy it, but you should get other people to buy it too, because it's impossible solo.
Yeah, it's a lot of grinding.
It's yeah, more fun in teams because you can coordinate, and the enemies are ridiculous.
What do you think about fighting Glorp?
I'm fine with that. As long as there's less explosions. Because, good lord, my frames.
I'm gonna bring some.
Natalie, do you, if you're still here, do you want to fucking play, what's the gay game? The D&D one?
Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate. We're trying to put together
we have a thing, but it's just that, like,
one person
Squid
short.
is just like, Squid doesn't respond. I'm trying to coordinate. She just never responds to me. It's like, bro, this is like work. Not fucking play hangout time, you know?
It be what it be. But if you want to and you have the game, because I'm pretty sure you have it, you should play that with us. Also, I still have your Death Stranding. I need to give that back to you.
It's gonna take a big fucking missile as well. What do I have? I have perfect torpedoes, though. Or not the torpedoes, the submarine missiles.
What mission are we doing?
We're fighting Glorp.
Okay. I'm going to take this one because it seems fun. Spark Whip.
Years like ships in the past. They're specifically designed to last 15 to 25 years because China wants to recycle ships and rebuild ships. Second point, a short supply chain characterized by the domestic manufacturing of most of the components necessary for the construction of ships. Japan, China, and Korea have that.
I think that's what we always
They have
called
the
them.
supply chains in place to feed into the shipyards. This is one of the big things holding up ship production.
Oh, maybe I'll remember.
Brother Glorp and Glop
is that a lot of that supply chain is not here in the United States.
I think
overseas.
Specifically, it's because they glorp around. If you listen to them when you start shooting them, they glorp up.
I have this homing gun.
Apparently,
we're
it shoots
ambushing
really
them.
Propellers are made in Germany. You don't have a lot of propeller manufacturers that can build propellers for deep draft vessels in the United States. Skilled personnel, from manpower to management, that is well acquainted with the requirements and challenges of designing and constructing merchant ships. We just don't do that anymore. We're not designing it.
I hit myself with the missile.
Research facility that offers PhD programs in naval architecture.
He's dead.
Other naval architect programs and marine engineering programs. State Maritime Schools, Webb Institute, the U.S. Naval Academy. Cool. We have a lot of them that do it. What we don't have is a lot of commercial shipbuilding going on behind the scenes. Another element here is solid finance system that supports
my
its
fucking
customers.
artillery
Can you
beacon.
finance these vessels? That's a big issue. The U.S. is the fourth largest investor in shipping around the world, yet we just don't invest in American shipping. And that's a big problem. A strong design expertise. Again, this is a huge element that is needed to be developed. We had that with guys like Francis Gibbs during World War II, where we were designing ships like crazy. You saw that during the construction of the Maritime Commission vessels, along with many of the U.S. Navy warships. But we're not seeing that today.
Just fucking...
An ability to accept and cope with large losses. One of the big things in shipbuilding is you've got to be able to
fucking
absorb
poles.
losses.
I hate poles. They're my worst enemy. That's the real enemy of this game. Look at them holding the gun out to the side.
Shirts continually in shipbuilding.
Gross.
Is one of the problems. Is why invest in shipping, which is a long-term investment.
Oh,
You're going to
big
make
miss.
your
Hopefully
money
I
not
get
over
that
a short period of time, but a long period
Nailed
of
him.
time. And typically,
Fuck
it's
off,
a very
Glorp.
short
Eat
period of
shit.
time within that long period when the system all of a sudden goes through the roof. That is always an issue. How do you offset that? And that
he's
requires
so dead.
some sort of government backstop in some way.
I fucking
So point 6, they make an
annihilated
essay,
him.
business models and strategies followed by
I put one of my
successful
lasers right in his
yards.
face.
And they have a great little breakdown here where they look at this and they look at several key ideas. So one of the big things they look at, for example, is number one, mass
There we go.
production. Can you do
Die.
mass production? And this is where China, Japan, and Korea are
Die. I'm dead.
large numbers. Then you have the issue of specialization. Do you want to specialize in certain areas? So, for example, a lot of the European yards today specialize in cruise ship design. That's a big element that we see. There's also the idea of diversification. Do you handle different areas? There may be shipyards that just do repairs, for example, or conversions where others are doing just purely shipbuilding. Then you have the idea of the construction of naval vessels.
Damn, I should have bring my big boom gun.
Dual source? Can they do both commercial and naval? One of the big problems the U.S. has is its shipyards are almost wholly geared to the U.S. Navy. They're not really designed to do a lot of commercial work, which becomes a bit of a problem. 5, you have some state shipbuilders that are state-owned, especially in China.
Oh, he moved.
The idea
What an
of
asshole.
state-owned shipyards is obviously anathema to many commercial. However, that is a big issue, and there's difficulties in maintaining private yards. Does the government step in to do that? We've seen that happen in Germany. We've seen it happen in France. We've seen it happen in Japan, and we've seen it happen in Korea, where the governments do have to step in. Some shipbuilders have expanded into lower cost countries to benefit from cheap labor. So do you go overseas? Do you build yards, for example, in the Philippines, in Vietnam? Do your Korean yard, do you go build in China, for example? If you're Damen, do you go build in other areas, for example,
Look at that
Netherlands or the
napalm
UAE
strike.
or South
Nailed
Africa
him.
or Vietnam? If you're VAR, do you go down to Romania or Brazil? So there's a lot of options out there that many shipyards can do. And then number 8, some shipbuilders have felt the need to expand and consolidate beyond a critical size, while others have been part of a larger industrial group, so you become part of a larger element there. Then you have also the issue of hyper-specialization and the reduction of specification. So we see that happening in Japan, very little supervision and project management. And then finally, you have that strong commitment over several decades.
This gun is cool, but I wish I had another one.
Korea and China have, and that is lacking right now in the United States, which raises question number 7, what about U.S. shipbuilding? So if you are in international shipbuilding, you're more than likely not going to be approaching a U.S. yard for a variety of different reasons.
That guy's name
the process
is top 4 of room.
It's going to be very expensive. Your price is 3 to 5 times higher than what you're finding in the heavily subsidized yards in China, Korea, Japan, or even Europe. So in principle, nothing should stop the U.S. from making a comeback. It has access to capital. It enjoys a solid banking system. However, it would have a hard time finding abundant and cheap labor. There's an issue with skilled and the flexible base of subcontractors.
It myself because of the terrain.
And experienced designers are going to be an issue. Plus, this short supply chain would have to be developed. Finally, the shipbuilding industry remains risky and competitive and sits within a volatile environment where cycles are very pronounced.
This is how I died.
Since World War II, many shipyards
I sent it
failed
to you.
either on their own or because the same fate befell a customer. Therefore, to be a shipbuilder requires acceptance of monetary loss from time to time, and sometimes for many years. This is an industry that has been and still is the subject of large subsidies, and is not clear if U.S. corporations have this ability. So one of my favorite recent books that came out is Thomas Heinrich's Warship Builders. It talks about U.S. naval shipbuilding from 1923 to 1945, and one of the things he discusses in this book is the fact that U.S. shipyards, particularly the Big Five, subsequently the Big Four, because one of them goes out of business, they have to take losses, but the government and the shipyards are working together to try to keep the shipyards going, active. And it's really not until the 1930s, particularly 1933, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt comes in, that he's able to get some money programmed through the New Deal to start building ships again, build up to treaty limit. This is the work of Carl Vinson from Georgia. Vinson, who's the father of the two-ocean navy.
Fuck!
Very important with a
You weren't even
series of
looking.
bills that are passed in the 1930s.
I wasn't, because I
that allows
have
the
a
US Navy
hilarious
to build up
photo.
what you had passed
I
in the Act of
literally
1936.
was about to pick you
All
up
of those
and got
are
sniped.
playing a
Oh,
very
really?
substantial
Yes.
role
You're
here.
up.
One of the interesting things that
I
the
laid down a
article
life
does
thunder
is
behind us
include
for
a
us.
chart that looks at all these kind of elements and criteria and who's in the best place to take advantage of them. So if you look at this chart where 1 is the lowest
leave
and
me
10
alone.
is the highest, China is obviously the best place with almost a perfect score. It prices
They keep
tens in
shooting their
large capital,
stupid
short
lasers at
supply
me.
chain, flexible skilled, less expensive base of subcontractors, a solid banking system, a solid and stable currency, although I do have questions about 5 and 6 there, being 10s. Solid in-house or outsourced design department, ability to accept losses, and pricing with only 8s in quality and cheap and abundant.
You're not going to get
labor.
crates by
Go
being
down
that
this
all the way
list
over
here.
there.
That's
Korea
true.
sits at 90.
I wasn't that far from the
Japan
life
at
end,
80. Europe at 76. Vietnam at 46. India at 56, and the United States at 46.
Plasma
Number
big
10 are obviously that solid and stable currency and large capital. Again, I don't know
You
if
got
that
the expert one?
equates to China in those two areas. But U.S. very low
Amazing.
in several key
Yeah,
areas.
it's because
Cheap and
in like
abundant labor,
4.1
short supply
and 5,
chain,
the plasma
flexible,
big cannon
skilled,
would
and
be
less
used until late
expensive,
game because it was the
basic
only one like that.
subcontractors, solid
So like, why don't we
designs,
fucking give an upgrade
ability
for
to
this?
accept
No,
losses,
this is. I got the
pricing.
M3.
So that brings us to the conclusion of the article. And
It
again, I
does
don't 100% agree
twice
with
the
everything
damage,
in this article,
and it's
I'll
only
make
half
note of it
leveled.
here. So,
But
first
I
of all,
also
it's
have the
fair to
plasma
say that
great
China had
cannon,
no
which is the one I
responsibility
was
for
using the
decline
other
of
game,
US shipbuilding
that has a
industry,
really
and nor did
fast
any other
fucking
country.
missile
Now,
speed.
I don't know about that.
But does
I don't think China
20,000
had anything
damage.
to do with it. China's emergence is much later, obviously.
So
I do think the U.S. made a conscious
yeah,
decision
pretty
here
cool.
to really shift and outsource its shipbuilding overseas. Now, the U.S. has taken note of this. It did not have a problem with it being in the hands of its allies when Japan, Korea,
pretty
and
good
Europe
damn.
controlled it. It really wasn't
Okay,
a
this
major
is
issue.
giant monsters.
Over 100 years ago, the U.S. devised a
Okay.
piece of legislation, the Jones
I
Act,
have
to
giant
protect
gun.
U.S. shipping and shipbuilding, a regulation that requires ships to be U.S. built, U.S. owned, U.S. flagged, and U.S. crewed if they move goods between American ports. It appears the Jones Act has restricted competition in American shipping. It has a quote here from Representative Tom McClintock. The Jones Act is outdated in a global economy and enriches a very special interest at the expense of every consumer in America. Repealing this restrictive and counterproductive law is vital. I've said a lot about the Jones Act, and I will say this. That is misunderstanding the Jones Act. When people say the Jones Act, they do refer to the cabotage
This is like the big
provision
bugs?
of it. But if you go back to the original 1920 Act, again, we picked up those charts in 1953. If you look at what the U.S. was in 1920, the U.S. had the second largest merchant marine in the world. It had the second largest on the precipice of World War II. It fell afterwards. I would argue that the U.S. failed to pass a Merchant Marine Act of 1950. It's not until 1970 they actually passed one, and by then it's actually too late. It goes on, indeed, the U.S. had no major ship owner nor shipbuilder, and the Jones Act has therefore failed to produce from which it devised in 1920. Again, it misunderstands what the Jones Act is. This is a very common issue, I will tell you all the time. I think that people just don't quite understand that the cabotage provision of the Jones Act was not intended to be the end-all, be-all and ensure that there was American shipbuilding. There's not enough trade in the coastwise movement of goods in the U.S. because we have pipelines, highways, railways, and the geography of the U.S. doesn't really make it conducive to do that. We move more goods by truck in the United States, over 12 billion tons, than is moved on the entire world's ocean. That gives you an idea of how much is out there. China is today the dominant force in shipbuilding and is growing its own ship-owning industry. Nothing is impossible for the U.S. with resolve and patience, and I do agree with that. They also look at the National Security Strategy, which came out in December of 2025. This seems to be a real big focus for them. They quote this from page 4, "The world's most robust industrial base, American national power depends on a strong industrial sector, capable of meeting both peacetime and wartime production demands. That requires not only direct defense industrial production capacity, but also defense-related production capacity. Cultivating America's industrial strength must become the highest priority of national economic strength." It goes on page 6, talking about how to achieve its goals. First, the world's single largest and most innovative economy, which both generates wealth, we can invest in strategic interests and provides leverage over countries that want to access our markets. Second, a broad network of alliances with treaty allies and partners in the world's most strategic, important regions. Well, we're really good at doing that right now, I'd argue. I think the United States has not done a great job of that, particularly with the current president and administration. Now that may change, but right now it's not there. They go on with the economic security on page 13, talking about two key points. One, securing access to critical supply chains and materials. The U.S. must never be dependent on any outside power for core components From raw materials to parts to finished products necessary to the nation's defense or economy, we must resecure our own independent, reliable access to the goods we need to defend ourselves and preserve our way of life. This focuses on the second aspect, which is reindustrialization, a focus on the critical and emerging technology sectors that will define the future. And as to labor and capital issues for shipyards, the current U.S. administration is
stupid robot.
on artificial intelligence to raise its future labor productivity, and this will include robotic AI. As mentioned, in the short term, the U.S. will have a hard time finding abundant cheap labor, especially as its immigration rules are tightened. But a decade down the road, robotics AI could be a game changer for U.S. manufacturing. Such a possibility will be worth consideration. But will it succeed? Only the future will tell. One of the interesting things about shipbuilding is it's so broke that you can reset it, and maybe that's where the U.S. finds itself in a good position. I also think the other element that's not really mentioned here, really important to put in, is technology. What is the new technology that the U.S. could introduce into shipbuilding? You know, back in the day, it was prefabrication. In World War I, it was oil-fired plants that gave the U.S. the range to deal with the British, which had coaling bases globally. What's the new technology?
My frames have recovered. It's actually smooth. Oh my god.
We just failed to capitalize on it.
My game is caught up. It actually is running
the
it.
Tanker, the large
Great.
cruise ship. I mean, all of those came from.
Oh my god, it's smooth.
And yet the U.S. really
There's no
failed
stutter.
to invest
Oh
on
my
that
god.
because we were looking at other industries. We
Amazing.
saw shipping as the past, not
Bug
the future,
death in
and therefore
HD.
we put it aside. In many of the same ways, what you need is a kind of an Elon Musk type person to emerge to deal with shipping as Musk has done with space. And very ironically, the person who really changed shipping in the post-World War II era, a guy by the name of Malcolm McLean, his very first ship was named the SS Ideal X, kind of the SpaceX of their day. Will the U.S. succeed? I don't know.
Big
but
spider.
I do think that the U.S. has to seriously reconsider where it finds itself right now when it comes to shipping. One of the reasons that the U.S. naval shipbuilding
It's not dead.
No, I'm still doing damage to it. He's just
It's stunned. They love to get stunned.
Not unheard of right now.
Yeah, jump to
is
me,
the scale
fat bitch.
of Chinese shipbuilding. So in our next episode, we're going to look at global shipbuilding.
Get
laser
laser.
that's going to be front and center. China market share in the order book for commercial shipping has gone from 51% in 2022 to 70.9%. 333 million deadweight tons of cargo, up from 122.4. That's 2.5 times more. It is double the number of ships from 2,107 to 4,055. In the meantime, South Korea has dropped from 27.5 to 16.6. Japan has dropped from 16% to 8.9. Europe has dropped from 1.9 to 0.9. And the rest of the world from 3.6 to 2.6. That's where shipbuilding is going right now. We're going to look at that in our next episode. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you do that? Well, you give it a big thumbs up. You hit the super thanks button down below where you can contribute directly to the page, or you can head over to Patreon and become a monthly, yearly subscriber. Hey, take the time, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell, make sure you're getting the alerts. Also, you go on over to Patreon, you can go over to Spotify, you can go up there and get those videos early without commercials. It's one of the reasons we have them for you. Until our next episode, this is Sal. Sign off.
Oh, got him. Knocked him down with the howitzer.
The submarine?
Knocked him down again.
Sam
Where's
Cedar
the submarine?
And Vigland on the
I'll
Majority
call it in
Report.
right now.
Pleasure to welcome back to the program, Adam.
I want to
Serwer,
see a
author,
breach.
Staff writer at The Atlantic. Adam, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
So, I have been, on one hand, very surprised at how little attention, relatively speaking.
Oh, are they the submarine missiles?
This
isn't the mission with the
The
subsurface.
implications of
No,
it.
I have the
On one
submarine.
hand, surprised.
Okay.
On the other hand, this has been sort of like
Nailed that fucking cunt.
telegraphed by the Supreme
Nailed that
Court
cunt.
for over a decade. Let's go back, though, before we get there.
I don't know if we ever
will
tested,
you walk
but
us through a
admissions
little
where
bit
this
the sort of
Ephraim Epius is
reconstruction
there.
routes of what we're seeing
Like I call
today,
it,
and
Oh, whether it shoots from the
you
sub.
write in your piece about the
No, I don't
15th
think we ever did.
Amendment and how it's being how the interpretation of the 15th Amendment by the Supreme Court today is completely wrong based upon how it was created.
Well, it's really an inversion of what the amendment was supposed to do. You know, at the time, you know, the South is, black people in the South are being terrorized by racist Democrats. Democrats are making some headway arguing against black suffrage in the North. So the idea is to solve the problem by simply enfranchising everybody everywhere.
Oh, I got the fucking weapon crate.
You cannot deny the right to vote on the basis of race. Now, the radicals at the time had critiques of the 15th Amendment because they feared it was not broad enough. And they correctly perceived that there were loopholes in the amendment that reactionaries would use to disenfranchise the very people they were trying to protect. And that's unfortunately what happened. So after Reconstruction, the Supreme Court, which is made up of largely Republican appointees, some Union veterans even, basically says as long as, you know, the disenfranchisement devices are not explicitly racial, they're constitutional. So that's how you end up with these sort of superficially race-neutral laws that the purpose of which are to disenfranchise black people. You know, grandfather clauses, literacy tests, poll taxes, stuff like that. The explicit purpose is to get around the 15th Amendment prohibition so that you can disenfranchise black people. And now it ends up disenfranchising some poor whites as well.
They don't care
but, you know,
about
the purpose
poor
is to
whites.
reestablish white supremacy in a way that will pass legal muster, and the post-Reconstruction court essentially allows this, interpreting the Civil War amendments in as narrow a way as possible.
Disenfranchising
And
poor
this is
whites
because, we
gets the
should
poor
say, the
whites to
15th
cry and
Amendment
elect
says
you harder.
it establishes
That's
the
true.
right to vote can't be denied on account of race, color, or previous conditions of servitude. And then
You know,
grants Congress.
how do you ensure the white man continually votes for his downfall?
Keep convincing him he's a victim.
No, keep him poor and stupid. Tell them that college is a waste of time. Nobody is dominated more than a conservative.
That's true. As ContraPoint said, Daddy Dom politics.
Like, you know how, like, the interview with I Mix What I Like?
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking at your phone?
Yeah, Tex. I'm listening.
I'm choking currently.
Choking?
I swallowed too big a bite, so I had to drink stuff to help. It's, you know, it's when it hurts going down.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They quit. You took too long. Your candy's gone. As long as you open equipment, they won't leave.
Hmm. So our homie's still here.
There's the pulsar spear, the one that's just a laser in one place.
Yes. And then there's the bigger spear, which does double damage half the time.
There is this game. God, I'm trying to think what it was actually called. But it's like an atomic tank game.
Okay.
But like you're a tank. It's a 2D game, so you're a tank on the ground. You go left and right, and then to aim I'm clicking stuff because I can't control my screens. To aim your tank, I was not expecting flying things. To aim your tank, it's just the right stick.
Yeah.
And as long as you're aiming the right stick, the tank shoots. So if you want to stop shooting, you just let go of the right stick.
Interesting.
But they give you one of the upgrades it drops is a mega laser. And whenever I
Okay.
showed people the game, once they got the mega laser, it was fucking always so funny. Because like a voice just goes Mega Laser, and then
Okay, that
you like
that
have
is
it
funny.
for a limited amount of time, and they always are like, "Oh, I got a Mega Laser," and so like, it was 4 players, and the way that they just did it is they did an arcade style version of the campaign where it
Okay.
was just every minute was the next level.
Okay.
And instead of choosing your upgrades, you got random upgrades dropped.
That's a great change for like an arcade type version of a
Yeah.
game. That's great. Like imagine if there was like an arcade Civ and you didn't get to pick the leader, you didn't get to pick the playstyle.
I mean, they have other modes that they tried. Like they have like a
The
pirate
scenarios.
type mode for multiplayer. And then
Because
like,
I only
one that's
tried
supposed
playing
to
the
be, like,
Alexander
Battle
scenario.
Royale.
I did see that there were other game modes.
Yeah, I don't care though.
No. Hey.
Technology that
Fuck
allows you
off.
to navigate time, you say. There has to be a way to fight it. And we should be able to find
That thing
that way
alive?
if we simply bring together all of humanity's intelligence. Please gather as many scientists as you can.
Bye.
Is that all you wanted to tell me? This stuff about space eggs and alien gods? First it's
Eggs?
ancient demons, and now it's time travel? I've had enough.
I've had enough.
Power to enforce through legislation.
Get back to work.
And so,
that is all.
But the explicit idea of the 15th Amendment is to enfranchise
I love when I
black
am
people.
able
In other
to
words,
tag
that it
a flying
was
ship with one of my fucking
racial
attack drones.
in its intent.
It was racial and partisan, and you know there were people who
And
objected.
explain how it was partisan too, because we, I'm not sure like people are fully aware of like sort of the dynamic.
The drones just
Democrats at
follow
that
them
time,
around
of
and
course,
continue
more
to shoot
associated
them.
with the Confederacy.
Yeah.
Republicans.
I can two-shot them with the
more
Thunder crossbow.
associated with the Union, and they were the.
And if
party
the
of
game
Lincoln
stops
at that
lagging,
time, and
I should be...
You knew that
Yeah, look,
Lincoln was a Republican, right?
To clarify, like, there's almost nobody at this time who you would recognize as like, you know, a modern liberal. You'd have to go to someone like Charles Sumner or Thaddeus Stevens
A
to
lot
get
of
someone who like
misses.
even approaches sort of that combination of
Not me.
economic and
Ouchie.
social liberalism.
I don't miss.
But so at the time, you know, the Republican Party is the party of the Union, and they realized that, you know, their political project is not viable without
Great.
black suffrage in the South. And so a lot of guys who are pretty conservative go along with the Civil War amendments, not just abolishing slavery, but the 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment, precisely because they understand that the Republican
Grab
Party,
crates.
if it's going to have voters
Stop
in the
shooting.
South at this
I wanna
point,
shoot.
it's going to be black
Stop
people.
shooting and grab
like,
crates.
maybe some white people, but mostly black people. And they also understand that, you know, up north, it's not the most popular idea. So the easiest way to ensure that, you know, black suffrage is placed beyond sort of political machination is to amend the Constitution in order to make
You
sure
mean
that black
machination?
people can't be denied the vote on the basis of race. And there are some nativist Republicans at this
The
time who are like,
fencer
well,
isn't
you're
gonna
going to
grab
give
crates. He
you know,
clearly doesn't
Chinese
need
people the
them.
right to vote. And you know, the radicals are like, yeah, that's exactly what
He's
we're
gonna
doing. It doesn't
kill the
matter.
last
Everybody, you know,
regardless. Like so.
people like Representative John Bingham are
Look
saying,
at him,
you know,
he's
we are
flying
going
in the
to
air
rid
and
the
like
country
using
of
a
the horrid
missile launcher.
blasphemy that this
He's
is a
literally
white man's
in the
country.
air when I
And of
walked
course, at
around the
time,
corner. He's taller
Democrats,
than the building.
You know, they're
Hilarious.
essentially running on white supremacy explicitly. You know, this is a white man's country, let white men rule. And so, you know, the 15th Amendment is adopted at a time of vicious, you know, racially motivated partisan disenfranchisement. Black people in the South are dealing with terrorism and violence from the Ku Klux
Hello.
Klan.
Why are you
You know,
confused?
they're dealing with the Democratic
What's
Party that
confusing?
is explicitly stating its mission is to
Hey,
reassert
got a
white supremacy.
fencer weapon.
And so if the 15th Amendment didn't
I got an
bar,
air raider.
you know, partisan
Request
motivated
satellite.
racist disenfranchisement, it wouldn't have done
What
anything
satellite?
at all. So it doesn't
No
make
idea.
any
Just says
sense
satellite.
to say, well, you can't disentangle
It should
race
tell
and
you what
party,
satellite.
and therefore, you know, we just sort of have to let these racist restrictions go through.
Infantry,
The Republican
eh?
Party, the cause of the 15th Amendment was a partisan cause. It was an ideological cause. It was a principled cause. You know, there these, you know, some of these guys in the, you know, the radicals like Charles Sumner, Thaddeus Stevens, Frederick Douglass, these people obviously are expressing moral views about race that we would recognize as very enlightened. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they also understood that the Republican Party was the only vehicle for doing this because the Democratic Party at the time was an explicitly white supremacist organization. And, you know, the idea is just to say, you know, whether you're in the Republican Party, whether you're the Republican Party in the 21st century or
Was
the
there
Democratic
anchors on
Party in
that
the
mission?
19th century, the Constitution bars.
Yes, they were shooting shit at us.
Writing
You
black
just
people
killed
out of the
them real quick.
Constitution so that
It
you don't
wasn't
have
me.
to appeal to them at all.
It feels like the justification in the minds of, like, if you could just go back to what Scalia wrote in Shelby in 2013 and Alito's attitude today, that the idea is, well, they did it for partisan, they did it. The 15th Amendment may have like sort of born out of a partisan sentiment.
What'd you
that
make the title?
involved,
I crashed.
Nice.
I told you to
racial
change it.
enfranchisement. So why can't we say it's okay for partisan sentiment that disenfranchises people? It's almost the same, except for, I mean, that's sort of what it is.
You have been disconnected from the server. Cry where? Where they're crying. Time to drink more blue.
The scope of this corruption and diabolical scandal justice, but I will give you the premise. It's around Legos. And I know you probably immediately roll your eyes going, oh, well, that's probably nothing super crazy. Buster, you don't know the half of it. A YouTuber named Reckless Bin conducted a thorough investigation on a huge Lego-related crime. It is a crazy web
Guy's
of
an interesting
malicious
content creator.
bad actors.
Reckless Ben is a very interesting content creator.
Why? What's he do?
I just have to show you what he's like. But, like, he does, like... It's almost like this type of gonzo journalism mixed with investigative journalism. And then he just kind of, like, milks it out from there. Like, he'll do, like, one big project and then, like, go on different podcasts milking that project for a minute. Reminds me how, like, when Chris Hansen was between, like, pitching shows to different networks.
Yeah.
He did a fucking podcast, and his podcast was just him investigating Onision.
I remember that.
And it was just because people hated him. He's always had something. And every show he would be like, Onision said if we didn't stop targeting him, he would say he would sue our shoe, and we just assume that
He
was
meant
a
show.
typo and he meant show. Every fucking episode, Chris Hansen would say it. He's so much a routine guy, you know? He's
Very
been doing
funny.
the same thing for so
Yeah.
long.
He really has.
And I kind of get that type of vibe from Reckless Ben. And there's even a guy who looks exactly like him who does a similar thing. And
Interesting.
sometimes they do stuff together.
Oh, that's funny.
And and he has like a name like Ruthless Dave or something.
Shady individuals. It's like the Lego cartel. I don't know how to do this intro to really lay the foundation.
Is this the
in a
theft
way
thing?
that captures scope because it
change
is
titles?
that big.
No.
So I highly recommend.
Then this person was probably confused because they probably thought they were clicking to watch StarCraft. because it's actually a bigger market than politics.
StarCraft.
Yep.
That's funny.
Go look how many people are watching it. It pulls
See,
viewers.
This is why I didn't change it, because I would have had to get out of the full screen game, go to the restream to click to the Twitch link, to then click to the right profile, to then change the settings, where it would be much easier for you to just do it.
I mean, just go look at
I'll look it up on my phone.
Go look at I'm just saying. It's convenient to play StarCraft sometimes. That's probably why they were confused.
Maybe.
Because they were like, this isn't StarCraft.
Oh, better. 1,200 to 1,300. 30 to 40 active channels.
Yeah.
That is bigger than politics.
you wanna play some StarCraft co-op, Jack?
I fucking no. Need more Vespine guest. Fuck off.
I mean, you can just mute it so you don't have to listen to them tell you.
No, I didn't. No. No. The games are so frustrating.
Oh, we can just put it on a lower difficulty. I always play on a lower difficulty when I'm streaming because, well, not then. When I was waiting for you, I was playing on the mutation, but I put it on a lower difficulty when I'm just chilling.
Fair. No.
We can
go with something else.
If you don't have all level 15 guys.
I don't.
I know a way to farm XP.
Mm-hmm.
So you only have to do one mission.
I don't have all the characters. I have access to 3 characters.
I know, but I'm saying those 3 if they're not all 15.
Oh, I think they are. The main ones are. And then all the other ones are level 3 or some shit.
Well, yeah. I know you tried Nova.
Yeah. I tried a few. Anyway.
Yeah, Nova is like the opposite of how I play.
Bird core. Yeah, bird core. There any bird core videos? And they only make them about seals. I've been seeing so many seal videos. I have no idea why. I'm not mad about it. Seals are fucking adorable.
I'm gonna...
You gonna?
When you watch his entire video, I'm going to go over a lot of it here because I have been captivated by this, and this is only part 1. It actually, there's more to it, but I think it's only,
it's always only part 1. Like, this is how this guy does stuff. He kind of, like, sets up, like, isn't this weird? Isn't this weird? Where you can kind of, like, come to your own conclusions, but then he continually will, like, he'll join a cult, and he'll continually, like, let the cult just, like, do cult stuff and be like, whoa. We're gonna uncover more.
Level 110.
Newbie Ranger. And he has perfect gear.
Perfect gear, level 110. I'm gonna press OK. I'm gonna have a cone.
I think he's got it.
That we start from the very beginning.
And spent his life collecting what's now known as the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection ever. It's estimated to be worth around $200,000. And then the thing got stolen in the packed the thing up. But the craziest part is that the collector doesn't even know that his collection's been stolen. Yeah, the collector's son, Brian, well, he reached out to me because he has no clue how to break this news to his dad.
So that's the surface level analysis here. It becomes like a full-blown fucking noir film, though. It gets so deep. But fundamentally, a individual who has spent years and tons of money accumulating an extremely valuable Lego collection worth up to $200,000 of value has had it stolen from him, unbeknown to him, and unfortunately law enforcement has repeatedly shown that they have no interest in investigating this case or helping in any way, and have instead been far more on the side of the dubious perpetrators. And this individual's son has reached out to this YouTuber Reckless Ben because he's just caught between a rock and a hard cock at this point. Like, there's very few options left since going through the proper channels of, like, the police, who you would expect to, you know, maybe do something about this because it is a crime, it is a big deal. That's a lot of money, by the way. But that was fruitless. They were far more interested in just shooing them away and even threatening to have them arrested multiple times. So Brian, the son, teamed up with Ben and his team to do everything they could to try and either get him his Legos back, his father's Legos back, or get them the payment that they were due for the Legos, which, a lot of money.
But anyways, the thief of this collection is actually a corporation called Bricks and Minifigs.
Bricks and Minifigs, the biggest toy store of its kind.
Is the largest toy store.
Bricks and Minifigs were not just your average Lego store.
For collectors, Bricks and Minifigs is basically seen as the best and safest way to sell your Lego collections.
I'm selling my Legos.
Now even me, a drooling Cro-Magnon man who is not deep into the Lego community, I've heard of Bricks and Minifigs. They are a big corporation, and I do know that they are considered, or at least were considered prior to this, the gold standard when it comes to selling your Legos. So the fact that they are the corporation that's implicated in this actually was pretty surprising to me, because they're like the only company in this space that I'd heard of. And it turns out, well, might not be all sunshine and titties over there. It may be a lot of malicious bad actors, potentially.
Brian thought that this would be the perfect store to finally sell his dad's Lego Star Wars collection.
So I wrote up a contract.
In the contract, it says that these are still the family's Lego sets, but every time one gets sold, the store gets to keep a small percentage of each sale.
This was a store's worth of inventory. So that store that day was nothing but my dad's collection. Like, all the shelves filled. They had to bring in extra shelves and fill the whole party room with shelves.
But the owner of the franchise, this woman, well, her husband had to actually leave the country due to some work-related reasons.
My husband and I were planning on moving out of the country.
They did everything correct when it came to selling his father's collection to Bricks and Minifigs, so they got his Library of Alexandria of Lego collection. They got the fucking One Piece, and basically it was the entire store's inventory. They had to call in the cavalry in order to take it all. And the owner of the franchise, which is that woman right there that is being interviewed by Ben, made a mention that her and her husband were actually planning on moving out of the country, and when she informed corporate about this, they said that, you know what, there is a seller who is potentially interested in owning in that area, and then it went straight down the shitter. It spiraled into some degeneracy where they informed her that they were terminating her franchise agreement. They were threatening to call the cops on her. You're excommunicado here, like it's fucking John Wick. And she made a point to say, you know, this
ownership
isn't right,
of the
this
stock.
is not comfortable, I'm not leaving without doing inventory, but they wanted her out of there, you know, hit the road, buster, and it's actually backed up by irrefutable evidence.
She was actually able to save all the security camera footage from that night, proving that everything she just said is true.
All the footage and evidence is there. In the security cam footage, it's him at the store kicking her out. In that footage they sent us is Crystal asking him, how am I supposed to pay this guy? These are sets he has not been paid for. The corporation is sitting there on video saying they're going to take it.
After this woman got kicked out of her own store, she called Brian explaining how corporate just came down and is now trying to take the world's largest LEGO Star Wars collection without paying for it.
I feel like I have to be extremely careful and pussyfoot around what I'm allowed to show, but in Reckless Spin's video, he does show the security camera footage, and it does have someone going confirming that they are taking on that business. And most notably, a very important thing that is captured on film is him saying that they also take on the consignment. That means that they are legally taking on the responsibility of Brian's Legos. At least, as I understand it, that's how it seems to be. That is something very important to remember going forward. I mean, how do you possibly wiggle your way out of that one? That's pretty indefensible. It's right there, on camera, 4K in the cringe compilation. It feels like checkmate to me, but this is bricks and minifigs we're talking about. These are super villains here. We got some, like, actual diabolical demons in that food chain. So, Brian, the son, reached out asking, well, what happened to the previous owner? And that's when he was informed that, oh, she's gone. She went straight to Valhalla. Corporate's taking this over now. And he was like, okay, well, what about my collection? All that vintage Star Wars that you have in your store right now on your shelves, that's ours, and we haven't been paid for it. We have a contract. We have all of this evidence of this deal, and still haven't been paid. And things soured. They weren't willing to play ball with that, and then eventually it led to Brian and the store here, the new guy, clashing, where he was like, okay, so like what's next steps here? Maybe we go to court. And the guy, according to Brian, crossed his arms, and really he had an exorcism moment there. He let the mask slip, he let the evil out, and was basically just threatening him, saying like, look, if we go in this route, we are going to basically bleed you dry. We are going to drain the piss from your balls legally, and it will end up costing you more than you would have ever gotten for this collection in the first place. So if that's what you want to do, buckle your seatbelt. That kind of thing.
You know what?
Brian's like, okay, well, what was I supposed to do? Because Brian's father, the owner of this collection,
I say, fuck that store, break in and take your shit back. Fuck these people. It's yours. You've got the paperwork. Fuck them. Or get a little slap on the wrist for breaking a window. They're literally trying to steal your shit. Go and get it back. Fuck these people. Or, even better, when it's open, walk in with a bunch of your mates, grab your shit and leave. What are they going to do? It's yours. The contract says it's yours. They're just housing it for you as a middleman until they sell it. Like, the US legal system, every single time shit like this happens, they side with the corporation. Every single time. Don't even wait. Go and take your shit. Go and get it. Take it back. Fuck these people. This pisses me the fuck off. Like, this is not, like, intangible shit like digital money, right? This is something incredibly tangible that you can literally go and grab. So go and grab it. They don't know what to do with the good swap. My dear, dear frames.
Collection has had health problems, and it's not exactly something they can afford to do, getting into this extremely lengthy, extremely expensive legal battle. So now that brings us to Reckless Spin's involvement here, because there aren't a ton of options for Brian's family. And since that interaction, they have been flooding their social media page with those vintage Star Wars Legos that they still haven't paid for. which feels like they are just gloating and goatseeing, just openly mocking Brian and his father's collection, just insulting the family.
And why are the cops not helping?
But luckily for Brian,
Because the cops
a
don't give a
YouTuber ended
fuck
up
about
catching wind of
you.
this
Their job
story
is
and
protecting
created a
corporations
team
and
of YouTubers
capital.
to do whatever they could to get
They
Brian
would
his
see it
Legos
as
back.
theirs.
This is the full inventory of all the sets and minifigs.
What do they say? Possession is 90% of the law?
But right after they started, they instantly stopped working on this
dumb
case.
shit like that?
So I called one of them to find out why.
So they were threatening legal action against us. You know, Bricks and Minifigs, which is a pretty big company who probably has way more resources than we could, you know, really put up a fight against.
Bricks and Minifigs knows that they can just bully anyone that tries to expose them with frivolous lawsuits.
So this story here wasn't something that totally flew under the radar. There were people that knew about it. So there was a group of YouTubers that wanted to try their best to get him his money for his collection. But when they picked up the case, they were allegedly threatened with legal action from Bricks and Minifigs, which is something we've seen countless times in the past with these corporations, that when some of the dirtiness starts to hit the mainstream, they then lash out litigiously to silence them. Like Reckless Bin says, to bully them into this submission, because they know they have more money and they are going to use that against these YouTubers that don't have the means of fighting against a company of their size. Now, what happens next in the video is something I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share. In Reckless Bin's video, I've noticed he's edited it to have like blurs around the video, but it's not actually blurring anything, but I think he was trying to with the YouTube editing tool. So I'm just going to describe what happens, and if you want to see it, go to Reckless Bin's video for it. But he actually goes directly to the Bricks and Minifig, 16-hour drive with his friends. He went there and he was wearing the glasses that you can record with, which you've seen a bunch of fucking TikTok pranksters using for nefarious means. But he goes there and he just asks the employee,
I got this
"Hey,
one in
I'm
laser."
here inquiring about Brian's collection." He uses the name Brian, and immediately they've only had like 2 sentences shared between him where he says hello and she says hello, you know, how are you, that kind of thing, and then he says, "Hey, I'm here to ask about this Lego collection from Brian," and then she instantly says, "You need to leave." And then she starts putting up a big stink about how she's being harassed, even though he hasn't said anything else. He's just mentioned Brian's Legos and asked, you know, like, what's the deal with all
Go and take your
of
shit
that?
back.
She instantly
Fuck
starts
these people.
playing this card of like, he's harassing me, holy fuck, it hurts, and then she gets on the phone, talking about, like, check the cameras, this psychopath has come in harassing me, all because he's asked about Brian's Legos. She then tried to give him the runaround, saying, like, this is corporate, not me, scram, dweeb, take it up with corporate. But he already went to corporate, and he showed more footage of that interaction where they at corporate were saying, well, you gotta take it up with her. So they're just giving him the runaround, just sending him on a wild goose chase here, this game of hot potato that nobody wants to actually, like, take responsibility for. Eventually, he does get the owner of that shop on the horn and says, hey, I'm looking to get these Legos back for my friend. And he keeps saying, why do you think you're entitled to our inventory? And then he says, like, hey, look, I have the contract. These are still his Legos. And by the contract that they have, Brian, with this store, seems like they are indeed still his Legos. So he's saying, hey, they're his. And he goes, you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you an idiot? That's what the owner keeps saying to this guy. And then the police arrive.
That's funny. We just have them in the store, and we just like to pick them up, I guess, because they were going to sell it for us, but I guess they're not selling it for us anymore.
But does it sound like they want you here, right? So they
Well, but they have our sets, though, yeah.
See? Did I fucking tell you or what?
Right here, the factor is that they don't want you their private owned store, and they don't want you on the site.
But I don't want them to keep the Lego sets, though.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
The police officer literally didn't care at all that the store just stole $200,000 worth of Legos. For some reason, he made it seem like I was the bad guy.
So you are trespassing here. So
Okay.
trespass for
Yeah.
life. So if you come back,
It's a cop.
for life?
Yeah. If you come back, you could be arrested.
This part I feel like I can show. This is now outside of the business, interacting with law enforcement, so I'm pretty sure this one's okay. You can see this interaction. So the officer shows up because the lady had called the police about all of this, and he is now being trespassed for life. He is blacklisted from entering this Bricks and Minifigs forever, till the heat death of the universe. And Reckless Ben is trying to explain, hey, I'm here because we had a deal. They're not selling the Legos, so I'm here to try and get them back. And he's not listening to it at all. He's not even entertaining the idea
Pick
of,
me up
like,
quick, I'm right next to my
maybe
back.
he had a reason to be here.
Quick.
Maybe there is something going on.
Brian did warn me that the police are actively trying to cover this up. So Brian and I
Of
are
course
now
they are.
officially trespassed from the store. And if we ever come back to ask for his own Lego collection back, then we are going to be arrested.
Is there, I guess, a
Yeah,
reason
you're a
why
criminal.
they're able to just take all the Legos and not give it back, or?
I hope this radicalizes you.
I still believe.
Now, I've watched a lot of body cams. I'm something of a connoisseur of body cams, and this
I know,
behavior
that's
from the
why
officer
I'm
is a little
killing
peculiar
them, 'cause I
because
realize
in
that they're
instances
still
of like
alive.
someone being trespassed, I've usually seen like a conversation about like, what was your purpose here? Like, why were you here in the first place? And he's trying to explain like, hey, look, they took this from me, like my friend. And then he's even asking the officer, well, what can I do to get it back then? And instead of answering that question, he's just like, nope, you've just got to leave. Which is odd, because typically, if there is like an actual reason for them being there, the officer, in the past from what I've seen, has guided them to like, hey, we'll take it up with this department, or we can look into this later, file a report, that kind of thing. The officer's not doing anything like that. He is instantly just shutting that shit down, putting the kibosh on it, just reiterating that you've got to leave. And like, I
hey,
understand he was called there
Cyclops spawned
solely
right
to
next to us.
trespass him, but even still, he can say like, we can handle this, you know, through the official channels, through this way, if there
Lucky I
is
put a
actually a
glip glop
grievance
out
here, but for
accidentally.
now, you just have to leave the property.
No, it's not-
That's how I've
definitely
seen
not
it
hitting
handled
the
in the past.
Cyclops,
Now,
but
since
I
he was
got through his
trespassed from
eye
that
a little.
location, he went back to corporate and actually talked
I'm
with
nowhere near
the
you then.
CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. His name is Ammon McNeff. And he just instantly goes liar, liar, pants on fire mode. Again,
Oh, you're talking about that
this
big
is
guy.
filmed with his glasses here,
Yeah,
so I
I
don't
am
know if I'm
damaging
allowed
the
to
hell
show
out
it,
of
but
him,
if you
though. I
want
got
to
him
see
right
it,
on his
I guess
eye.
while it's still up on Reckless Ben's
I
channel,
took
you
his
can
arm
go
right
see
down,
how this
right on
went.
his eye.
But he is now denying that they
we
even
watch that
have
video?
Brian's Legos. He's like,
One
who is Brian? Who? I've never heard of that guy.
Literally in the middle
So
of a
then
fucking
Ben
fight with a
No, no, no,
pulls
I
up
know,
their
but I'm
social
just
media
saying.
showing all the posts that they have made about
told
Brian's
you, I'm seeing
collection,
these
his vintage Star Wars Legos, showing them that they are literally flaunting it, and even showing like where they talk about the value of his collection, showing it to his face that they do have his Legos. So even though he keeps like outright denying it, their own social media betrays his words. It then goes the same way it always seems to with these Bricks and Minifigs zombies. This guy actually has a cartoonishly evil mustache. He's got a twirled mustache, and he ends up just
He
saying,
literally
you know
can't
what,
shoot
you're
me. He
wrong, get the
keeps
fuck
getting
out of here,
stunned.
don't know what you're talking about, if you come back, you'll be arrested. So he gets the police on there, and he's
I got
basically
my
been
boy
trespassed
locked
there,
down.
so he can't step foot. He then, through a series of plans, gets a employee of the store on his side, gets the owner's number, and then calls the owner directly, and
Fantastic.
finally presents the contract to the owner, who is once again doing the same thing the CEO was, saying, I don't know what Legos you're talking about, we don't have these
Guy's got a
Legos, what
lot
are
of
you
help.
blabbering about, weirdo?
Hey!
So he sends him the contract, and he's like, oh, well, I never signed that contract, there's no signed contract with me. And he's right, because it is the previous owner's name
Now
on
this
there.
red string
But
comes
the
to
thing
fuck
is,
with me, huh?
when they took it over, they said that they are taking on those previous business agreements. They are taking on the consignments like this Lego collection that they had from Brian, which they are still actively hawking. They still have it, and they haven't paid for it. So, that excuse can't work. I don't feel like there's some legal loophole there when they have taken over this business and agreed to take on these consignments, according to what we have evidence of. So I feel like there's no way that they could weasel themselves out of it, like actually by law. It feels highly illegal what they're doing. And once again, these brainwashed
but they're a
rules at
corporation,
Bricks and
Charlie.
Minifigs devolve into the same thing. You're harassing me! I'm calling the cops. So, once he is basically, you know, putting the fucking full Nelson here, the contract is there, he tries to claim that's not how the law works. We don't take on the business that we take over. So, like, this previous owner's contract no longer
Okay,
includes
then
us,
give the
even though
fucking
we're
Lego
still
back,
selling that
cunt.
inventory, and even though the contract is still applicable to the business we took over, even though it's just not my name on there, so it doesn't count, which means we don't actually have to pay for this collection that we have an agreement with, and that we are still actively selling. You guys are wrong, you're harassing me, and I'm calling the cops. That's how that ends with the owner there. And then Brian talks about how when he tried to sue them, oh, I forgot to mention, the owner, of course, tried to play hardball, saying, well, sue me then. If that's how the law works, sue me. Because he knows that as this big corporation, they have enough resources to drag it out and make it very painful for just the average Joe Schmo. And then Brian starts to talk about how when he did try and sue them, go through the legal channels,
Great time.
it wasn't exactly smooth sailing or easy.
Brian already tried to sue him, and it didn't work.
We've been to a couple attorneys and they basically spelled it out saying here's the path that's going to happen if you go down each of these routes. They're now in Spain, so we're getting into that whole international thing just to have them an injunction on the store to have them go back and prove what they sold and not. That's like $60,000 to $70,000.
Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs knows that Brian and his dad don't have nearly enough resources to sue a company as big as Bricks and Minifigs.
He's like, we're gonna keep.
What a great country.
You're gonna walk away from this. You're not coming back. And if you choose to sue us, we will drag this out in court till it is well past what this collection is worth.
Which is something he touched on earlier with the initial threats that were made against him when he tried to inquire about either the payment for his father's Lego collection, which they have, or getting the Legos back, which they're refusing to do. They have this huge inventory that they have not paid for. They have not fulfilled the obligations of the contract with the store, and he is not getting them back, and they're saying he's not entitled to it. It's so fucking disgusting, man.
Their tagline, because it's boring, and I
Break
changed it
this
to
guy's
"We steal from
kneecaps."
old people." And now the tagline's actually accurate. Also added a cute little company logo. And this is my plan of how I'm gonna make it into court with Bricks and Minifigs for free. Is where I'm gonna make my grand reveal. You see, this entire time, my company name was actually called We Steal from Old People. Yeah, the words Bricks and Minifigs, that's just the company tagline. In America, there's no specific
that's
law
funny.
that says whether the tagline has to be above or beneath the company name, so
That's
I'm just allowed to do
awesome.
this.
So his plan basically became to goad
Get them
Bricks
to
and
sue him.
Minifig into opening a lawsuit against him
Amazing.
under the belief that they've stolen
Fucking
their
incredible.
name. And his Uno reverse card was, didn't steal their name. That's the tagline. The name of the company is actually We Steal from Old People. So he did actually incorporate it. He does have a website for We Steal from Old People, where they're like selling merch and all of that. And
Awesome.
I'm not a fucking lawyer. I don't know if that works. In my noodle up here, it feels like since he did take directly their logo, Bricks and Minifigs, it would still probably be a problem. Even if it isn't the name of the company, it's still just being like the tagline and forward-facing. Probably creates brand confusion that could get him on the hook for an issue. I don't really know, but the plan was, instead
I mean,
of
at the end of the day, all you
tons
have
and
to do is
tons and
agree
tons of
to
legal fees to
change the
sue
logo,
them,
right?
flip it so that way they are paying the legal fees to sue Ben. So that way they can get into court with them and hopefully reveal
That's such a
their
funny
shady, potentially illegal business practices. Now, the next sections in the video are highly entertaining to watch, but ultimately don't accomplish the goal of getting Bricks and Minifigs in court. They go back to the CEO, who is now aware of what they've been doing, which was like selling outside of their store, that kind of stuff, and the We Steal from Old People thing. And they are a registered business, and he now knows that, and he knows that they can just keep kicking the can down the road, passing the responsibility off to franchisees instead of corporate, and that law enforcement won't step in because it's a civil matter. So the CEO is aware of all that, and thus is avoiding doing anything litigious against them. And so they try like a raffle scheme to get like the cops on their side. Ultimately, it doesn't work. The cops are very much against them.
Oh,
trying
wow, what
to,
a
like,
surprise.
get any kind of investigation into the actual Legos that they are still having without paying for them. The cops really do not like these guys because they keep getting calls about like trespassing them, harassment this, harassment that. So they are very much not looking to really investigate their claims about like they have these Legos, they haven't paid for it, which is illegal. Like that, to me, and I haven't brushed up on my civil versus criminal lawsuit, but I feel like that would start to teeter on being a criminal lawsuit if they are knowingly selling this product that they have not paid for, knowing that it is not even owned by them via the contract they have. Like, I feel like that would get close to a criminal case that would warrant some kind of like actual investigation, but they're not willing to even take those first steps because Bricks and Minifigs just keeps calling the cops out here about like trespass them, they're harassing, and they're hatching these like wacky schemes to try and get Bricks and Minifig to engage legally with them so that way they can open it up to more with how they've been doing their business. And it just ultimately wasn't working. Now what it does do, and again, I don't think I can show any of the footage here from it, but what it does do is it whittles down the owner, Josh, where it does seem like he starts to get really antsy and
Dude,
start
he's
to
gonna
kind of
crack.
panic a little
If
bit.
they
So
keep
he has
bullying
another
him, he's
conversation
gonna
with
crack.
Ben, and he's like, look, this is what I need. I'll give the Legos back if I get a written apology from Brian.
Fuck you!
Dweeb, you're such a fucking twerp, Josh. All of the negative comments taken off.
Nah, fuck
only
you.
positive reviews, that kind of thing. So he is like actually holding the Legos hostage for these deliverables here. Fucking loser, man.
Yeah, so basically before Brian can get his Star Wars Lego collection back, he has to write Bricks and Minifigs an apology letter for making
Butchie boys.
this Facebook post.
Oh,
Bricks
I'm
and
fucked.
Minifigs really doesn't like this Facebook post being up, because in this Facebook post, Brian calls Bricks and Minifigs out for stealing his Lego Star Wars collection.
I'm not apologizing for shit.
I agree, but it's well, here's like where we're at, right? If you could just write the letter, like you can get the Legos back.
I walked in there with the best of intentions. Here's proof of my collection in the store. I want it back, and they've done nothing but lie
I
and
agree.
make my
Fuck
life a
'em.
living hell over this. I've gone through 9 months of anxiety, stress,
I agree.
hospital
I
room,
am
medication
completely on
taking
this guy's
types of
side.
Burden.
Fuck him.
No, I am not apologizing to this asshole.
It is just egregious to demand that the guy who only wants to either get the Legos back that his father has collected over the course of his life, or get paid for the Legos that you still have from his father's collection, is the one that is needing to apologize. I agree with Brian. Like, on pure principle alone, that's just totally fucking unacceptable. Like, to be the insufferable asshole who is knowingly engaging in this shadiness. I'll call it shadiness, but I think it's far harsher than that, but that's just allegedly.
Charlie, he's a cunt.
And then demanding that the guy who is representing his father, who is
a dirty
medication-ridden, who is
fucking
not in the best of
cunt.
health, and only wanted to sell the collection to help with their living situation, is actually like the bad guy here, is just completely crazy. Plus, I don't trust them. I also would think, even if Brian did write that apology and take down the negative posts and like, oh, only positive posts going forward, fist bumps and all that, I still would be skeptical on if they would even follow through with giving the Legos back, or if they would just then use that as evidence when they do get to the next steps. Like, oh no, look, Brian apologized, so Brian was in the wrong. It was a big misunderstanding. See, Brian
a good
apologized.
point.
Because then they would have that in writing, and they'd be able to use that. It would likely be admissible in court.
What's wrong,
should it get
Glorp?
there.
No
So I
arms?
would also be wary of doing this for that reason, too. I don't think even if he did start writing the apology, and it's the most sincere thing ever, I still don't think they would actually give him his Legos back. It would just be used as a weapon
agree.
against him. And this is something that Brian also made a mention of as it being
That's why
a
I
trap.
said he should just go and steal them.
Ben actually had a really good idea here.
Reacquire his
so
property.
he once again contacted Josh, like, okay, Brian's going to make an apology video so that way we can move this along and get the Legos back. But what he did is he actually took a screenshot of Brian from an earlier conversation and had his friend do the audio and then just basically deepfake Brian's apology video. But it was never Brian apologizing, it was his friend's statements coming out of Brian's mouth that was loosely lip-synced to it, and then sent it to Josh.
Hi, I'm Brian Mansell.
And after just a little bit of deep faking, it now looks like this.
Hi, I'm Brian Mansell, and I apologize sincerely for accusing you guys of stealing my Legos. I was wrong, and you were right.
This is the ultimate test. Was Josh being sincere, or was this all just one big trick?
Josh then took the apology and he said, oh, this is so nice, this is so big of you. I can't wait to give your Legos back. You have my word, and that's not who I am. But you also need to go apologize to Amanda. So Ben goes to try and apologize to Amanda after getting permission from Josh, the owner, to go there, even though he's been trespassed. He shows up, Amanda instantly tries to call the police to have him arrested. So that didn't go over super well. That does seem like they were just trying to get him arrested there. He calls Josh, he's like, oh, dag nabbit, I can't believe that happened. I can't believe she'd do that. Anyway, let's work on getting those Legos back, shall we? Well, wouldn't you believe it, tons of time passes by, they keep stalling, like, oh yeah, no quick update, but soon we'll have it. These are all conversations that he's had over the phone with these fucking monsters over there. Again, this is Legos, by the way. And they just keep not giving them the Legos. Over a week, 2 weeks, I already forgot, but it was a long time had passed, and then they eventually try making peace with Amanda again, which is the lady from the very beginning who just keeps getting the police on the horn to try and have them arrested, and that's still not working. And then it turns out, apparently, they don't have his Legos to give back anyway. He's saying the shelves are empty, there's no Legos to even give back, which is very contradictory to what Josh said not too long ago about, like, oh, yeah, we'll definitely give it back after this apology, it's coming. And they'd stalled for so long about, oh, yeah, the Legos are coming, just, you know, big hiccup here, you know, unforeseen circumstances there, that kind of thing. And now they're saying, oh, no, we just don't have it to give back. So these are just actual fucking degenerate scammers, allegedly, is what it looks like. These are just fucking awful people here.
Kneecap these cunts.
So basically, these are my two options. I can do what Josh wants me to do and shut up, which I can say right now, I'm definitely not doing that. So what's the alternative? I can, I guess, raise hundreds of thousands of dollars somehow, and then maybe spend 3 to 4 years in court fighting them, and somehow, if I win, then we can finally get the family their Legos back. Yeah, both of these options suck. Or maybe I can somehow find a way to engineer a third option, which I call option number 3. Small claims court. Think about it. Small claims court is basically just like big boy court, except it costs basically nothing, and you get a judgment pretty much instantly.
After another hostile conversation with Josh, where Josh is melting down again after still not giving the Legos back after he promised he would do, you know, and again, Josh is a man of his word, according to the phone calls here. It now has boiled down to only one option, claims court, because the big court is way too expensive. Now, what happened next, I couldn't actually believe. I was stunned. I can't recommend watching this video enough. They went through all the proper motions and channels from what I can see. Again, I'm not an expert, but it looks like they did squeak out the W with the small claims. Like, they didn't actually show up or do anything like they were supposed to. Bricks and Minifig, that is. So, Ben and the gang, they did win that, and when they went to collect, they actually shut down the store permanently.
Unfucking
that was
real.
their response
Kneecap
to it.
these
They
cunts.
just closed operations of that location.
Oh my god,
Holy
I
shit.
fucking hate these people.
If they didn't respond, you can move forward with a motion for default judgment.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much. Yes, since Bricks and Minifigs didn't respond, it looks like we win by default. Congratulations, you won the court case.
Wait, what?
I couldn't believe it. Literally one day after we filed motion for default judgment, they permanently closed down the store. At first, it did feel kind of cool that our plan worked so well, it completely shut them down. But pretty quickly it sunk in that we are not the winners here. The only winners today is Bricks and Minifigs. Now, there's absolutely no way to hold this store liable for what they did. I guess Bricks and Minifigs was kind of embarrassed by this decision and forgot to mark online that their store is closed, so over the next few days, a bunch of negative reviews started coming in of people expecting an open store, but then being met with this.
Fucking cinema. Like, yes, it is not a good ending because now they still haven't paid Brian for the collection, and they still got to get away with all of it. They just closed this one store, but they're still a big corporation, so, like Ben said, they are still kind of the winners here, even though they lost the small claims court here.
There's no
they just
way
shut this down and move on. But it did end with a flood of negative reviews for Bricks and Minifigs because, well, they didn't even really inform their customers
Bricks
about
and
this closure because it
Minifigs
was so
gonna fucking tank their entire company
the small claims default judgment
because of
I
a
guess.
fucking Star
Pretty
Wars
fucking
Lego
wacky.
collection?
What a diabolical company. Again, this is all over Legos, by the way. And
I
the
say
cops
bet
at
on
no
it.
point
Fuck
were
these
ever
cunts.
on like the side of Ben, and yet still
This
they
was
were
all
able to squeeze
corporate.
out something I think
Keep
pretty
in mind,
impressive here. The cops were
it was
always
corporate
on Bricks
that
and
took over.
Minifig's side, even at times seemingly going out of to be on their side, which is extremely annoying. Like, I don't think they were getting, you know, money under the table for their cooperation or anything like that. It is just one of those things where I guess they just believe that the business can do no wrong and that this must just be some wacky
They should also
shit
sue
to
the
be
police.
disruptive. But really, Bricks and Minifigs are the bad guys here from all available evidence.
And the only way to let the world know is for me to give them an official closing ceremony. I guess someone driving by happened to take a picture of the sign we put up and posted it on social media. And pretty much immediately, we started going absolutely viral. The entire world has now seen this crime that Bricks and Minifigs has committed. And because of this, they finally marked on Google that their store is permanently closed.
I've been reading about this Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon, that's got this sign out in front of it.
It's been over a week. The sign is still up, and people have been traveling from all over just to come and take a picture with this sign.
If you drive through Kaiser, you may have noticed a mysterious sign appear recently outside the closed Mini Bricks and Fig store.
Banger. That's so good. So the sign popped off here because it's the only way to like let people know why that store's closed, what all has happened there, what's gone on, why is it no longer operational? And then it just started to naturally, organically catch wind online in like the LEGO community, and then exploded beyond the LEGO community.
Absolutely.
And apparently all of
fucking
this is still just
cinema.
the first part of this saga here, this LEGO adventure.
This may actually
Part
ruin
2's
their
up on
company.
his Patreon, and he gave like a sizzler reel where apparently he is in handcuffs, him and his
sizzler
whole
reel?
group are. I don't know how it pops off to that degree, because it looks like they're at their own home with it. It's seemingly pretty fucking wild in part 2, but yeah, even just part 1 had me stunned. The depth of depravity for Legos from this company, seemingly, is unbelievable. I had to yap about this. It was an incredible video. Again, I highly recommend you go watch the entire thing from Reckless Bin. I just couldn't help but blabber about it. Fucking home run of a video here. And a big fuck you to Bricks and Minifigs. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah.
Steven Crowder weighing in on the New York City budget.
Yeah, you've been waiting.
I'm quite interested to see what Steven Crowder thinks about this. What's amazing is the right is so desperate now to talk about anything that with any type of passion. Like you've seen Ben Shapiro's numbers plummet.
Because
Daily
they're
Wire having
dogs
to go,
chasing cars. They
down
got
by
the car.
half. Sure, Crowder still
They don't know what to do.
retains a lot of his members, so financially speaking, I'm sure he's fine. He never.
Yeah, I'm gonna start.
I
over.
wonder if they've started to
Okay.
trim their sales
We're
a little
gonna
bit.
change
Like,
guns
is Nick
anyway.
Apollo
This
still on the?
No, I didn't.
I don't know.
No,
I'll check it out.
I didn't do that. I hit
I
restart.
wonder if like
mission.
all these shows that they thought they were going to build out, of how that's going. But the right is running out of stuff to talk about. They want to talk about transing kids still. And of course, when in doubt, you always have Sharia law coming back. And here is Louder with Crowder talking about Zoran Ma'am Dummy. Here we go.
You'd write an IOU for one of your biggest line items? The idea that a socialist could balance a budget is silly.
People are buying it though.
Yeah,
that's why.
Literally
Who are you?
buying it. They have to pay for it.
Who is that?
It is silly, but Mum
Why
Dummy
is he
is
so
claiming
fat?
just that. It's time for Claim Truth.
Just launched attack drones at Glorp.
Yeah, so we don't need to spend a whole lot of time on this, but I'll make the
Nailed
links,
him.
references available, as we do every show, like I just said, in the description. 11 a.m., go check them out. It's a pretty good little bibliography. Yesterday, Zoran Mamdani, I throw up in my mouth when I say it.
A little bit,
He made this claim in his video celebrating his fiscal success. Yeah, a democratic socialist, a socialist, a Marxist. Fiscal success, the hallmark of the
Those are not
communist
the same
in
thing,
New York City.
doofus.
New York, it's executive budget season, and I'm proud
I
to
guess it
announce
is when you're
that our
stupid.
city's budget is fully balanced. This budget isn't just about numbers on a page. It determines if our libraries get funded, if a street is safe to cross, if snow is actually shoveled after a storm, and you deserve
If I can
to
make a
know
video.
exactly
Pause.
how.
He's just naming all the things he hasn't done. The snow being shoveled, like your own people literally.
Pause it for 1 second. Where in New York do they shoot this show?
I believe somewhere in southern Georgia, New York.
Is it Georgia? Is he in Georgia?
No, he's Texas, I think.
Is it Texas?
Texas.
Yeah.
We'd have to check the divorce records to
Right,
find out exactly.
Oh no, she left him.
But you folks in Texas, you know about the snow removal in New York.
I mean, they're higher on their own
Alice.
supply there. They thought
they heard all of the people complaining about the snow, but again, if you live here, you know that the snow shoveling thing was a massive success.
Massive.
Like, people were talking about it, and like how great it was that people got money for doing it.
Massive success. And incidentally, also, the snowiest New York in, as far as I remember, I mean, I've been here for 30 years now, 30 more. I think this was the snowiest season, and not just the snowiest, but the coldest with snow.
But would it have been that way if he wasn't mayor?
Well, there is, of course, there's a lot of arguments. There's some people who say that just, obviously the Northeast was cursed because we had a Muslim mayor-elect.
God was mad.
God was mad. Or also, there are folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene, obviously, who think that maybe the Jews controlled the weather because they were upset.
Obviously.
Even though Mamdani did quite well amongst Jewish voters. And there's a lot of different things. But I don't remember a winter where we had snow on the ground for as long of a continuous period because it was so cold. But let's hear from the guy from Texas.
There's snow being shoveled. Like, your own people literally there's hours and hours of footage of your government not being able to shovel snow to the point where you guys now have to shovel trash. But it's just amazing how these people lie straight to your face. Let's continue.
Yes, it is amazing.
We inherited a $12 billion budget deficit. We are speaking about a fiscal crisis at the scale greater than the Great Recession. Was the Great Recession? Great Recession. Many said the only way out of this was slashing services and passing an austerity budget. We rejected that. After months of painstaking work, that deficit is now zero. Our city is now on firm financial ground.
Okay, so just in case you want us to cut through the fog here a little bit, here's the claim that he's making there. Mamdani is claiming that he balanced the budget. Cool. Here's the truth. Kathy Hochul balanced the budget. She gave him like $8 billion.
Oh my God.
$4 billion each year for 2 years. Oh, and Mamdani delayed funding pensions for like 5 years. Like, well, we're going to get to it. That's it.
Eventually.
There's no more
pause
fact check.
Let me school this guy from Texas on what the statutory limitations are for New York City. You have two choices if you're Mamdani. You can either cut essential services in New York City, make New York City much less livable for the average person. And certainly there were cuts. They cut a lot of business consultant contracts from the DOE. They're adding teachers though. They took that money and they added more teachers. You can either have cuts to essential services or you can go to the state and try and get the state to raise taxes. In this instance, the state raised some taxes on empty second home apartments worth over $5 million. So I don't know how many hundreds of people that hits, but obviously the wealthiest. That raised some of the money they needed. A small, maybe, not probably 10%. And then Hochul
the good club
was lobbied
fucks the Butchie Boys up
by Mamdani to give more money from the state.
Yeah, go guys, get him.
How the state works it out. Hopefully, they will come to raise taxes on wealthy people. There was some reforms, I think, on
guys going out
on corporate entities. I'm not sure on the state level, but how else was Mamdani going to do this? It was one of two choices. Eric Adams had been a disaster.
Who?
You're either going to cut essential services for New Yorkers, or the state is going to bail the city out. And that's not a foregone conclusion
from Butchie Boys. I have a raper
at all. And how the state goes about it, there's only so much that Mamdani can lobby in terms of raising taxes on wealthy people.
Hey, he's dead. Hey.
But
good club, come here.
What was the other option?
I guess from As long as
sitting
the
in Texas,
rolls are dead.
I think
what
he
you'd
shields
want
that killed
is
him.
New
Oh, you
Yorkers to
killed
have
him?
worse services.
I can't kill you.
I mean, this
No,
whole
no,
thing
you
about
killed him.
Hochul bailed out. Again, the New York City pays in
Oh my God.
more than they get back from the state.
Well,
Oh
that's
my
the
God.
other point.
This is just a simple
21 billion. Well,
Yeah, like this is like goes a slight way to rebalancing that and calling it a bailout. No, that's what's called political power. That's actually why New Yorkers.
New York
someone like
City
that.
has been bailing out New York State
So
for
that's-
decades.
The entire rest of the state's in a deficit.
Oh no.
Go ahead.
We balanced the budget. You mean someone gave you money? And you actually just decided that you'd write an IOU for one of your biggest line items? Okay, let's extol the virtues of socialism in New York City. Some people will buy it. New Yorkers who
Hey,
are watching
Steven,
right now.
how's the
You tell
US
me,
budget
are
going?
your neighbors buying it? If you're watching, you probably
Are they
don't.
socialist
Oh,
too?
they're actually
How's
buying-
that
Yeah.
balancing
people buy
shit?
it.
Yeah, buddy.
You fucking numpty.
He is the most popular mayor
I'm right next
in,
to you.
I think, probably decades without having a post 9/11 situation.
Jack?
And now it
Hello?
remains to be seen
I'm
because
literally
New
next
York
to you.
mayors traditionally become people sour on them over time.
Oh, I gotcha.
But he is beloved in this city. Not by everybody. There's, people who are afraid that he's spreading Sharia law.
Look,
And
I mean, the truth is, the type of person that
Imagine
watches
thinking
Steven
that.
Crowder would be afraid to walk the streets of New York City.
100%. I mean, Crowder embodies this. Does he still have his gun around his
No,
neck?
the gun's gone.
The gun's gone. I guess he doesn't. But
I was sitting there
I
going.
mean, I've told this
"I'm
story
right
like
next
when
to
I
you.
went on
Can you
that
pick me
nation
up?"
cruise and I had lunch with people who were
Yeah, I
not
wasn't
on the same program from Portland who were like,
My game is also
oh, we love New York, but
severely
we
lagging.
wouldn't go there again. Why? Well, because of all the
And
crime.
I'm also kind of trying.
Well,
not
what are
to
you
die.
talking about? It's safer than it's been in years. Well, I mean, it sounds scary. I mean, I get it. Growing up in Worcester, only 2.5 hours away, there was a lot of people like, I'm not going to New York City. That's crazy. But to build an entire political project off of your bedwetting and you're soiling your undies because you're afraid of coming to New York.
Yeah, he said
and now the latest thing that I'm scared of is the guy who's smiling all the time and playing soccer and doing scavenger hunts with the New Yorkers and kids. And
Balancing the budget.
yeah. I'm afraid. Where's my gun? Good. Ed.
Hi, Tess.
Alright, I'll try to call a helicopter with no help here. Oh, a big
luck.
exploder.
Yeah, glory hole is not there. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Carrier to air raiders. Vehicle dropped.
Ah! Fuck. I made one mistake. And I died.
You made several mistakes.
Yeah, well, you try playing when your frames are at fucking 4 per second. 4 per minute, whatever the fucking rate is. Fuck off.
Sounds like a you problem.
Yeah. So shut up. You dying is a you
To a
problem.
loophole that is the group voting ticket system. Here's some footage of them doing it. You see, they're making all their little videos and registering all their little parties with the VEC with their hand there, trolling their ABC with their hand there. See how they're doing it? What do you think?
Oh, Tom, I didn't come here to watch a mandrel jerk off. I came here to watch you epically troll over Yemeni like the good old days.
Oh, you didn't like that, did you? Well, whenever I'm forced to watch these creatures, Smith or Yemeni do more stuff for attention and roast chickens, I happen to be reminded of something that Louis C.K. said once. I know, not the most tailored recommendation for this audience. It's not a recommendation. It's just something I remember that C.K. said a long time ago, certainly long before his fall. And to me, it's just always the first line that pops into my head whenever you force me to think about Avi Yemeni. It's taken completely out of context because he was actually talking about men on first dates, but I'll let him say it.
Whatever, just like a blind dick in space, just thrusting in infinite directions, hoping to find pay dirt at some place. A blind dick in space, just thrusting in infinite directions.
Hey, look at our
hoping to find pay dirt at some place.
Streamception.
A blind dick in space, just
look, even more
thrusting
now.
In infinite directions.
Hell yeah.
Hoping to find pay dirt at some place.
Yeah, so you don't want to see a mandrill pleasuring itself,
Yeah, you're right. I really don't.
but yet you fully expect me to sit through hours of watching these people pull this fucking face while talking about how epically they're trolling the taxpayer-funded ABC, and I have to do that just to entertain you. Do you see the double standard
Oh,
here?
yeah, fair enough, mate. Well, just fire away with the mandrill clips as you see fit, sir.
Okay, I will, but sparingly.
You know the Sack Dan Andrews party on the ballot? That's sus. It's completely legal to set up a fake party that says Sack Dan Andrews to harvest the votes and give them back to Labor. What do you reckon that tells us about the state we live in?
Corruption at the highest level.
Yeah, so in 2022, Harvey wasn't happy about group ticket voting because it was being done to him by Glenn Drury,
Watch out, Glor.
formerly known as the Preference Whisperer. Well, I should say it was being done to anyone who used the term Sack Dan Andrews, which was, a lot of people in Harvey's corner back then. Glenn had been doing that for years. That was his practice, his hustle. But there was a splashback then because he'd had a conversation with Heston Russell, who at that point was running something called the Angry Victorians Party, and over a Zoom conversation he named his price and said what he was going to be doing with the Sack Dan Andrews Party, and Heston led the chat.
The flyers and rollers that I have problems with.
And I'm bringing you into confidence.
Yeah, I'm
here.
taking out the flying.
It's one of mine.
My mic sounds like shit
And
because it,
was
rotated
it was
down.
Conceived when Aiden. I predicted what would happen with Aiden months ago. So you've got to put something in place, to defend yourself, and then attack. And that's what I did. I looked all over their social media. I could have called it the Pro-Jet Trails Party. I could have called it the Port Arthur Conspiracy.
I'm ready.
I could have called it the Wacko Crazy Lunatics Party, but I didn't. Every other post was Sack Dan Andrews, Sack Dan Andrews, Sack Dan Andrews. Aha! We're going to form the Sack Dan Andrews Party. We did. Me and my allies. That's been formed because if that gets a decent draw, it's going to completely usurp Clive, One Nation.
I think we'll be set up
and Paul
next
Little
time
Aiden.
it opens.
It'll be the Aiden.
Talking about
Gonna
this back
kill.
in 2022, Monica Smith goes, bombshell video reveals seats for sale
Can't hear you.
scandal. Yikes, it's all on the
Look at
table
the butcher
now.
boy
Vote
spinning.
wisely, my friends. I support Freedom Party, One Nation, and Family First. Why? Because
open.
they didn't do deals with this thug Glenn. Meanwhile, Avi Yemeni was saying,
Completely fine to create and fabricate a party just to harness votes to go against the democratic will of the person.
I
who
killed
voted.
myself.
But that's the reality. So share it, fire and wide.
yeah, remember to share it far and
Suicide
wide,
is
guys. Remember
badass.
to like, share, and subscribe. Hit the bell button for notifications. Remember to like, share, subscribe. Share it far and
So
wide.
what if they said one thing and now they said the opposite?
I'm so tired of trying to prove the hypocrisy of masturbating monkeys, of fucking blind
Get away,
mandrill
Redbug.
dicks in space. We all know
Get away,
they're going
Redbug.
to say one thing now and say the complete opposite 5 minutes later. Their
moving
memory
forward.
chips recycle
banned.
almost every 24
Banned.
hours. All they exist to do is to make
here,
you
stupid
look at
fuck.
them. Just,
I
I
wanna
can't,
lightsaber
I
you.
can't help myself. I'm too old-fashioned. I have to at least point out when I know that they're on camera being hypocrites. So first of all, in February of this year, Monica Smith launches a party called Save the Environment Party. Epic troll. Guys, this one's going to really make heads roll at the taxpayer-funded ABC.
Great.
Let's see how the lefties like this.
I can't use my
like,
lightsaber
share, subscribe,
when it eats me.
hit the bell.
And right on cue, the mainstream Victoria media suddenly has a problem with the strategy.
What we're doing is completely legal, it's completely fine.
So then Avi,
It shouldn't be.
one for the Free Palestine Party, which is when most people started clearing.
Oh, I'm so
So
smart.
imagine for a second
Okay,
that
please.
these groups,
Can we get in
a
a
big
helicopter?
part of the population from the left, right, and
And it had no health.
the certain immigrant groups. Imagine they walked into a polling booth and they saw Free Palestine Party. It's genius. So yeah,
Genius.
I am launching the Free Palestine
I'm so
Party.
smart.
And we
I'm
are
yummy,
going
yummy.
to redistribute. We're going to flow our preferences on to parties that want to free Palestine from Hamas.
The epic trolling continued with an effort to register the
Foreign-funded
Muslim Votes Matter
propagandist
party.
who's an
And ladies and
ex-IDF
gentlemen,
soldier.
I've just received word that another party, Muslim Votes Matter, is now looking for members at muslimvotesvic.com or by scanning this QR code. Now, the person
Oh,
behind
John,
it
they're
told
so
me that the new
smart.
party was inspired by the Free Palestine idea.
Actually, quick note about that one while we're on the subject of who set up which party. They're all Monica Smith's domains. These are the domains hosted on a certain server: Reignite Democracy Australia, Save the Environment Party, Free Palestine Party Victoria. Shout out to Vaxatious Litigant for this later reverse IP search. I saw this on their page. Also, Muslim Votes Vic. Momons is by now scraping the last bits out of the attention jar. This is her last one she's done.
A new party has been created in Victoria and it's absolutely genius. You're going to love it. Basically, it is designed to harvest the informal votes. That's correct. So at least 6 to 8% and maybe
That's
even
correct.
up to 10% of voters go
Fucking
to that
hate this
booth,
cunt.
not caring who they vote for, not knowing anything about politics, not even knowing how to vote. So they go there and they draw a picture or they scribble or they just tick any box. We have now created
This is
a
what
box
happens when Europeans
specifically
go in the
for
sun.
those people. When they go to the ballot box in November in Victoria,
This is what
they
you
will
get.
see a box, and under that there will be a party that is called "I'm voting to avoid the fine." This may seem strange,
They're
but
so
actually,
smart.
it's very genius.
Now, if you
Oh,
are
it's
aiming
very
to be
genius.
the villain in an episode of Scooby-Doo, if you're scheming towards dastardly ends, just say that.
What does this
What
guy
makes my skin
Come here,
crawl is
Clark.
when they try to cobble together hasty justifications in the realm of the ethical or the principled or the political for this shit.
See, I need to get him
Listen to
out
this.
from underneath the
Firstly,
ships,
we
because
don't agree
then my
with their
missiles
voting
won't
rights.
hit the big
People
ship
who
he's
don't
underneath.
care or understand politics shouldn't be forced to vote. Democracy shouldn't be forced, in our opinion. Also, it means that uneducated voters are making bad decisions. They're not doing their research. They're just turning up the day.
And you are you?
So we have found a way to actually ensure that their once wasted votes are actually given power.
they're hitting
Let's
the
say
ship.
this party gets 2 or 3% of the vote. Well, guess who this party is going to preference? One
Ow.
Nation.
Epic! BEC have said it's all above board, though. These people might be doing a busted thing, you might say, but it's ultimately
right
because
next to you.
there's a
Can you get
busted
me, please?
system. The only difference between what these guys are doing now and what Glenn Drury was doing before was that he was doing it out of the public spotlight to a degree, and he was doing it for money. He was also doing it with a bit more strategy. These guys are doing it for attention in the public
Oh
spotlight.
my god, that
Not
fixed
to
my.
say that there isn't an express political
fixed my frames.
goal potentially.
I'm dead
in
now.
mind. It isn't all just
You're
epic
dead?
trolling and attention economics. It's all fundamentally a push for one
And my
nation.
frames are
You
dead.
can see here, buffeted
There you
by
go.
the winds of good polling recently for One Nation.
Where are they?
Monica's game playing is all intended to direct more votes to One Nation. She reckons that if group ticket voting was abolished, One Nation are now so popular that they'd be getting heaps of upper house seats anyway. I suppose it's a game of
It's
wait
just
and
wrong.
see as to how much these recent prophecies about the rise of One Nation pan out to be true or not, so let's do that. But look, it is true that both Harvey and Monica admit, even though they're playing the game, that this is a busted system.
This is a stupid system. It should be abolished. And there have been calls to the Labor Party of Victoria to abolish this system for the last decade, and they refuse to do so, which makes me think it must obviously benefit them in some way.
Leaning into the leftist worldview where it can take voters from there and redistribute their votes back to conservative parties. It was taking a leaf out of the leftist playbook, what Labor has done for many years, which is why they've retained power, or part of why they've retained power for so long in Victoria.
Of course, anyone with a scary political awareness or understanding of this issue will know that it's not a Labor trick. It isn't how Labor have remained in power in Victoria for so long. Glenn Drury is not a Labor man.
Ow.
But these people do this shit in their sleep. Everything that they do that's underhanded, they have to retcon by blaming as somehow being the fault of the left. Their only moral compass.
See how similar it is
To the left, to the left.
Who's done it first? Everything you want.
Left,
in a
left,
box
left,
to
left,
the
left.
The group ticket voting system has been there for some time. It's built momentum in the parliamentary space with not one but two Electoral Matters
the box.
Committee reports, both
It's the only cast left
recommending
standing.
that group ticket voting be abolished. The last report released, as you can see, December 2025. The committee again said that group voting tickets have had their day, they need to be abolished. Victoria is the last jurisdiction in Australia to still use them. Got to get rid of them. They recommended that group voting tickets be abolished before the 2026 election. And they quoted people from an entire political spectrum of parties: Labor, Libs, Nationals, Greens, Family First, etc., all supporting in one form or another the abolition of group voting tickets. Why did Labor drag their feet on this? Historically, couldn't possibly say. But I do know that the recent findings of the Electoral Matters Committee were responded to by the VEC. They basically said this might jeopardise the integrity of the election process itself if we implement changes so close to the election without having sufficient time for testing. For the most part, therefore, I'd have to say I'm ambivalent about what these
Rockets are
maggots are doing.
fucking soaking the shit
No,
up.
they're broken people manipulating a broken system, using exploits that have existed for years and that everyone was told for many years should have already been patched up. But again, I'm old-fashioned at heart, so I can't help but strive to keep it a buck when it comes to the motivation of these people. Because I get they all release these videos twirling their mustaches and twiddling their fingers together like arch-villains coming up with a plan to defeat their rivals, using the weapons they crafted against them. But what I can't handle is the notion of Monica Smith saying, "We're finally going from passion to strategy." That's a bridge too far for me.
I'm just glad that we're finally going from passion to strategy, and I think that that is really exciting. And one more thing I will say is
Passion for this fucking baboon used to look like not signing up to fairly conventional bail conditions so that her team could immediately set up a fundraiser that raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for her, purporting to get her released from her self-imposed confinement. That's what she was like back when she was passionate. Passion for
Don't follow me, don't follow
used
me,
to
don't
look
follow
like
me, don't
setting
follow
up
me.
a fundraiser for himself the day before he knew he was going to get dragged down the road by VicPol in a cop car so that he could record a video from inside the cop car pretending he was imprisoned so that he could then release the fundraiser and milk his idiot followers for as much money as possible. That was passionate old Harvey Emeny before the cynical strategy crept in. It is passion. It's just not passion for what Monica was implying. She was implying passion for the political process, for a certain moral or political compass, advancing a particular political goal. That's never been the case. What's the motivation that lies at the heart of their passion and strategy? Well, biologists say that it's because the crowds provide constant stimulation and that triggers an excitement and a kind of an arousal. I mean, and it's also an innate physiological response to sometimes the boredom and the stress of
So are they.
activity. And people like Yemeni, of
Who,
course,
the enemy?
are captive to
No,
the
the
need
monkey.
to continue to create media spectacles.
Well, the
for
monkeys he's
subscriber
talking
money.
about.
So, the Yemeni, it doesn't really matter if this works or not. The point is only that it got heads rolling at the taxpayer-funded lefty ABC. And so, idiots continue to give him money to make light entertainment out of the
Watch out,
political
there's a
space,
suicider
which
right
gives
next
him
to us.
dinner, gives him big roast chickens.
2 of them.
Yemeni likes
mic
to
is
eat.
open.
You know, he needs to feed his family.
Yeah,
He's
it's so
exactly
unzero,
the
doesn't
same
matter.
as this mandrill who,
always
after
does this with this game.
pleasuring himself in front of a crowd, eats his own fluid. This is basically Yemeni footage. Couple of blind dicks in space trying to find pay dirt. And these days, they so often do, don't they, guys? Opportunists posing as populists. Not like left-wing
Yeah, I see
populist
you,
everymen like me, willing to tap into the
block those,
popular
bitch.
consciousness and reach people with my messaging by making videos heavily featuring mandrills jerking off. If you enjoy that kind of thing, patreon.com/Tom Tanuki.
Hello everyone. Today we are taking a look at a video by the channel Kurzgesagt titled
this.
Germany is Over. When I first saw the thumbnail and title of this
I haven't
video,
seen this.
my first thought
Yeah, we
was,
watched this the other
yes,
day.
finally
I haven't seen
it's getting through to people
You have.
that Germany as a country is circling the drain. The rich getting richer, the poor getting poorer, rapidly increasing militarization of society, the far-right AfD polling in first place nationally. There are lots of reasons to be pessimistic in this notoriously pessimistic country.
Fuck away from me,
But
Ant.
when I actually watched the video,
Lightsaber.
I came away very disappointed. Kurzgesagt has a
By the
massive
time I got to him,
audience,
the
and to
ants had
see
already
them miss the
spawned.
mark so much about one of the biggest challenges
So
the
we
country
died.
faces is very regrettable. So we'll take a look at this video in detail, and I'll offer my perspective on where the folks at Kurzgesagt went wrong. The structure of Kurzgesagt's video is so that 2/3 of the video are presented as a matter of fact with lots of statistics and numbers, while the last third is called opinion and conclusion section, as if the first 2 sections aren't already heavily opinionated. And this is really maybe my main problem with their
Nothing I can
video.
do. It's
This
over.
video is what happens when you try so hard to avoid sounding political that you accidentally reproduce someone else's politics
This is a rough
as
mission.
a neutral
Also,
reality.
the lag is not helping.
Let's get into it then. The gist of the video is that Germany's demographic shift from young to old brings with it significant challenges. We get a summary of the issue dooming Germany, according to
Hey, my
Kurzgesagt,
life
in the
vendor
first
leveled
30
up.
seconds, and already here
Worth it.
we can see the issue I just mentioned.
I don't know if it's the one I'm
Germany
using.
will soon crash into the consequences of a fertility crisis made much worse by the mismanagement of the boomer generation. The demographic collapse tearing up the generational contract may soon destroy one of Germany's greatest achievements, its welfare state. Millennials, Gen Z and younger are left with a huge mess they somehow need to sort while they're outvoted by the grey bloc making the
Made
decisions
a better
for
life
them.
vendor this whole
What
time.
happened?
Right away, we see what Kurzgesagt picks as the main dividing line when it comes to Germany's demographic challenges, that being young versus old. It's the old people that make the decisions and the young people getting the short end of the stick. And while I'm very sympathetic to this view as a comparatively young person in Germany as well, the fact that Germany has more and more older people isn't itself an unsolvable problem. But we'll get to that later. My main issue is that
telling you, we
starting
watched this.
here, Kurzgesagt's video constantly paints this picture of there isn't enough money around to support all the old people we have. But there is plenty of money around. It's just a question of how it's distributed that needs to be solved. The other thing that kind of irks me is that the demographic development is put into conflict with the social safety net by them. And I don't really understand why they said social safety net here and not just pensions and healthcare, because those are the two examples the video talks about. Sure, pension subsidies are the largest line item of our social safety net, but you could just as easily place the demographic challenges in opposition to any other government spending, like military spending. But they specifically picked the social safety net, echoing the conservative credo that we can't afford all those supposedly too generous welfare programs. And while I'm not saying that this is the opinion of the good people at Kurzgesagt that made this video, it feeds off of conservative anxieties in a very strange manner. So much so that it contradicts itself at various points that we'll get to. Next up, the video points towards Germany's shrinking young population, which is completely accurate. The relation of old to young is increasingly weighted towards there being many more old people than young people. They also point out that Germany is still successful today, being one of the richest countries in the world, but also warns that all this is about to come to an end.
Despite its industrial production declining, suffocating bureaucracy, and little economic growth, Germany's system is still chugging along, and it remains one of the richest countries. The country still has a big population and a big workforce, along with generous social benefits and pension payouts. But soon, the reality of demographics and boomer mismanagement will hit Germany like a freight train.
Before we move forward here, this is the second example of this seemingly conservative view of German fiscal policy, specifically describing Germany's welfare benefits and pension payouts as, quote, generous. Normally I wouldn't take too much of an issue with this, although in my opinion it's not very generous. But this video is released at a moment where there is a total all-out assault on the German social safety net by our conservative government, and thus feeds into the viewpoint that our welfare benefits are too generous. Next up, the video talks about the challenges caused by a shrinking population,
Hurts my
all
eyes
of
too
which
much to
are
play
broadly
that zoomed
true.
in.
But then the video talks about the pension system, and here we get to a section of the video that is very strange.
But the much more urgent issue is retirees. Germany has a pay-as-you-go pension system, which means that about 20% of today's salaries is directly paid out to pensioners. This sort of worked in the 1960s when there were 5 working Germans for every retiree.
Oh,
But
this
in
was Sam
2024,
Cedars'
this
favorite
ratio
thing
is
to
down to
debunk.
about 2.5.
The pension is running
In the
out.
2030s,
Shit.
it will get closer to 2 workers for 1 pensioner. And about 10 years after retirement, people tend to get really sick and cause the vast majority of healthcare costs. The math ain't mathing, and it actually never really did.
There are 2 things I really dislike about this section. First off, it presents the pressure on the German pension system and how to relieve it as a pure math problem, when it's very much a political one. What I mean by that is that it's not the amount of workers paying into the system that ultimately counts, but wealth created by those workers. And while the ratio of workers to pensioners has shifted as described in the video, productivity has risen enormously since the 1970s. In other words, while there are less workers, the wealth they produce has gone up substantially. Unfortunately, rising productivity is barely brought up in the video at all, and all we get is a reductive, the math isn't mathing. Please keep that sentence in mind for later. And even that statement is very weird, because if you really only wanted to look at numbers and financial burden, you would not only look at the workers to retirees ratio, but at the youth, elderly, and overall coefficient. Because young people cost money too. Their education costs money, the benefits their parents receive cost money, and so on. So there being less young people also eases the financial burden on society, and if we take that into account, we can see that the overall coefficient today is about as high as it was in the 1970s, when, according to Kurzgesagt, the system broadly worked out. Even in 2070, according to this projection by the Federal Institute for Population Research, the overall coefficient is only slightly higher than today, which again can be offset by increasing productivity. Next point.
Already in the 1970s, governments began to subsidize the pension funds with tax revenue, pushing the problem into the future, as has more or less every single government since then. Well, The future is today.
This clip is a very good example of what I called conservative framing.
Cover me, I'm calling in missiles.
Because our authors clearly state
Glorp
that
said,
since the 1970s,
I can use them on the fucking
German
planes.
governments have just been
Boom, boom,
kicking
boom,
the
boom,
can
boom,
down
boom,
the
boom, boom,
road,
boom.
Instead of solving the math, I guess. It frames a broadening of the financial obligation as an irresponsible bailout and boomer mismanagement. But that framing already assumes the conclusion. Why should pensions be financed
I love
only
when the
or
fucking
even
artillery
primarily
ends
through
up hitting one of the
wage-based
drones
social
and its center
contributions?
just gets
Why
shot
is
out?
the obligation placed so heavily on
It's very
employees
funny.
paying payroll contributions, ultimately financing the system,
Oh,
while
suicider.
wealth, inheritance, property income,
Shaheed.
capital gains, and the highest incomes are treated as if they were somehow
that is what we
outside
called
the
them.
social contract. Later in this video,
Did it kill you?
Kurzgesagt rightfully points
I
to
died,
an
yeah.
overburdening
From
of
the
young
Shaheed?
people
No.
by the pension system.
Oh, he did.
But seemingly also rejects sharing the burden more evenly across society in this section. The video also does not spell out what the supposedly mathematically honest alternative would actually be. If the pension system, ideally, is only allowed to pay
that was
out
so close.
what comes in through social contributions from current workers, then you only have two options. Raising those contributions, which the video's authors reject, or slash benefits. And just to reiterate this, I'm not saying the authors personally want to gut the welfare state, but this framing feeds into exactly that politics. It presents public pension obligations as an unsustainable burden while leaving untouched the much larger question of who owns Germany's wealth and who should contribute to Social Security. Once you say that the only real money we have available for the pension system comes out of payroll contributions, then cutting pensions starts to look like realism, and the redistribution of wealth starts to look like cheating. That is exactly what we see from conservatives and right-wingers who scaremonger about exploding pension obligations with the transparent aim of gutting the welfare state. And this is not just Germany, where this line of argument is brought out to cut benefits and pits the have-nots against each other. Here is a clip from Elon Musk talking about Social Security on the Joe Rogan podcast.
So Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time.
Right, explain that.
Oh, so well, people pay into Social Security, and the money goes out of Social Security immediately. But the obligation for Social Security is your entire retirement career. So you're paying with you're paying like if you look at the future obligations of Social Security, it far exceeds the tax revenue. But basically, people are living way longer than expected, and there are fewer babies being born. So you have more people who are retired and get that live for a long time and get retirement payments. So the future obligations. So however bad the financial situation is right now for the federal government, it will be much worse in the future.
Do you see this shit?
As I
Oh no,
mentioned
I'm laughing
previously,
at the messages
the
that I'm
video
sending.
is not released
Look
in a
at me.
vacuum. So for Kurzgesagt
Right
to
now.
release a video that doesn't
In the middle of
challenge
it.
the underlying assumptions that lead to
Winning the
these
game
bad
for us,
policy
bro.
prescriptions like cutting benefits or raising the retirement age is very unfortunate, to say the least. Next up, the video makes the line of separation in society that it alluded to earlier explicit in pitting the young against the old.
In 2025, the German federal government spent roughly a quarter of its annual tax revenues to fix holes in the pension system, on top of the working population's payments. Let's say that again. 1 in 4 German tax euros is used to pay out pensions today. More than on education, research, infrastructure, and defense combined. The wealth of the nation is redistributed from the young and the working to the old and retired.
To showcase just how much this section of the video is off the mark, I'd like to show you a graph from an article written by 2 economists that I will link in the description. The black line represents the gross domestic product per capita in Germany since the 1970s. The blue line represents average wages before tax, and the red line represents the average pension of a German citizen after paying into the pension system for 45 years. While the GDP per capita has been going up steadily, wages have clearly lagged behind, and pensions, adjusted for buying power,
Yeah, I dropped all
have
my
pretty much
life
been
beacons
stagnant
on top
since
of
the
us.
90s.
So as
If
we were
we
getting
contrast
grabbed by
that
the ants,
with
they
the
weren't
sharing
doing
of
enough
wealth for the
damage to
upper
actually
10%
kill
of
us.
society since the 90s,
So it's
we can
keeping us
see that
alive when we got
it's not
swarmed
so
there.
that the wealth created from the working class is going to the pockets of the old, but it's filling the pockets of the wealthiest in society. Now, believe me, I get it. The line that it's the boomers that leech off the working young is very seductive, and I myself used to say stuff like this frequently. The problem
Fucking
with that
boomers.
framing is that it obfuscates the real, much more meaningful dividing line in German society, and to make it more explicit, I'll give you two statistics. 42% of German pensioners receive less than €1,000 pension per month. That's
not much.
roughly 8 million people. A tenth of the population of the entire country
Fuck
are
yeah.
clearly not
Fuck
winners
yeah.
in the
I love this
system,
gun. This is
despite
great.
them being old. At the same time,
Fuck
two
yeah.
families in
Fuck
Germany,
yeah.
two families, own as much wealth as the bottom 50% of the country. 45 people own as much as 42 million. So yes, young people are overburdened, but they are not overburdened mainly to the benefit of merely the old. They are overburdened in favor of enormous private wealth being protected. Another example that calls
True
this framing
queen.
into
Pop
question
off.
is Germany's inheritance tax,
We've seen
which
this, but
sometimes
pick
is
me up,
called
pick
the
me up.
idiot tax because it's so easy to bypass the inheritance tax
Shahid
for
killed
the
him.
wealthy. The work that a person does, regardless of whether they are a zoomer or a boomer, is much more heavily taxed than inheritances or capital gains. To make matters worse, later in the video, Kurzgesagt points out that Germany is already a, quote, high-tax country, which is true for work. I'll give you an example. Germany's
There's
income
a
tax
fucking
is
dead
progressive.
bug on top of
After
me
the
absorbing
tax-free
the
allowance, the marginal rate rises from 14% to 42% and then to 45% for very high incomes. In 2025, the 42% marginal rate starts at a taxable income above roughly 68,000 euros for a single person. And that is only income tax. Social contributions for pensions, health insurance, unemployment insurance, and long-term care come on top of that 42% tax. So looking at that, you could come
Look at these
away
guys getting
thinking
juggled.
Germany is a very high tax country, but only looking at how labor is taxed misses the mark for all the stuff that isn't taxed nearly as high. Take, for instance, wealth derived from income like capital gains, interest, and dividends, i.e. money made not from working, but from
Fuck
owning.
you, Gorp.
For those,
Gets fucking
you pay
lightsaber.
a flat 25%
I love-
tax rate.
see my lasers
Make
just
80,000
easily
euros from your labor.
saw
Anything
his
above the
legs off.
threshold gets the 42% tax.
So does my lightsaber,
plus social
apparently.
contributions.
Get the guys
Make
behind
80,000
me.
euros from capital gains. That's 26.4% tax,
Come
including
here, little
solidarity
man.
charge, and
he's
no
dead.
social contributions. And this tax rate does not go up progressively like the income tax of an average worker. Whether you are making
Lightsabered
80
him.
or 800,000 euros from capital gains, it's 25% plus 1.4%
It's not the strongest
solidarity
mech,
charge.
but
This shows that it's really
good for
political
range,
decisions
you know?
that overburden labor as the funding
Yeah.
base
And
for
it's
society,
burnt out.
while wealth is privileged. It's not just demographics and math that puts this pressure on our welfare system. Next clip.
As the boomers retire, this will only get worse. It's money that could be spent on things that help the young and the working part of the population, like incentives to start a family, lower taxes, free childcare, cheap loans to buy homes, investments in education, infrastructure, or clean energy.
Yeah,
There
just
are
throw
so
the
many
old
things
people in
that
the
would
bin.
help young Germans. But will millennials and Gen Z get to enjoy similar pensions at least? Well, it's not very likely.
No, you get
With
thrown
this
in the
section,
bin as well.
Kurzgesagt, unfortunately, again,
Don't you
just
understand the
echoes
deal?
conservative mantra that, of course, we really want to establish things that would help working people, but we just don't have the money to do so because of our generous welfare state.
We's
Omitting
poor.
the fact that the politicians that constantly moan about social benefits don't even have an interest in spending money on things like free childcare. It's a conservative fig leaf because they really have no problem spending money on other priorities. For instance, by 2029, Germany's defense spending is scheduled to rise to 3.5% of our GDP, which amounts to slightly over 150 billion euros, which, if you paid attention, is actually more than the amount of taxes currently subsidizing the pension system. And I guarantee you, no one will call that type of spending unsustainable. Now you might say, well, that type of military spending actually is necessary. Fine. I don't agree, but fine. In the same time period, from now until 2029, the recently passed corporate and business tax reform will reduce public revenue by roughly 48 billion euros. As a comparison, that is roughly the amount you would need to renovate every single school in the entire country. So finding money for corporate tax relief, no problem at all. But if you want free childcare or to renovate our schools, sorry, we can't afford that unless we make pensioners poorer. There is really no reason for Kurzgesagt to buy this line of reasoning hook, line and sinker, and it also leads to them contradicting themselves later in the video. I want to highlight two clips here, because they show the contradiction you run into when you treat young versus old as the main conflict
These
in
red
Germany's
ants
economy
can't really even
instead
hurt
of
the Mac,
labor versus
because they
wealth.
can only grab.
The first clip repeats
Oh,
the
really?
idea that wealth is being distributed from the young to the old,
They
and
can-
that this
they-
is hard
their
to
bites
change
do
because older people
damage, but it's
supposedly
not
have
much.
such a tight grip on our political system.
And half the time I have them
condemned to pay off a
stun
huge
locked.
loan on the
Like
future
I could probably
that the
take
older generation
50
have
hits
generously
from them.
granted themselves. And they don't have the power to change this by voting
I'd say
because German
20
parties
between
just have
25
no
and
incentive
50.
to help young people. Demographic decline in a democracy is a feedback loop. When seniors are the largest group of voters, politicians make politics for them.
Now let's watch a clip from later
Maybe
in the
even
video.
more.
Baby boomers' lives are affected too. With unsustainable pension funds, inevitably millions of older Germans will have to work much longer than they thought. A retirement age of 70 or higher is already being discussed. Today, about 20%
them.
of German pensioners live in poverty, and that
Don't
rate is
carry
all but
water for
guaranteed
this
to
older
increase
retirement
significantly
age
in the
bullshit.
2030s.
Now, how is this possible? Why do 42% of pensioners receive less than 1,000 euro statutory pension per month if Parliament mainly makes politics for them? Well,
Fuck.
because it doesn't. Because the
Yeah, I
main
don't know why you're
benefactors
rushing
of
ahead.
German economic policy
Because I wanted to
are not
kill
the
it.
old, but the wealthy.
It's so close,
who
you could probably
often
just pop it a
happen
couple
to
times.
be old.
There's
in
a
the graph
glorp
that
in
our
front of me
authors
that
put
I
on
need to
screen,
prioritize
we can see
first.
how the
I know, I
majority
flew
of
over.
wealth is owned by people that happen to be
That's
older.
why you're dead.
But that does not automatically
I almost
prove
got it.
that the old, as a whole, are the winners in this system. It mainly shows something
Super
much more
giant.
basic. People who
Yeah.
have been alive
He's been
longer
that for a while.
had more time to accumulate assets, pay down mortgages,
Huh?
inherit, save, and benefit from rising property prices. The
What'd you
more
say?
important
I can't
question
hear you.
is, who owns the wealth?
Look at the screen.
Which in each generation. So when the video suggests the old have most of the wealth,
Oh.
it is collapsing two very different things into one category. Ordinary older people and wealthy asset owners who happen to be old. Those are two very distinct
Don't even have their
political
names
groups. In other words, a retired supermarket worker on a small pension does not have the same political interest as a 70-year-old landlord with 5 apartments.
Fuck off, Glorp.
Just because
You did
they
not
are
expect
both
those
old.
missiles to come in and
We're
hit
getting
him.
close to the end here, but next up is the clip that is arguably the most incredible of the entire video. Because it's not like the good people at
Told you it was
Kurzgesagt
close.
are unaware of the vast wealth inequality in Germany.
Even in a high-tax country like Germany, there's plenty of wealth disparity and opportunities to tax the rich and take pressure off workers. Although, of course, the details are fiercely debated, so we'll not get into this right now. But the scale of the
Oh,
gap
okay.
between what workers pay and what's needed to
This
cover
is debated,
boomers'
so we
pensions
won't
is
talk
so
about it
enormous
right now.
that
I'll
even
just give you
raising
my
taxes
point
would
instead.
only buy a bit of time.
Pretty
This
great.
was honestly baffling to me. It's hotly debated, so we won't get into it here. Why? It's not like any other topic in this video isn't hotly debated. In fact, that would even be more reason to make your case, no? And to top it off, after saying they won't get into it, the video states that the gap between what workers pay and pension obligations is so high that raising taxes would only, quote, buy a bit of time. But why is the gap between what workers pay and pensioners receive? Why can't there be a broader financing of the pension system that focuses
I'm dying
on the wealth
because
the
of how
entire
far out of
country
place you
creates,
are.
and not just what workers are able to pay into the system? Well, I guess that is hotly debated, so we can't talk about it here.
It happens.
And regarding that raising taxes,
Yeah, it
would
happens
only
when you don't do
buy
your
a bit of
fucking role
time.
right.
Yeah, every pension reform buys time. Raising the retirement age buys time. Cutting benefits buys time.
It's pretty hard to
There is
play.
no solution in which
It's pretty hard to
demographics
play
just stop
with the
mattering
state that
forever.
the game is in.
Our last clip for today comes from the conclusion and opinion section. So anything we've seen up until this point, not opinionated, apparently.
The reality nobody wants to talk about is that solving the demographic crisis will be very painful. It will require sacrifices from everyone, and politicians seem incapable of addressing it honestly.
Kurzgesagt bemoans here that no one wants to talk about what the reality of solving the demographic challenges looks like. But evidently, they don't want to talk about it either. Because despite framing the problem as this unavoidable crisis requiring sacrifice from everyone, the video never really says what those sacrifices should be, who should make them, or according to what principle they should be distributed. The one answer that isn't cutting benefits or increasing the load of workers that does appear, using taxes and broader public financing, is basically set aside as controversial and then dismissed as insufficient. Whenever German governments talk about painful but necessary sacrifices, those sacrifices almost always fall hardest on people who live from wages,
Let's use
pensions,
missiles
public
with laser
services,
guide kits.
and rented housing. It is workers who are told to work longer, pensioners who are told to expect less, the unemployed who are told benefits are too generous, patients and care workers who are told the system is too expensive. Or, as Kurzgesagt tells its audience, young people who are told there is no money for housing, education, or climate investment. But somehow, the sacrifices rarely start with the people best positioned to make them.
There's another
Large
air raider that
heirs,
joined.
landlords, shareholders, owners of major fortunes, high-income
happens.
professionals, and people whose wealth comes from owning rather than working. I
gonna
don't think
happen.
there was any ill will on the side of
we're
Kurzgesagt
just
in making this video.
trying to beat this mission,
And I don't want to suggest
so
they
we're
are
about progress.
producing conservative propaganda or anything like that.
I don't think I missed it by
It
that
just
much.
seems like they were so hesitant of saying something
Yeah,
political
a minute
about
or
a
so.
political problem that
It's
they
also
ended
bad.
up saying nothing, and worse so, framing the issue through a conservative lens. They present a political framing
call him
as a neutral
Kurzgesagt
reality.
now.
Here is the point I really want to highlight. If you are opposed to the assault on the welfare state, which I hope the people at Kurzgesagt are, you have to reject this framing, lest you make the conservative case for them. And it seems to me that Kurzgesagt is opposed to the, for instance, approach by our conservative chancellor. Why I say this is because they depict him in this clip as a politician in a private jet, saying everyone just needs to work more. That is clearly
Was
supposed
Merkel
to be
conservative
our
or not?
historically unpopular
Okay,
chancellor.
just be ready because the
Friedrich
pace might be
Merz.
off because it's new
What
people.
makes this video so baffling is that the video doesn't really oppose his politics related to the welfare system and even serves to bolster
see.
his underlying assumptions. And to make this point, I like to read to you a section from a speech Friedrich Merz gave
Come
a couple of days after Kurzgesagt released their video on the subject. Here Merz talks about the, quote, necessary
Bullshit
political
rises.
steps, i.e. cuts we have to make to the
Just
pension
follow me,
system,
come on.
and then goes on to say, ladies and gentlemen, this is not some malicious scheme on my part or on the part of the federal government. Laughter
He
and boos
fucking
from the
nailed
crowd.
me.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a matter of demographics and mathematics. It is simply beyond the means of two contributors
Just go to the left.
finance a single retiree in the future. Two workers cannot finance one pensioner. That is not malice, it is demographics, and the math just isn't mathing. This is exactly the issue. Once you frame the problem this way, the political conclusion is already built in. The welfare state is too expensive, pensions are unsustainable, and ordinary people have to work longer, pay more, or accept less. Kurzgesagt may
They got it.
disagree with Merz's
They're
solution,
coming now
but their
that we
video
pinged.
reinforces the assumptions his politics depend on. And I might be mistaken in giving Kurzgesagt the benefit of the doubt here, because they do this
Did you shoot?
repeatedly in their video. They
Yeah.
bring up healthcare and say a lot of
I
stuff
missed,
that
don't
is
worry.
accurate, but leave out that Germany's health system is politically designed in a way that weakens the public option. High earners, many self-employed people, and civil servants can use private health insurance instead of joining the statutory pool. That means that the wealthier and often healthier population can partially exit the system most workers rely on. They bring up housing prices and mention
There's some of these
immigration,
trees out.
NIMBYs, and regulations as factors, but not the insane commodification of the housing market and our politics treating housing mainly as an investment vehicle, not places to live. And here again, their analysis proves insufficient because
This guy
a young
gets it.
renter
He's using
and a
his
poor
bombers
pensioner
on-
renting their
on
flat
trees.
are on the same side here. The divide is again not young versus old, but people who
open
need
it up a
housing
little.
versus people who profit from housing scarcity. Watching Kurzgesagt's video, rather than informing, has left me even more pessimistic than before. We've reached a point where, when a major educational YouTube channel attempts to highlight our societal challenges, the supposedly objective, neutral starting point already heavily favors austerity. And speaking about Germany being over, Kurzgesagt's video reflects something very unfortunate in German political discourse. In one of the richest countries on earth, a positive future is barely imaginable anymore. The idea that we could build a society where people work less, have more security in old age, and live with less economic fear is treated as unrealistic before the conversation even begins. When we talk about workers, pensions, healthcare, or housing, the discussion is almost never how can these systems become better. It is always what sacrifices do ordinary
These
people have
fucking
to make so the current system
hate me.
doesn't collapse. The best this country can apparently hope for is a managed decline. And that pessimistic perspective
Stuck on
has to
terrain.
be combated, which my video here hopefully is a very small part of. Kurzgesagt is correct. The crises are real and we can change demographics in the short term, but the boundaries of the debate are political, and those we can very much change.
Bro, knock down all the buildings.
Thank you for watching, everyone. I had a lot of fun tackling this video, and I hope the folks at Kurzgesagt take it as constructive criticism.
Ow.
I also hope you don't mind that this was focused on Germany this much, but if we zoom out a bit, I think the broader issues are relevant across much of the West, like aging societies, housing costs, etc. As always, thank you so much
I'm in
to
the
my
zone.
endlessly patient subscribers, and especially my patrons. You are amazing. If you want to become a patron and support the channel, you can do so via the link in the description. For a limited time, you can also get the 3 Arrows enamel pin as a reward.
Oh, you're all dead.
I looked up when we last did
No, we're
this,
not.
and apparently it was roughly
Yeah,
6
it's
years ago, which is hard to believe. I've been doing this
We're
for
all
a while
put
now.
together.
Anyway, the pins will only be available until the current stock runs out, so if you want to grab one, head over there. You'll also get access to the Discord server where you can send me any thoughts you have on the video or just hang out. Usually I would plug my socials here, but since I'm barely active outside of Discord these days, I'll leave it there for today. As always, take care and have a good one.
To start the process, they have to get 2 unmodified as straight as possible chassis. 1 to take apart piece by piece, and 1 to verify that the new stamped parts are actually up to factory standards. This is extremely difficult as none of the cars that they're building now were ever.
Now this we've watched.
We only watched the start because you said
Yeah,
this
it was
is boring.
So like, look at this is that Reckless Ben guy. This is what
Mhm.
his channel looks like.
What the fuck?
Right.
You wouldn't know.
I overthrew a restaurant run by a cult. I think he might have even done, like Falun Gong stuff.
Interesting.
Okay.
White ass fascist Nazi.
Have you taken your German lessons? Oh, yes, sir. Good. You. How do you say thank you in German?
If you've never played Wolfenstein 2, it's kind of hard to explain because you need a lot of context. Because it's a game where you kill Nazis, but you can also listen to them talk. And despite the plot being about a white guy defending America, a bunch of gamers thought it was anti-America, or at least anti-white.
Come and fucking get me, you white ass fascist Nazi pig.
And people were really mad about this. But the weirdest part was that the people who made the game saw all that internet anger and basically
And went
said,
harder.
It sounds like, okay, are we talking about Trump here?
Hilarious.
all right, wait a second. So the guy on the left there, that's me. And you might be wondering how I got there and why I'm asking that question.
Any
So
problems?
this is 7 years ago, and I was working for Vice News on HBO, and I was doing a segment on a game called Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus. So this is Pete Hines, who was then the senior vice president of marketing for Bethesda, which was the company that was publishing the game. This game was about to come out, and people were threatening to boycott it. You'd think he'd be concerned, but this is what he had to say about it.
Fuck those guys, like,
So that's not his full answer, but I think we need more context to understand all this.
Fuck those guys.
So let's go back just a few months to June of 2017, when Pete Hines walked on stage at E3.
Bareback.
Bro, every time the mission starts, you're not there.
Yeah. Because I've been here.
The presentation went on for about half an
starting the
hour,
mission,
but it was the
waiting.
trailer that they played at the end that got everyone's attention. It started off with these fake 60s TV shows that were all weirdly Nazi themed. And then they finally showed some gameplay.
I said a couple of months ago that the thing that Machine Games was working on is fucking bananas, so now you know what I mean by fucking bananas. So if you visit our booth this week at E3, you have a chance to go hands-on and begin the fight to rally the resistance in America against the Nazi regime.
Again, this was June of 2017. Then, in August, a group of white supremacists organized a rally called Unite the Right in Charlottesville. Before it happened, not that many people were taking it seriously. But then America woke up and saw that someone had been killed. And they saw the footage.
Will not replace us! Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
People had different reactions to this. Donald Trump, who'd only been president for a few months, infamously had this to say.
But you also had people that were
Good balance.
very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group.
The fact that there were neo-Nazis openly marching around shocked a lot of people. And then, while the headlines were still fresh, just a few weeks after that rally, 2 days before the game's supposed to come out, Bethesda makes a tweet. And they've included a video.
Amazing.
This was a pretty stark pivot.
That's
The old
great.
ads were high budget, well produced, and they had kind of a sense of humor. But these new ads were much more to the point, and you could even say they were confrontational. And they were drawing connections between the fictional Nazi timeline and specific references to real events and things that Donald Trump had actually said. A lot of people did not like these ads. Reviewers piled in, saying things like, the game might as well have been made by the terrorist outfit Antifa for all it says about white people. And the people who saw these new ads were wondering, is this about Donald Trump? So I asked the question. Make America Nazi free again, or not my America. Basically, it sounds like, okay, are we talking about Trump here?
No, we're talking about Nazis.
You're kind of poking the hornet's nest here.
Are you
Maybe
calling
a little
Trump a
bit,
Nazi?
but the hornet's nest is full of Nazis, so fuck those guys. Like,
Lamau.
I'll poke a Nazi hornet's nest.
Look, in a lot of ways, not all that much has really changed in the last 7 years because we're still having the same debates, the same arguments, and people
My
still
alarm's
making
going
a
off
lot of the
in the
same
background.
comparisons.
He made a statement that I'm like Hitler. It's just couldn't be further from the truth. It's just the opposite, actually.
But look, if you didn't like Wolfenstein, that's fine. This video is not about making fun of you. And as a matter of fact, I think we should be taking some of those criticisms seriously. Because look, a lot of people feel like Wolfenstein is too harsh on white America.
Wolfenstein is a little weird about white people.
Stop crying.
It introduces the Black Panthers as a moral authority. It repeatedly suggests that America is and has
Who
always
is this
been
video for,
a
bro?
racist country. And it paints some Nazis as pretty decent people.
But to understand that, we probably need to back up a little bit.
I mean, there was.
What?
I mean, there was Nazis who were inside the party, but were
So
already
Wolfenstein
ready to
2,
betray
The
it.
New Colossus is, like the number suggests,
You know,
it's a
like
sequel.
the
and it's set in 1961.
Tom
in this
Cruise movie
alternate
there.
reality in which
Valkyrie.
the Nazis won World War
Valkyrie.
II and have colonized
Valkyrie.
America.
Is that a real thing?
If you've ever seen
Yeah.
The Man in the High Castle,
Yeah.
just imagine that they sent the main dude.
I don't
to
know if
Japan
they
for
still
5
like
years,
hated
gave
Jews
him a
and
laser,
stuff.
and
Like
said,
they
"All right, bro,
probably
do your
were
thing."
wanted a more like military-run authority type thing where they dominated Europe,
Wolfenstein
but like
itself has a history that goes back
better
to
than the
1981.
Nazis.
The series actually got its start on the Apple II with Castle Wolfenstein. So the basic setup of the game is that you're a captured
Nazis.
prisoner of war and you've been locked up in Castle Wolfenstein. Your mission is to find the Nazi war plans and escape the castle. But to do that, you need to sneak out of your cell and avoid detection by the guards. From today's perspective,
I love just taking
it
off
kind of looks
Glorp's
like an
arms and
elaborate
legs.
Pac-Man, but instead
It
of
is
ghosts, it's Nazis. A lot of people consider this the first real stealth shooter game. And it makes sense, because there's probably no Metal Gear without Wolfenstein. But the Wolfenstein franchise, as most people know it, didn't start up until over a decade later.
Help.
1992,
Help.
Wolfenstein
Butchie
3D
boy.
drops on the PC. It's World War II, you're an American spy, you've been captured by Nazis and thrown into a dungeon. So far, pretty similar to the OG. But in this version, there's no more sneaking around. The stealth part that was a signature feature of the game is gone. In its place is, well, this.
It's Doom.
It was fun, it was bloody, and it was a smash hit. Game historians generally point to Wolfenstein 3D as the birth of the first-person shooter genre. That's not to take away from other games which had tried a 3D first-person perspective before, but id Software's take was different, for two big reasons.
One of my
First,
favorite
on a
games as a
technical
kid
level,
was
it was incredible.
Wolfenstein
Texture
clone.
mapping, digitized sound effects, enemy
Was
AI that
Doom
responded to your
always
movements in pseudo
id
3D
Software as
space.
well?
Yeah,
all
yeah,
running
yeah.
at 60
Doom,
frames.
so
Doom is
same
Doom is
fucking
this
company.
Doom is
was
Wolfenstein.
unbelievable
Okay.
technologically. But id Software's true stroke of genius was in understanding how to make animated violence palatable. Pretty early on in video game history, violence was a touchy subject. The most infamous early example is Death Race from 1976.
Sounds cool.
This is an arcade game where you drove a car around and crashed into enemies who
that
would
what the
let out
movie
this
is based
digital
off?
scream when you ran them over.
No. Which
Thank
movie?
God.
Parents were
Death
already
Race.
creeped out enough.
No, no.
Their kids were hanging
There's
out
two
in
Death
smoky,
Races,
dark
the original
rooms
one.
with flashing
Oh, well,
lights.
the...
Define
But now they
original.
were committing
The
virtual
fucking new...
vehicular
I don't know, the
manslaughter,
one that came out
complete with
15
death
years ago.
warrants.
Jesus
Then
fucking
no.
Christ.
This
That is not
was
the original
about
Death
5
Race.
steps too far. And it's hard to overstate how completely
that one based
wild
off
this
the
game
game?
was. Because, again,
No, that
this
one's
was
based off the movie.
1976.
Okay.
Gerald Ford was still in office. People had
Boo.
Pong machines at their house still. People were really,
God,
really
the
mad about
fucking
this game.
frames
So,
are unbearable.
have you heard of the movie Death Race 2000?
It's a human being.
is
No, no,
harmful
have you?
To the extent that it again sanctions practice, training,
Bro just shot an
learning
air
how to hurt,
tortoise at a
kill other
ship that's
people.
not open.
It sets the
Maybe he
stage
thinks it'll be
for
open by
when
the
people
time
are
the
instigated
tortoise
to
arrives.
aggression to use those skills that they have.
The
Oh my
developers
God.
tried to explain that these were gremlins or monsters, and you weren't running over humans. But the public didn't buy it. And before long, the game basically disappeared from arcades. Now, fast forward a couple decades, and we've got, for the time, an immersive 3D experience. It's not just cars, it's guns. And the graphics
Yeah, but
and
you're killing
screens
Nazis.
are much more realistic.
There's things that are always okay to kill.
And
Nazis
this in the context,
and
'cause
demons.
Again, this was 1992.
Yeah.
The very next year, there would be congressional hearings about violence in video games.
What you're about to see
Where?
are scenes from two of the most violent new video games. First, we have Mortal Kombat.
Oh look, it's
Blood
Joe
splatters from the
Iraq War
contestants'
Lieberman.
heads. When a player wins, the so-called death sequence begins.
The Chuck Schumer of our
he
time.
looks,
You can criticize
he looks
lethal
pretty old. I'm
enforcers,
surprised
which
he's not still
on
in
paper
government.
seems
Bro,
like it
you
would be an okay
no,
game
like
'cause
seriously.
you're a cop that's fighting
You know,
crime,
I
but
just
they
said
really
he
didn't
was the
like
Chuck
guns.
Schumer of our time.
Making a game and selling it
Right?
that encourages a kid to point a gun at a television set. I mean, we're all aware of this incredible
Jesus
outbreak
fucking
of
Christ.
gun violence in our country. Is it responsible? Let me put it another way. Is it
But
within
Wolfenstein, which had guns and blood, managed
Yeah,
to
but
avoid
Nazis.
getting criticized in those hearings. They didn't even get a name drop. And it kind of makes sense, because what? Are you going to complain about killing Nazis? They're Nazis. They're basically not people. They're monsters, right?
Exactly.
And that's where this new reboot becomes a problem. Because in this iteration of Wolfenstein, the Nazis are very much people. And if you play the
Oh, well,
game as a creator
they're still
intended
Nazis.
it, you run a pretty high risk of accidentally agreeing with the Nazi.
No.
Gewalt gegen uns gutheißen, nur weil wir anderer Ansicht sind.
Die sind halt gewalttätig, Karl.
Denen fehlt die moralische Richtschnur. Wir sind doch auch Menschen. Gewalt führt nur zu noch mehr Gewalt.
Das stimmt, Karl. Gewalt ist niemals in Ordnung. Niemals.
Was für eine Gesellschaft wäre das, wenn ich jeden töten würde, der meine Ansicht nicht teilt?
Ein
I
Kriegsgebiet,
got him
Karl.
spinning.
Das wäre ein Kriegsgebiet.
Zum Kotzen. Übrigens, hast du dich für New Orleans beworben?
Na klar. Und du?
Auf jeden Fall.
Vielleicht sind wir in einer Todesschwadron.
Hoffen. Wir arbeiten doch gut zusammen.
I think that they have to make them not comically evil. Like they kind of have to, because then it kind of makes it
Republicans attack Democrats,
sink
and
in that
Democrats return fire.
these are normal people who
Social
are doing
media
these
is
fucking
a
things.
showcase of our anger. An analysis by the New York Times this fall found that
The
online use of the
armband
phrase "civil war"
makes
has
them not
exploded.
human.
If you were to remove that from its context,
It makes them evil.
that conversation sounds completely reasonable. Violence is wrong, and political disagreements should be handled
Okay,
in a
Lib.
civil manner. And in 2017, this was a very serious conversation because people were arguing over whether or not it's okay to punch a Nazi.
It is.
Because, well, somebody punched a Nazi.
It's Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
Which, of course, Wolfenstein couldn't resist
Cover me,
making
cover
a
me. I
parody
got
of
missiles
for
coming in on
another
Glarp.
advertisement.
I'm dead.
Maybe you're seeing a pattern here. But this conversation
I should
takes
play this
place
game.
between
I have
two
this game.
Nazi stormtroopers. So
I have
you're
all of them,
crawling up a
actually.
Why didn't you tell me
staircase,
you were dead?
Fingers on the R2 trigger.
I'm dead.
And you're thinking, I think my mom might have posted something like this on Facebook last week. Do those Nazis have a point? Am I supposed to shoot these guys?
Yeah.
In fact, aside from a handful of almost cartoonishly sadistic characters, a lot of the Nazis in this reboot seem pretty reasonable.
Yes.
And some of them are deliberately depicted as sympathetic characters.
Come pick me up. I have life
So
vendors.
there's this part where
I
you're
have life
hunting down
vendors.
some Nazis who've been hiding from you for months. They're not trying to attack you. They don't want to attack you. They're trapped in the lower part of your submarine, and they just want to escape. And you overhear one of them trembling in fear
Not
at
my
the thought
problem.
of having to confront the terrorist. By the way, that's you. They call you a
Not
terrorist. And you also
my
hear
problem.
his older brother consoling him and saying he'll protect him.
Not my problem.
Sobald das U-Boot auftaucht, sind wir
Shouldn't
in
have been
Sicherheit.
Nazis.
Brüderchen. Und jetzt seid tapfer und macht dir keine
I really
Sorgen.
hope he does come around to like explain
In order
why
to
this
progress in the
is.
game, You have to kill both
the way
of them.
it is. Good. Bye.
Dude,
Protect
these
this
upgraded,
You'll also read
the
postcards from
upgraded
sons
fucking
writing to their mothers
life
back
fenders I
home.
have can heal
The
machines.
Nazis in this game
So
are
vehicles regain health
people
inside them.
who have friends, families, emotions, fears, hopes, dreams, just like you. At one point, you even have to confront the family of someone you killed.
Good. Kill them too. Not my
This
problem.
all
They shouldn't have
probably
been Nazis.
seems like a really bad idea because once again, we're talking about Nazis here. This is a group that we consider to be universally evil. And so wouldn't
Yeah.
humanizing them
Look at what
be
they did. It's not
immoral at
humanizing
best
them.
and dangerous at worst? I mean, these are monsters.
Also,
right?
No, I don't see the point of arguing that you're not supposed to humanize Nazis other than, like, it might be politically sensitive at the time.
Sure.
You know, like, fucking a bunch of, like, games were, like,
that would be a fair
canceled
criticism.
and shit and, like, had
It
to
wouldn't
go
be the
back to the
first time it's
drawing
happened.
board after
9/11.
9/11.
We go back to 1963
Like, you
to
know,
the
Metal
political
Gear
theorist
Solid
Hannah
2
Arendt,
originally ended
when
on
she
top
was
of the
dealing with
World Trade Center.
precisely
I didn't know
this
that,
same
actually.
problem. She had just published a study of Adolf Eichmann, who was a Nazi leader who, among other things, organized the sending of Jews to the extermination camps.
Yeah, it was Nazi.
Arendt went to some of the trial, and she described it in articles she wrote for The New Yorker, where she concluded that Eichmann was not a monster, but instead a, quote, terrifyingly normal person. This
Yeah.
is not really what people expected from someone who was
Yeah,
herself
because you're
a
used
Jew
to fucking
and had to
Hollywood
flee Germany
movies.
as the Nazis rose to power. And a lot of people attacked her for humanizing a man who committed unimaginable crimes against humanity and for trivializing the horrors of
Yeah,
genocide.
and they had a family.
But Hannah Arendt countered that her
Am I
point
supposed
was
to
never
care?
to trivialize anything. She wanted to argue that, quote, under conditions of terror, most people will comply.
Their family was
That some
aware
people
that they
would
were a
fight,
Nazi.
but most wouldn't. And that a fascist government would dehumanize people and turn them into, as she said, functionaries and mere cogs in the administrative machinery. She had a phrase for this: the banality of evil. Hannah Arendt's work is still controversial to this day, which we're not going to get into. But I think that the concept of the banality of evil is helpful to put into context for what I think Tommy Bjork, who was the narrative designer for the Wolfenstein series, was
Bjork?
aiming for. So I don't have the footage for this conversation. I think we might have cut it out of our video interview, but this is how I quoted him in an article that I wrote for Vice back then. He said that, I think all societies are susceptible to those kinds of ideologies, those kinds of fascist ideologies, if they don't fight them. He also said, I think
Come
that's something
on.
you get to see in the game.
Fuck!
There's a whole
Oh, I'm
spectrum
trapped.
of reactions within American citizens toward this takeover. Some of them welcome it.
I'll get it next turn.
To be really abundantly clear here, Tommy Bjork's point was not to suggest that the Nazis had a point,
Nice,
because
yeah.
he and I both agree
Warm.
that they did not have a point.
It sounds kind of personal.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
It's opened
to
again.
me,
John, it's open.
I fucking hate Nazis. Can you say that?
You can say that.
So, then what are you talking
I think
about?
what he's getting at here in this interview is maybe
Oh,
better
you guys aren't
summarized
You off doing your own
in some
thing?
of his
I've been
work
using
in
ping.
this scene.
I killed it. Don't worry.
Not monsters.
I got this. I'm coming.
Man.
Witchy boys. Kill.
Yeah,
Let's
why do you
talk
think we're
about
going
America
for
a
this
little
one?
bit.
Because fuck
One
them.
of the most striking pre-release
Oh, I killed the other one,
advertisements for this
sorry.
game
Great
is
success.
this scene right here.
Ow.
A big fan of DK for Ancient Jeff.
The music makes me happy. What's wrong with that one?
Yeah,
Ain't
right
wrong
answer.
with that,
Yeah.
Jeff?
I like your style, Americans. Very good.
Americans.
It shows a Nazi soldier having what looks like a pretty friendly conversation with two hooded Klansmen. And it kind of makes sense, right? It's two evil groups getting along together.
Two
Someone
fascist
even
groups.
posted it on YouTube, and it's got some pretty funny comments. But if you actually play the game, the part after this is not funny. There's a lot of really unsettling stuff that they don't show you in the ad. And to see that, you have to actually explore the town. So this is where we get to see what a normal or banal day looks like in America.
If you hang out long enough, you'll eventually hear someone complaining about their slaves acting up, because apparently the Nazis let them have their slaves back. And then there's this woman who thanks the Nazis for ridding the country of certain elements of American culture.
I just couldn't stand all that primitive jungle music they used to play. Jazz and rock and roll. Quite verschrecklich, like you would say, right?
Yes, good, Fräulein.
The most vile and disgusting characters in this scene are not German, they're Americans.
And?
In fact, there's times when even the Nazis seem a little bit confused about the mechanics of white American racism. Earlier on in the game, the daughter of a Nazi general runs away and joins your team.
I'm confused why he's confused about why
she
these
notices
games are
that
the way
there's
they
a black
are.
man in the control room, and she freaks out because she doesn't understand.
You can do it.
It literally cannot.
Jump and boost. See if you can get out the other side.
Everyone is allowed on this boat, except
No.
Nazis.
Now, I want to spend some time here because why she
Success.
says that, why she reacts this way.
Sideways?
The story leaves it kind of ambiguous, and I think there's a couple possibilities here. Maybe the most obvious one, or the first obvious one, would
can
be,
do it.
okay, well, she's a Nazi, so she's racist, and so she would hate black people, right? That makes sense. But it doesn't really seem to work out, because later, that same black dude,
What if you
has
boost
sex with
before
him.
you jump?
I can't boost.
You run out?
It's not letting me.
I'm sorry.
What the fuck? That'll work.
So there might be another explanation here. Maybe she's just confused because she speaks English
That'll
and
do.
she's studied America, she understands American culture and American racism. And you've got a bunch of Americans on board.
That was great.
So
Dude, that was like
you all
a super
racist
jump, you
like
know, like
most
Halo,
Americans?
you build up the momentum and it all releases at once.
All right, let's back up a little bit. So the same year that Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus,
Glip
was
glop
released,
upgrade.
another piece of Nazi history-related media also came out. But this wasn't a fictional alternate history.
Green
this is
ants.
actual, real history. And this book, Hitler's American Model by James Whitman, explains that a lot of Nazi policy came from the United States. The author explains that in the early 1930s, the Nazis were not planning on extermination. They thought the
So
solution to their
stupid.
Jewish problem was either forcing them out of the country or at least taking away their rights and
Like
isolating
they
them.
literally had the
But
blueprint
they had
for
no
it. Like
idea
this is
how to
such a
write
dumb
policy
argument.
to achieve this goal. They needed a blueprint. And they found their biggest inspiration
They had
in
one.
America. Nazi legal scholars were extremely impressed by American racism. They thought it was amazing
bet.
that even though we had things like the 14th and 15th Amendments making sure that former slaves were A, citizens, and B, had the right to vote, that we'd still figured out these clever workarounds to make it actually almost impossible for black people to enjoy those rights in practice. We had somehow managed to create a new second class of citizens. And what we'd done with immigrants was even more impressive. Hitler himself admired how America, quote, simply excludes the immigration of certain races, and he was equally impressed at our genocide of Native Americans to make room, or Lebensraum, for white settlers. And as the author says, indeed in Mein Kampf, Hitler praised America as nothing less than the one state that had made progress toward the creation of a healthy racist order. The Nazis considered America to be the most forward-thinking country on the planet in terms of racist policy. For the Nazis, American creativity wasn't just about writing pop music or Hollywood movie scripts. It was in writing imaginative laws to deny certain races access to actual American citizenship. And the most impressive thing to them was that our discrimination was all done by the book. Everything was legal because we made it legal. So the Nazis tried to catch up to America and started adapting our laws. But they didn't just copy-paste our policies into the Nazi law books because, as the author says, the Nazis treated American race law as too harsh to be borrowed wholesale by Nazi Germany. Let me say that again. The Nazis thought our laws, especially things like our Jim Crow laws,
they thought they were too harsh.
Go back a second.
And that they needed to be toned down to work in Nazi Germany. Tried to catch up to America and started adapting our laws. But they didn't just copy-paste our policies into the Nazi law books because, as the author says, the Nazis treated American race law as too harsh to be borrowed wholesale by Nazi Germany. Let me say that again.
So am I to understand that this is the author's opinion? And not actually a statement of fact? Is that what you got? Hello?
Hang on, I'm literally fighting ants.
So am I.
I don't know what you're even asking.
Is the thing that he is reiterating here, the Nazis took American law, but it was too harsh for even the Nazis, is the opinion of the author.
As in him?
That's what he's, that's yes, the thing that he is quoting is in fact the opinion of the author and not actually a statement of fact of something that the Nazis thought.
I would say no, because he just gave a source.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The book. Which is a book.
Oh, that's what I'm asking you. Are you saying the author of the script or the author of the book?
No, the book.
Oh.
Because he's
yes.
saying the author
Then
says.
yes. Thank
So
you for being
that's
more clerical.
Like that is my interpretation of what he just said, is that the quote that he is reiterating, that the Nazis would have taken American law, but it was way too harsh, is actually just the author's opinion. Making me just go like, well, I don't give a shit. Like, it's your opinion. Like, sure, that is an opinion you can have, sure. Are you correct? I don't fucking know. Show me proof. Because as we know, they already did their genocide blueprint in West Africa. West Africa? Where'd they do it? Gambia? Namibia.
Well, it also, the Nazi Party, like, was around for a minute before shit went down, you know?
Yeah, yeah, it was like 20s that it formed. 28?
So, like, them having some, like, reformist ideology in the beginning.
It's kind of revisionist, like, a little bit.
They needed to, like, you know, you gotta build your populism.
It's like, I'm just... because I hear commies fucking say this all the time. Like, the Nazis took the policies from America. But I'm yet to see a single shred of evidence from this, and this is the first source that I've seen attributed to this quote. So, I'm curious if this is what they're all quoting? What the fuck?
He said that the Nazis didn't take their policies from America. The author literally said the Nazis did not adopt...
Adapted them, but they're too harsh. That's the thing that I'm contesting. That the Nazis thought American policies were too harsh. I fucking doubt it. Like, I just fundamentally doubt that assertion. And I see the commies say this all the time.
But that's the thing. That's not what the communists are saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
What, when they say that the Nazis took American policies?
Yeah, they never say... This is saying... I think the argument the author is really making is that the Nazis didn't adopt American policies, which is true.
It's still attributing them to America. The author is attributing...
It said
Have
they
you not been
didn't...
listening?
The author says that they didn't take their policies from America.
Discrimination was all done by the book. Everything was legal because we made it legal. So the Nazis tried to catch up to America and started adapting our laws. But they didn't just copy-paste our policies into the Nazi law books because, As the author says, the Nazis treated American race law as too harsh to be borrowed wholesale
That's
by
what
Nazi
I'm
Germany.
contesting.
Let me say that again.
Yeah.
The Nazis
so the
thought
Nazis
our
didn't
laws,
adapt American
especially
law.
things like our Jim Crow laws, they thought they were too harsh and that they needed to be toned down to work in Nazi Germany.
As the author explains, in the 1930s,
What are you talking about?
the
He's
Nazis
literally
thought of their
saying that they
program as a,
adapted
quote,
American
more
policies.
thoroughgoing and
Adapted
rigorous
meaning not
realization
taking
of
them
American
and changing
approaches
them
toward
for
minorities.
Germany.
Even if the regime
Claiming
had-
that they're too
The Nazis
harsh
looked at
for
American
Nazi
policy
Germany.
and said no to it.
And the assertion that they're too harsh for Nazi Germany is the claim that I'm
saying that I
protesting
don't know
here.
if the author's making that claim.
That's literally what he just fucking said.
All he said is that they weren't adopted They said that the policies were too harsh to be adopted wholesale by the Nazis. Which is true.
Yes, and the very sentence before that, they said...
Okay, I'm not going to talk. If you're sitting here trying to ask me what I think, but you want to interrupt what I'm trying
because
to
you
explain,
didn't
just
listen
shut up
to
for
the
2
words.
fucking seconds. Shut up for 2 seconds. Afterwards, there's the whole context of the Nazis where they're specifically taking American policy and saying where and where it won't work. But when the Nazis were doing this, what they were doing was criticizing the American policy.
I understand the actual reality of
So
what was
why
happening.
would
That's
you
not what I'm
bring up
contesting.
Nazis criticizing a policy if you want to
That's
imply
not what
that
I
the
said.
You just said that the commies say. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yes, because I'm not talking about what the fucking communists say. I hear them saying this. My question is this the source that they're using?
I don't attribute it to them, and then you literally right after that said, I hear them saying
I
this.
brought
Which one
it
is
up as a comparison because I hear them saying it. So my question was, is this book the fucking source that they use, or are they using some other retarded...
And I'm telling you, how would this book be the source when the book is saying the opposite of what those people say?
But that's not what it's saying. It literally said... They're adopting American policies, but adapting them and changing them, quote, because they're too harsh, which is what I'm contesting.
The only quote from the author on screen was, "It was too brutal to be adopted wholesale," which is true. The Nazis then went on to criticize American policy and talk about how it wasn't right for them.
Okay. Again, that's the reality of the situation.
I'm telling you that the author isn't saying what those communists are saying.
I know. That wasn't what I was contesting.
I asked you to clarify multiple times, and you kept saying that I hear communists say this.
Because I was comparing it, wondering whether it was the fucking book that was their source for their fucking claim that American policies of fucking manifest destiny is what inspired the Nazis.
Book? Why would they be referencing a book and not some fucking
Are you not
video
listening to the
essay?
video?
These people don't use sources.
I'm talking
Jack.
about the book. I'm not talking about the video
They don't
essay.
get their sources from anywhere. What do you mean? I didn't change my gear.
They get talking points. And the talking points reference certain things. They haven't read them. They can still cite them. So is this the origin of their claim? This fucking author's opinion?
I don't know how to answer it at this point.
Like, the video literally said that the author says that the Nazis adapted American policies.
No, they
adapted
did not.
meaning not wholesale,
He
changing them. And then saying that they weren't... They were too harsh.
But
they never adopted American policies.
That's true if you have the actual context. When you take it out of the context, you can just say Nazis looked at American policy and that's why they have these certain camps.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is a stupid fucking claim. And that's what I'm interpreting what the author is saying as putting forward. And I'm saying that it's stupid. I've thought this fucking whole video is stupid. Like, the whole argument is dumb. Everything about it is dumb. It's like the most liberal fucking argument I've ever heard. Crying about fucking assaulting Nazis. And now saying that American policies inspired the Nazis. Like, fuck off.
I still think the author is referencing history while the Nazis are talking about delusional things that didn't happen.
Sure. But my whole argument still hinges on the fact that the Nazis didn't look at American policies and go, we'll use those.
Yeah, they didn't adopt them wholesale. They looked at all policies.
Of every country, exactly. Like, to single out America is fucking stupid.
Did we
and
ever
it also
watch-
wipes out their
Did we ever watch
in
that
whatever
video that's about,
African country it is. Namibia? What country
Yeah.
was it?
Namibia. Did
It
we
was?
ever watch that video about what the Nazis thought of the Japanese and why they were like accepting of the Japanese?
Maybe? But I'm not sure.
Is this the bad Phobos? We'll see. I can't use it on this mission apparently. That's weird. No, Plan 10 is the bad one, right? No, DX is the bad one. Plan 10 is fine, right? We'll see.
Shifted its sights to a new target in the form of the Jews. And it wasn't just Nazis taking notes from Americans, because Americans were...
Like, this guy is implying something that the author wasn't implying. The author was referencing actual history. And the context
And he's
of
pulled the
history is
quote out of-
important because you have to just compare the situation of what the Nazis and what America was. America landed on a land that already was inhabited by people, exterminated them, and then imported people as slaves.
Yeah.
Where in the German plan is that?
I mean, you could probably... Maybe
It's not
the
there.
argument is... No, but maybe you could... Maybe the argument could be the Nazi plan to, like, conquer Europe and then sort of extract the labor and wealth from each country for the German population.
Yeah, but that's not what these people say.
No, but that would be referencing actual history and actual Nazi policy to give you an answer. If I was clinically stupid, I would give you a much dumber answer. Something like, I don't know, America. It's just silly.
also taking notes from the Nazis. Just months before World War II broke out, 20,000 Nazi sympathizers gathered at Madison Square Garden for a
true.
rally. And this wasn't the only group.
Every
In
country
another
has
book,
Nazis.
Hitler's American Friends, the Third Reich supporters in the United States, Bradley W. Hart explains that there were a bunch of groups that were
Like,
big
this guy is actually using sources because he's an ex-Vice guy.
Yeah. sources that fit the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Destroy the cannons. Oh. I didn't bring long-range weapons. I can hit it with the Stardust cannon. It's aiming at me. I'm scared.
Just getting ragdolled.
Almost got it.
The things are healing me faster than it does damage to me, though.
Oh, that's funny. Ow. Haha, another cannon down. Get away from me, please.
Big missiles.
Oh, little pink ones. Ow.
This is Carrier. We'll hit the combat area again.
Oh my god, die.
Airdropping begins now.
It's aggressive alien species Beta.
God, you're on fire, die, thank god.
There is a spot that is unshielded. Attack the shining area.
Shiny?
Wait for the hatch to open and then shoot inside.
I have nothing to do this. I do have a thing for the spiders.
I do. Cover for the spiders.
Ow. I'm dead. The magazine rapers suck. Video?
Hitler fans. These range from political groups to Christian preachers. A lot of people thought that Nazi-style fascism should be brought to America. The America First Committee was even trying to get a fascist-friendly candidate.
Wow, are
to
you
be
telling me
elected
that the
president.
Americans were
The guy they
inspired
thought
by
would
the
be best for
Nazis?
the job
Crazy.
was Charles Lindbergh, who was the first man to fly across the Atlantic
Lindbergh,
Ocean.
baby.
Lindbergh never actually said he wanted to run, but he was pretty racist, and he was a celebrity, so the smart racists thought he might be useful. Fortunately, most of these groups
Epic.
were
The
very
ship's
badly organized,
busters
and they
didn't
usually
even hurt
fell
me.
apart because of mismanagement or infighting.
I have so much health,
All
they're
of
not
this is to
hurting me.
say that not only did the Nazis find us very interesting and sometimes useful, there were a lot of Americans who were also pretty fond of what the Nazis were doing too. And if a few things had gone differently, the world of Wolfenstein could have been real, aside from the lasers and space colonies and stuff. Look, I'm not trying to hate on every American ever, because obviously there were Americans who were not convinced by this fascist rhetoric. And we see those people in the game. But it's interesting. So, early on in the story, your character meets a woman named Grace Walker.
Wish I could hear it.
Terrible mixing.
She's the leader of a resistance group called the Black Liberation Front, which seems to be a pretty clear reference to the Black Liberation Army, which was an actual real organization partially comprised of former Black Panthers. They even have buttons that say Free Huey, which is the campaign to free Huey Newton, who is another Black Panther, and again, this is a connection to real life. Once Grace Walker enters the picture, she immediately takes charge of operations. From this point on, she's the boss. But if you've played the previous game in this reboot series, you'll probably realize that her function as a character is, well, not much of a character. She's really there more to serve as a vehicle for a particular message. Specifically, she's kind of like an expanded version of this other character in the previous game named Jay, who is an obvious Jimi Hendrix reference, who's mostly there to explain black people's take on Nazis.
Okay.
Chamber just like they did all the others.
None of that has anything to do with me. That's not the America I fought for.
Really? I was little. My mother wanted to take me to the picture show, but we had to go in through the fucking colored entrance. I wanted a hot dog and a lemonade, but the sign says we don't serve Negroes in this establishment. You're a patriot? Blue-eyed, jarhead, motherfucking Nazi-killing patriot that you are. You're still a fucking puppet to the man. You're exactly the kind of guy they ordered income at your time. You don't get it. Before all this, before the Germans, before the war, back home, man, you were the Nazis.
Be careful what you call me.
Violence. Language of the man. Can't you see? We're all just brothers and sisters now, aren't we?
Grace and Jay are examples of a kind of trope that functions within this game. That the people with the best grasp on reality, and the people who truly understand America in the Wolfenstein universe, are black. White people, there are exceptions, but white people are generally either clueless or they're complicit with the Nazis. And finally, here is maybe where we can address some of those complaints from people who give this game bad reviews. This game is not saying that all white people are bad. Obviously, because
never was.
The main character, the guy you control, Billy Blazkowicz, is white, and he's a good guy. What it is saying is that for white people, it's possible to be unaware
the
of
boost
what's
capability
going
on this one.
and that is not a luxury that most black people would have. I mean, let's go back to how we first meet Grace. One of her first functions is to point out the inherent racism that America had even before the Nazis arrived, and tells your character that not all white Americans even want to be free of the Nazis.
Right, Grace. Put the fighting spirit back in the American people.
Look at how much I can fly with this.
We've been fighting every motherfucking day, Blazkowicz. White America, though? They done packed up and given in. See, I guess they don't have the
Stick
fighting
with the
spirit
team.
no more. Nah, they just do whatever the fucking Fuhrer tells them to do.
That's baloney. They want to fight the Nazis just as much as we do. All they need is for someone to show them how.
You know who's running the South after the Nazis took over? The Ku Klux motherfucking Klan, am I right?
That's it.
So what you gonna do? You gonna go down there and hold hands with them and build bridges and persuade them to join our cause? Get
Kill
your
'em
head
too.
out your ass, Blazkowicz.
And now I think we're starting to get a little closer to what some of those angry commenters, those angry reviewers were mad about. Because some of them probably felt a little bit attacked.
I bet.
But hold on. I don't think it's fair to say that everyone who was angry about this game was a literal Nazi sympathizers. I think a lot of people who were angry at the game, at least the way they say it,
stupid.
is that they're not angry about the politics of the game. They're angry that the game has politics at all. That political themes don't.
everything is
Games are
political.
fun,
Shut
and
the
this is
fuck
just
up.
a game.
Don't give those. You're giving
Okay.
these people too much credit.
I think what's behind that
What
kind
do
of
you mean?
thought is
Sake
the
of-
recognition.
no, this guy
that a
is
game
giving the
can be
fucking
more
weirdos too
personal
much
than
credit.
other
Yeah.
games. 'Cause
For the
look, in
sake
a
of
book
making
or
a better
film,
video.
There's a sense of distance between the thing
Fuck off. Cover
that
me,
you're
please.
experiencing
Or you.
and you. But games are different because you're actually controlling the character.
I only have big guns. I
Things
can't
don't
shoot
happen
little
to
guys.
somebody
I know where
on
you
the
are.
screen. They
I know where you
happen
are.
to you. So when someone tells your character that America is racist, they're not talking to that character, they're talking to you. And if you're American, and especially if you're also white, that might make it feel a little bit more personal than you're prepared for.
Wah.
But let's pause for a second, because maybe this game isn't so scary if you're white. I think
It's
there's a
not,
couple
it's a
ways of
game.
looking at this game. Because on the one hand, there's kind of a white savior thing happening here. So again, you're playing as BJ Blazkowicz, and you find out in the beginning of the game that his mother's Jewish. But that's not really brought up much after that. When people call him white, BJ doesn't correct him, and even the Nazis
He is
refer to
white.
him as white.
I recognize your face.
Very Aryan face at this too.
Cover me.
You the station what?
His father's white, and his father is an absolute villain to the point of being
Almost
basically
in.
a caricature.
We're
In the
close.
first scene of the game, we see his father strangle a child, hit his wife, hit a dog, spout anti-Jewish tropes, say the N-word twice in the space of like 45 seconds. Right
that's
after that, he
impressive.
says something homophobic, and there aren't even any gay people in this scene. And then he makes you kill your own puppy.
Damn.
He's so hateful.
Shoot her.
And so, spoiler alert, but this shouldn't really be a spoiler. When we see BJ's father become a Nazi sympathizer later on in the game, we can say, okay, yeah, figures. He was a bad guy back then, and of course he would side with the bad guys. I would never do that. And this is why I think we could call BJ a white savior, because this pattern follows that trope perfectly. So the white savior trope works because film directors know that we can't pretend racism doesn't exist because we know it exists. We've read about it at school.
I was not ready for
But
glory.
if you show racism on screen, you risk white people getting their feelings hurt, and they might not want to watch your movies anymore. That's bad. So there's a strategy. You give the viewer 2 white people. You give them one really bad racist one, and that's the foil. And the other person,
Right,
you
Mac's
give
about
them
to
a
drop.
good, not racist. Where that, okay, obviously, you wouldn't be that one. You'd be this nice second guy.
Our courts. All
Ah, my God.
created.
Killed myself.
And you could argue that that's what BJ is for. See, controlling BJ doesn't just feel good because you have big guns and heavy armor and big muscles. When you play as BJ, you get to feel not only physically superior, but morally superior. Reading history, and especially looking at pictures from history, is really uncomfortable when you see someone who looks like you in those pictures. We all like to think that if we lived back in some historical period, that we would have been on the right side of history.
Never
Maybe
once
we wouldn't be this guy, but
have
we
I
could
felt that.
definitely be this guy, right? But that's not probable.
I don't know what the
You might
fuck
not
you're
have been
talking
this
about.
person, or this person.
Because they
But
look like me?
statistically
Why do I
speaking,
give a fuck?
Most of the people watching this, you would have been this guy, or her, or him.
No,
If
not
the world of
necessarily.
Wolfenstein 2 were real, you, watching this video, if you were given the opportunity, you probably would have joined the Nazi party. I'm
no.
not making a value judgment on you. I'm sure you're a great person. I'm just speaking statistically. Most people will simply comply.
I mean, that's true.
Dear, give my regards to your father when you return to the farm. Oh, and tell him I'm putting some hardworking slaves up for auction this week if he's interested. There'll be cocktails.
I'll tell him, Auntie. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye, dear.
This is what Hannah Arendt was talking about. Playing as BJ allows you to escape that reality a little bit. But then, on the other hand, BJ is a little bit more complicated than that, if you know where to look. BJ is not exactly a perfect white savior. He might be the guy who's most physically ready for the job, but he's not
The
a
car
leader.
park I was hiding
He's a
in.
soldier. He has a good moral compass, but we see him over and over again having to have somebody else, usually somebody black, have to explain to him that, look, man, America's actually a pretty terrible place, and it has been for a really long time. BJ doesn't like hearing this, but it keeps being proven to him.
Die, bitch.
Yeah,
That's
basically
right.
one
Flop
kill
there,
away.
like
I'm
the
one
pathetic
kill
head
away
you
from a
are.
new Mac. There she is.
If somebody
Pathetic.
will lay it out for him, they'll explain reality, they'll
Stardust
explain the
Cannon
reality of American
fucks
racism
their
to
day
him.
up.
And in the moment, he'll nod, and it seems like he gets it. And then in the very next scene, he's getting offended that somebody else is explaining to him that they see America differently for him. He's kind of ignorant for the entire game. And it makes you wonder why BJ is even on our side. And honestly, if BJ didn't have very serious daddy issues, he might not be. BJ joined the army not to save the world or out of any real sense of justice, but as far as we can see, he joined to escape his abusive father.
Now, if you want to fall back to me.
Ain't nothing you can offer to make up for what you've done to us.
Waiting for a bit of jetpack.
I think of my father, I see. Fuck you, and a fist flying in my face.
When'd you ever do right by me?
If his dad hadn't been such a cartoon villain jerk, BJ might have just ended up as some middle manager working a desk job for the Third Reich. So, which is the correct way to look at Wolfenstein? Is BJ a white savior character that lets white people off the hook too much?
I think this whole discussion is
Help!
dumb.
The missiles are fine. The missiles are catching up. Help!
Your stereotype. Maybe a little bit of column A, maybe a little bit of column B.
No, I think this
Or maybe
entire
it's something
conversation
else.
is dumb.
A little earlier, we talked about those two books that explain the actual history of American and Nazi interaction and influence.
Look at
But
both
again,
the
this
lasers
is a
and the
game,
mechs are
which
right
does
under it
something
waiting
that
for it.
neither of those books do, and does something that maybe no book can ever do. When those books describe Nazi policies, they use words like sinister, or evil, or unimaginably horrifying to make sure that we know that the authors think that the Nazis are bad. And look, I understand why they do this, and don't get me wrong, Wolfenstein the game kind of does it too. It makes it very clear that Hitler is not somebody to look up to. When we finally see Hitler, his mind is completely gone, and he spends most of his on-screen
missile.
time vomiting, crying for his mother, or in the fetal position.
Lamau.
But with the rank and file Nazis, Wolfenstein is a little bit more hands-off. It lets you experience, even in a small way, what the normalization
Exactly how they
of
are.
Nazism
Well, they would have
might
been.
look
The
like.
mechs can't hit these
So
little
let's go back to
saucers.
that small town. Talk to everybody. What do we do with the fact that in this entire town, there are a grand total of two
We're ready.
people that we could call
He's
good
firing
guys?
early 'cause he's
The first
got
one is
saucers
a
on him.
newspaper seller who whispers to you that he supports your movement, but he's too much of a coward to actually
Hey,
say that out
bots
loud.
fell on me.
Say, mister, you look familiar to me. Are you some kind of celebrity? Mister, you... Stop. You walk in West. I just want you to stop.
I think we got it.
And then he goes back to selling Nazi newspapers. The only guy who's
I'm
willing
not
to tell the
letting
truth
out fire,
to a
though. It's
powerful
definitely
figure
falling, but I'm still
is this
shooting.
homeless drunk guy lying down by a dumpster. He thinks you're a Nazi and he starts yelling at you.
I will tell you, fucking Nazi traitor. Huh?
And then he goes back to talking to his bottle. Which one of these would you be? Which one do you want to be? The cowardly guy who's still selling propaganda? The lady who's sucking up to the Nazi officer? The one guy who spoke the truth and became an outcast for doing it? Most people will comply. And look, I take back what I said earlier. Maybe you wouldn't join the Nazi party. Maybe you'd be one of the few that would fight. Maybe
Don't be a
you'd
pussy.
BJ.
Stand by your
Maybe
words.
you'd be super special. But maybe you'd be this guy and end up here. When we look at those
I
awful...
don't know. I just think these arguments... I don't like these types of arguments because it's so void of context.
Mhm.
Because, like...
The fuck was that?
I'm having a sync fixed right now. It, like, matters what's going on, and, like, the Enlightenment just happened. You know what I mean? New type of robot. These are going to be red guys. Probably.
It's been 5 hours. It's 11:30. I'm
Oh,
tired.
okay.
I
Anyway,
am tired.
the Enlightenment had just happened, you know?
Mm.
And like there's only like short periods in history where free will is like a conscious thing, you know? Like a lot of
like people being aware of their free will.
Yeah, like it's like this is like post-enlightenment argument. I mean, like in America as well, like I said, they kept them all, the poor people, they keep them poor and stupid, right? Like so the Whigs, which were the liberals of the time, right, they eventually just became the anti-Jackson party. But the reason why Jackson gets elected is because they opened up elections for everyone, so the poor white man was able to vote, which ended up, you know, securing the power of the authoritarian party, the Jackson party at the time.
Yeah, true.
And the Whigs just became the anti-Jackson party, and they never did shit.
Sounds familiar.
But the reason why Andrew Jackson won is because, like, the French Revolution, their philosophy is specifically, like, they were working and setting groundwork ahead of time by sending teachers to the countryside. Long before the French Revolution happens, the conditions were created. People treat it like it's a spark that happened.
It was a long time building.
Yes.
It always is. Like now.
So, like, the ideology was laid down first.
Before they try and secure power. It's funny. You know that Antifa book I got? The first chapter is basically a review of the rise of fascism. So it goes over how Mussolini came to power in like a relatively like short time, like 10 pages per, and how the Nazis did it and how it's similar, before going into interviewing anti-fascists about how they work towards countering fascist movements and making sure this doesn't happen again. And it's very interesting how much or how similar the rise to power is. Obviously there's like differences and minute sort of things, but for the most part it's eerily similar. And it needs to be stopped before it's too late. Because it's not looking good. Yeah, but we'll see. Because when's the next major election year?
I don't fucking know at this point. 2 years from now. 28.
Not in America, I mean globally. Like, when will the power shift? Because there was that whole year where everything aligned.
Oh, I mean, it
Last
aligned
year?
because of COVID as well.
Ah, okay.
You know, it just happened to be...
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Because we'll probably see
Because I haven't
Nigel...
looked at that timeline in a while.
Because Nigel Farage will probably win the UK.
Okay.
And that's going to be a disaster. I'm
In
pretty
order,
confident the
please.
Labour will win here.
World. Oh. Here we go. World election calendar. So Colombia doesn't matter. Ethiopia doesn't matter. He's not gonna lose.
Maybe.
He's not gonna lose.
Yeah, true. Local.
Korea, Armenia doesn't matter. Peru doesn't matter. Zambia doesn't matter. Haiti doesn't matter. Russia doesn't matter. Latvia is meh. Brazil, I don't think
Maybe?
Lula's losing.
No, you don't reckon?
No.
Local government.
This one doesn't matter. This one doesn't
Taiwan
matter.
local elections.
This is just local. No.
South Sudan.
That one doesn't matter either. So nothing this year. Can I see the next year?
See all.
Myanmar was this year.
Oh, those are just upcoming. So these are all the ones.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
I was wondering why Australia wasn't included.
That's
Doesn't
just-
seem like it's there either.
Yeah, it's only this year.
Oh, I think it's Victoria.
The super year of elections. What do you think this year is about? 2024. Yeah. See, everything aligns so well. 72 countries. Strengthening democracy.
How'd that go?
Bad.
Yeah.
Oh, sick. Here's a map. Okay, so there's no elections in 27. And 28 isn't there yet. So, because a lot of countries have the stamp election type stuff. So 2006 is legislative elections for a few places, but you think they counted in that 2024 calendar? You think they counted Russia? They had
Not at all.
executive elections that year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they had elections. They definitely... Putin definitely was going to lose. There was definitely a risk. Yeah, Navalny was real threat. Fucking hell. Alrighty.
Alright, I'll take a break for a little bit and then come back.
Yeah, I figured...
You can
Do
end.
you want...